major implication games around the national scene of college football as well this weekend. We will begin to really drill down on those contests coming up over our 5 hours of conversation today. And, yeah, baseball, a little baseball in there. Astros responding up in Arlington. The Road Warriors get a big win up in Arlington last night to get back into the ALCS. Game 4 is tonight. We'll preview and look back at what happened last night there as the Astros get a big win. So a lot to do. Be a busy 5 hours as usual. A lot to do, and we look who it is across the desk from me. He is our shutdown corner. 5 hours a day, 5 days a week. Of course, from DBU down in the 5-1 in the 713 and DB High. Let me get this right. DB High down in the 713. DBU right here in the 512. 4 stops in NFL zip codes as well. And now a proud papa, the football theorist, Blackstradamus himself is here. Rod Babers, how are you, Rod?
I'm doing great, brother, and I appreciate the intro as always. And yeah, man, Thursday basically is officially the weekend because you got
sure it is.
You got your NFL weekend starting off, and tomorrow is the weekend officially. So I basically make the week a little shorter. Start the weekend on Thursday. Might as well.
Heck yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Heck
thing.
Yeah.
Also, a beautiful thing is those who serve. We appreciate you. We do it every morning, and we are happy to do it, proud to do it. It is an honor, but also a burden to serve. Our society built on the selflessness of service. So all those who choose to serve, we appreciate you in any capacity, God, country, and community, whether it be soldiers, first responders, teachers, nurses, all of you, we really appreciate you. I just want to let you know that every morning.
Every single morning, this one included, the Thursday 19th of October, and a lot to dive into. And Ty Henderson is through the glass. Hey, how you feeling in there, big fella?
There you go.
Feeling good.
Feeling good.
Mm-hmm.
Feeling good.
All right.
He was pretty cocky yesterday about his Rangers, wasn't he?
He was cocky
He's
about
popping
it.
off.
I gave y'all one. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's a series now.
I like it.
It is a series now. That's
series.
how I feel too. It's a series now officially. Yeah.
Yeah, back in it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we got rid of all of our bad relievers last night. That was the plan.
Well, now you're not. Now you're. The Astros have awoken, and now they're in the pitching advantage because the Rangers are going to start Andrew Heaney, but they're not really sure about that. This is a big win for Houston last night. Let's talk about it. Let's get the headlines, trending topics to start your Thursday morning, including that Astros win and how they got there. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the top stories to start our 6 o'clock hour, and it starts with baseball. Houston Astros put it into that Texas Rangers postseason win streak, ended it at 7 games. They got themselves right back into the ALCS with an 8-5 win in Arlington last night. Houston jumped out 3-0 with 3 spots in the second inning thanks to a walk, a hit batter, and a wild pitch from Ranger starter Max Scherzer, who was not sharp. Then with 2 outs in that frame, huge hit for Houston catcher Martin Maldonado at the bottom of the order. He delivered a 2-run single through the left side. Jose Altuve led off the third with his 25th career postseason home run. Yordan Alvarez drove in a couple more in the 7th to extend the lead. Houston right-hander Christian Javier posted another strong start, and he held the Red Hot Rangers to 2 runs and 3 hits, lowered his ERA to lowered his career playoff ERA to 2.08. Over 5 2/3. Josh Young, the Ranger third baseman, the only blemish, big 2-run homer in the 5th inning. The former Red Raider hit a second 2-run shot in the 7th to keep it close. Texas still leads that series 2-1. Game 4 is tonight. Andrew Heaney will start for the Rangers. Jose Urquidy for the Astros. Texas football, now T-minus 2 days until the 8th-ranked Longhorns face the Houston Cougars for the first time in 22 years. Last time Texas and Houston played, a junior named Rod Babers was shutting down his side of the field at DBU. Chris Sims threw for 311 yards and 3 touchdowns, lead Texas to a win at Robertson Stadium, 53-26. They'll play at TD-ECU Stadium on Saturday. The Longhorns facing a 3-3 Houston team that won their first ever game as a member of the Big 12. That final play Hail Mary beat West Virginia last Thursday. Texas currently a 23.5-point favorite in that game. College football last night, New Mexico ripped UTEP 28-7. Out west there in Huntsville, how about Florida International took down Sam Houston in overtime, 33-27. Week 7 in the NFL kicks off tonight in New Orleans. 3-3 Saints hosting the 4-2 Jacksonville Jags. Jacksonville quarterback Trevor Lawrence listed as questionable for that game, suffered a knee sprain in their win over the Colts this past Sunday. He says he plans to play, though. Game kicks just after 7 o'clock. Trade in the NFL, where the Mecole Hardman is headed back to Kansas City. We're signed with the Speedy Whiteout signed with the Jets last March in free agency. Jets have sent him back to KC in an exchange of late-round draft picks. And in basketball, congrats to the Las Vegas Aces. They're the first WNBA team ever to repeat as champions in the league's 21-year history. They held on for a 70-69 win over the New York Liberty last night. Asia Wilson led the way with 24 points and 16 rebounds.
You've been saying it. The Astros are road warriors. It's exactly what they did once again. I
Yep.
mean, and they seem to be at their best. I don't know if it's the psychology of being the villain. That's kind of my theory I've thrown out there, but the numbers don't lie. Astros have won 17 of their last 20 games on the road overall, 6 of the last 7 at the Gilf during the regular season, and including the postseason. Houston now has the best road record in Major League Baseball, if you include obviously postseason and regular season. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It doesn't make any sense actually. But
Well,
the villain thing is the best I got.
Dusty Baker tried to explain it last night after the game.
Did he?
Yeah, can you hear this? Here's Dusty Baker trying to explain why the Astros are so bad at home and so good on the road.
I asked the team in spring training to be the best road team. Maybe I should have asked them to be the best road and home team.
There you go, simple.
You get what you emphasize?
Yeah.
It's like Sark. Sark's been emphasizing second half, finish games, fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, now we start slow. It's like, damn it, I didn't think about that.
It's like, dang, what did I do that for?
I got to be more specific. Red zone, we need to do well. It's like you got to be really specific about these things. But that's a good point. You get what you emphasize.
That's right.
And he emphasized they be good on the road, and they are the best on the road.
Yeah,
Just one of the worst at home.
and
Get it back to Houston.
Yeah, and experience
Houston
matters.
fans are like, oh no.
Well, and look, I mean, experience matters in these spots. There's no question about that. And as we talked about yesterday, what Max Scherzer are we going to get? The Rangers were kind of hoping Max Scherzer could go to the mound and give them, but it's tough to not pitch for 5 weeks and roll out there based on a simulated start and be sharp. And
He wasn't terrible.
he wasn't terrible, but he wasn't sharp. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
you get sharp
I
Scherzer.
expected 3 runs.
playoff
5.
sharp is different than sharp, right? I mean, you're talking about the magnification of every pitch, and he got through the first inning pretty easily, but then second inning, it was his own worst enemy, right? A walk, hit batter, then the wild pitch, and then he could have pitched right out of it, but Martin Maldonado at the bottom of the order, that's an out you got to get if you're Max Scherzer facing a 190 hitter. And he rips it, left fastball up and didn't locate. This is what we talked about yesterday, Rod, was the location. Doesn't take much, right? And all of a sudden, the Astros are playing with the lead. And as we talked about, putting
Scoring first.
getting the runs on the board, getting the 3 spot up there, and all of a sudden playing with the lead. Christian Javier, who's been in this spot many, many times, he went out there and was able to pitch comfortably. Crowd got out of it a little bit. They got down on weren't as hyped up. And Christian Javier been there many times. And that's now the advantage for Houston. They're going to send Jose Urquidy to the mound, who's been a postseason stalwart for them over the years. Rangers are going to go with Andrew Heaney, who will be making his first postseason start. And, they're Astros are now in the pitching advantage because they're deeper in their starting rotation. And again, as you just said, they're very comfortable playing a Globe Life field. So big game tonight. I mean, as a, student of baseball and a fan of baseball, this is a big game. Tonight becomes really a crucial game. If Houston can win it, all of a sudden, look out. If Texas wins tonight, they'll last night, I don't want to say doesn't matter. They still put themselves on the brink of advancement. Tonight becomes a really, really big game because, again, if the Rangers win, they're on the brink of advancement and they can start to shuffle their pitching with the day off coming into Friday's game. Or no, actually, they'll play three straight games in Arlington. They won't have a day off till Saturday. But tonight's becomes very big, very big. Houston has a chance to bounce right back into it.
Yeah, and pitching, basically pitching with the lead and playing with the lead has been so big in this postseason. 74% win percentage for teams that score first.
Yes.
Jump out there. This seems to be, a bigger advantage than usual seems to be in these playoffs, and that's what the Astros did. Jumped out there first.
Yeah, and took advantage of a
shaky,
not sharp Max.
Yeah, shaky Scherzer.
Which, he really good in the first, and then, got after him, and that's, Christian Javier, they call him El Reptil. El Reptil.
That's a fantastic nickname.
Isn't that good?
That is really cool.
Yeah, he's comfortable in that spot.
Didn't he have the cleats to match?
Martin Maldonado did.
Martin Maldonado. I saw the cleats online. I saw
the reptilian skin cleats.
That's pretty damn cool. I
El
didn't know
Reptil.
that. Yeah. It's pretty badass.
And the thing about Javier is only 26 years old. He's just pitched in so many big spots for Houston. And just calm, man. He just threw 51 of his 85 for strikes. He pitched ahead in the count, worked 5 2/3. Josh Young was really the bright spot for the Rangers. He hit a couple of home runs, or else the Rangers wouldn't have done much last night. But Josh Young is the guy that Astros have to figure out a little better. But that's the first loss for the Rangers. They had been 7-0 in the postseason, and now we'll see. They're a streaky team, Rod. streaks can go back the other way too.
They can go back the other way. And the Astros batters batting averages versus Andrew Heaney, career batting averages look pretty good for the Astros.
Yeah,
That's because he played on the Yankees.
I know, just throwing it out there.
It's a different
that's
Heaney.
because he played on the Yankees.
Ask Jordan Montgomery.
I don't know. I'm not. Hey, I'm
He
just,
pitched pretty well.
No, I'm not saying. I'm just going with some of the numbers that I've been floating out there from some of the Astros, players, career batting averages. Well, just take that as you will.
Numbers.
Just data. That's all. Just throwing out the data.
Data doesn't matter.
The data.
That's a
Data
tie.
doesn't
That's
it,
a
doesn't
tie.
it doesn't matter as much in a rivalry like this and in the postseason where teams are, there are a lot of outliers. Like you said, young guys step up. You never know who's going to be, make a big, have a big hit, end up making a great play.
Like Leody Taveras. That dude's making a name for
That
himself.
was
Yeah, so I'm saying,
unbelievable
you
play.
those things you can't account for in the data.
That guy that was an unbelievable play. I mean, obviously took away another home run from Yordan Alvarez, who continues to pulverize the baseball. Drove in a couple in the seventh, but yeah, took that home run away. What a play! Up over the fence and up over the wall.
How about that catch from Brantley, too?
Yeah, Brant, that was a huge play.
That was just as big in my mind.
It was, and Michael Brantley not known at this point of his career for his defense, but he ran that down. And as we predicted, we didn't see the lineup card when we were doing the show yesterday, but I predicted that Dusty Baker would move Michael Brantley into the 2-hole, move Kyle Tucker down. Michael Brantley's been taking great at bats. He's just a professional hitter. Put him behind Altuve, ahead of Bregman, and then let Kyle Tucker slide down in the lineup, which they did, and it worked out for Dusty Baker. But again, long series. That's the thing about when you're playing those best of threes and then best of fives. They're quicker series. These long series, the team with the deeper pitching, I think experience matters more in a long series, which is why I wasn't waving the white flag after 2 straight losses, knowing the Astros have been in this spot many times. But big game tonight, really big game, and they need a good start from Andrew Heaney. If you're an Astros fan, you've seen Jose Urquidy, who's kind of not a big name on a team full of all-stars. He's kind of an understated player, but he's been in this spot many times in a big start for Houston and has typically come up big. He's out of Mexico, and he's just a really, really good pitcher. There's always the phrase crafty lefty. We always hear that, crafty left-hander, which Andrew Heaney kind of is. Jose Urquidy's a crafty righty. He's not overpowering, but he can really pitch. He can spot his 3 or 4 pitches for strikes. He can really use the fastball to set up his other pitches. He's got a little bit of a screwball in there that he can throw. So Jose Urquidy tonight in a big spot. Also, the Phillies and Diamondbacks will come back, and they'll play an afternoon game today out in the desert. With the Phillies up 2 games tonight. So you got a doubleheader of baseball tonight. You got the NFL with Jacksonville facing New Orleans. We'll preview that game coming up. And Rod, I mentioned in the headlines last time Texas played at Houston, you were playing.
I do remember that.
You remember that game?
This is
back in your hometown.
This is the bleacher gate where it was all about
the erector set.
Those temporary bleachers or
The Lost
stands
Odds
or
is
whatever.
not happy. I remember
where
that.
they thought it might have been dangerous, and they put Longhorn fans and boosters and donors in that section. And at least the folklore is that the Lost Odds was so upset that vowed that while he was there, they wouldn't play Houston again.
Well,
it was
hazardous.
Yeah. So I obviously I was on the field, so I don't know. I'd heard about all this stuff afterwards, but yes.
Now I'm assuming that was 22 years ago.
My man Sim showed up in that game though. You're right, he balled out.
And
best games.
that had to be a big deal for you going back home.
Oh yeah, that was fun.
Back to the 7-1. I mean, down to the third ward.
I knew some of those guys, on that team. I mean, that was fun.
Your family come out to that? Your parents come to all the games?
Yeah, parents were. That's why I went. That's why I stayed in the state, so parents could go to most of the games. That was the biggest reason I stayed in the state.
I will say, if you're going to the game Saturday,
H-Town, go get some of that French's Fried Chicken, man. It's right there.
Third ward, baby.
Yeah,
Third ward.
Mm-hmm.
I would advise you to get there early. The traffic down in that area is a mess.
Oh, Houston traffic is a mess.
Oh.
It's just Houston.
Is that like downtown Houston?
South.
Yeah, it's the third ward. But it's close. It's closer, but it's south. Yeah, it's like south.
It's
Houston.
south of You go down I-45 right by
It's
Hobby
close to
Airport.
Southeast Houston.
Yeah, it's just right by Hobby Airport.
By Yates High School,
Yes.
like right across the street from Yates High School, right there.
Yeah, when Houston was what started 1830s, they divided into wards.
Oh, I know.
First ward,
I'm
second
familiar
ward,
with
third ward,
Houston
fourth
rap.
ward.
Fifth ward.
Yeah, and that's in the third ward. That's where Beyonce's from.
The 5th ward is where all the rappers are
West.
from, right?
That's
Fifth ward is North Houston.
Yeah,
That's why Swisher House and you know what I mean. Yeah, like the Michael 5,000 watts. South Houston, which is kind of closer to the third ward, but South Park, which is kind of where I'm from, South Acres.
South Park Mexican.
That's South Park Mexican. Screwston, that's DJ Screw.
Okay, cool.
That's that crew. Yeah, that's
Screwston?
Yeah, no doubt.
Dang.
Oh yeah, South Acres, South Park, baby, representing. Yeah, this is what we talking about parts of H-Town.
Beyonce's third ward.
Yeah, she's Third Ward, but that's right down the street from like I from where I grew up in South Park. Third Ward is like a 5 to 10 minute drive, depending on what part of Third Ward you're going to.
Okay.
So it's right.
I'm
right
not
there.
too familiar. I've only been
Yeah.
to Houston like 5 times in my life.
Yeah,
so.
and then Hiram Clark, where VY is from, is probably like 15 minutes west of me.
Yeah, Heim Clark is
Heim
over
Clark.
by the Astrodome NRG
Yeah,
Stadium.
yeah.
That area. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's still in the head. It's still got the framework in the head, man.
Astro World. But yeah, you know
Astro
it. You
World.
know-
Hey, there you
Astro
go.
World,
Water
baby.
World, baby.
Water
yeah.
World.
Yeah, I remember that, man. I had the season pass, baby.
Me
I had the
too.
season. Oh, that was great. I went out there with my. That's back in the day. See, Ty don't know nothing about this. You had to carry a notepad with you so you can get numbers from girls. Because we had no
is that where
phones.
is that where your notepad
Yeah, you
originates
had,
from?
you had to have something with you to write so you could get the digits. Otherwise, where you gonna have the digits? Unless you can just remember it like that, then good for you. But we ain't had no phone back then, so hey man, you had to pull out that boom on the pad.
By the way-
Water
and then
World?
and then you compare notes and you're like, how many numbers you got? I'm like, man,
I like
listen,
that.
we got. Then you had to go
Did you
back.
ever go to the late night DJ thing?
Oh yeah, like the little
Right by the
concerts.
Cyclone, right by the
yeah,
Cyclone?
Oh yeah, man. Oh, trust me.
That's
I
where
spent a
the
lot
girls
of
were.
time at Season Pass. Well, Season Pass. I worked that Season Pass. Oh man, I met a lot of girls when my young teen years.
It is now confirmed though. If this does go to Game 6, I will be there on Sunday.
Oh,
So I might need someone to cover for me on Monday, unless
Hell
I drive
yeah.
back after. But
Yeah,
I got a free ticket, so I got to go down
What do
there.
you mean you got a free
free
ticket?
ticket.
Who's giving you free
How
tickets?
you get free tickets to a playoff game?
That's a tough ticket.
I
You got people.
got people.
Damn, Ty. You
Dang.
really do have people. Because Ty was talking about he's broke and he's ended up at.
He broke. Now he's going to the game.
Hold up. Did we get any Creed shout out or video? I
think they're saving
in Game
it.
3?
I think they're saving it to when we
What are you
really
waiting
need it.
for?
I said, what you waiting for? If it gets tied up 2-2, now the momentum, but it goes back
I'd
and forth.
expect it in the next night or two.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
I was gonna say I'm with you on that.
I need
too.
at least a 5-run cushion before the Creed single.
Yeah, you don't want to
Creed
jinx it.
sing
Yeah, you don't
along.
want to jinx Creed. They bring him out too early. The Astros rally back.
Yeah, it could work for them too.
Yeah, you got them singing in the dugout too.
That's
You're
so
like, no.
funny. This guy goes from flat broke. He's so poor he can't even
Hey.
He had a nicotine fit going because he couldn't even afford.
I went to
a
ACL this weekend. For
It's
free,
called
too.
balling on a budget. E. That's what you do. You ball on the
ACL
budget,
for
baby.
free. Now you're going to the Rangers Astros game. If it goes to Game 6, that'll be down in Houston, of course. H-Town.
It's got to
Yeah.
be a good friend.
It's all about who you know. Yeah, I went to Super Bowls when I was in college because I had good friends.
Yeah.
It's not what you know, too. You know.
I had,
Hey, and when I do have money, I ball out.
exactly. Yeah, I share. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
exactly.
I share.
I expect it back every once in a while.
But I'm with you.
Kinda my
Just say
theory.
you had friends that could afford to take you to playoff games. I had friends that could afford to take me to Super Bowls.
Or
It was fun.
Friends' parents.
Good
Our
time.
friends' parents and whatever. Hey, it don't matter. Them your friends too.
Yeah. Honestly,
funny.
yeah, you're right.
Yeah. All right. So Astros are back in it. We're talking about wards of Houston. If you're going down to the Houston game, be careful. I'd get there early. It's just a mess. It's just a mess.
I agree with you. And get there early for the fried chicken. Get some Frenchies.
Where is that?
Sure. It's right there. Where it used to be at that little shack at the corner, right there, like caddy corner to Yates and the caddy corner to U of H. Now they've moved it. They got an actual brick and more like an actual restaurant. It used to be like a house they turned into. But Frenchies fried chicken, look for it. It's right there off Scott.
Legit.
Oh, it's. I think it's the best fried chicken in H-Town. I do.
Dang.
Yeah. Yeah. You can just ask somebody around. Hey, where the Frenchies at? They be like, oh man, Frenchies down there. They'll tell you where it's
Down
at.
there.
Yeah,
there.
that's
You-
it. That's
now you're
exactly how
talking
it's
like
Oh, yeah,
them.
but it's down there.
Down
Yeah.
there.
When I get to Houston,
down
I start
over there.
sounding more like Houston. So it's weird. Remember my wife said, she's like, who are you talking to? And why do you sound like that? I was like, I talk to H-Town people. I start sounding like I'm from H-Town.
That's right.
So-
That's right.
I do the same thing if I'm at like a country concert.
Exactly.
I'll
That's
start twanging a
hilarious.
little bit.
Got that draw. You're
Yeah.
like, what?
Down in the 713, baby. The
Hey,
713.
H-Town, man.
H-Town. Right.
Mhm.
I'm a suburb kid. You're inside the loop. You're in the inner city.
Yeah, we went to,
I
yeah.
was a suburb kid, so you know.
And now everybody's in suburbs. Not a whole. It's more suburbs than it is city.
Oh,
It is
Houston is
the greater Houston.
ridiculously sprawling
Oh man.
everywhere. But yeah, we got a lot to get to. We'll get to Texas. We'll get behind the burnt orange curtain coming up at the bottom of the hour. Rod will continue to drill down on this game. You know, Mike Craven and I recorded our preview
Eyes
of this
on
game,
Texas,
the Eyes on Texas podcast. It'll be out today.
Shout out.
And Craven is so good because he's with Dave Campbell's Texas Football, and he called the Hail Mary play. He said he was talking to folks down in Houston and said that might have been a $20 million play because if they lose that game,
What?
that was
Wow.
that was a big game for
It
Dana
was. It was a
Holgorsen.
Dana Holgorsen Bowl.
because
the whole team.
and you can't leave a program to go down, which is what he did, right? He left a Power 5 program at West Virginia to go down to Houston that wasn't a Power 5 because they paid him a bunch of money, and he wanted to get out of Morgantown. I mean, Dana Holgorsen likes to have a good time. Houston's more fun than Morgantown.
Way more fun.
But then you can't play that team 4 years later, and they're ahead of you. Yeah, you can't go.
Agreed.
You can't lose that game.
That's an indictment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, Tillman Fertitta is the sugar daddy of Houston. I mean, the big money, Houston Rockets owner, Landry's restaurateur, magnate, billionaire. He's not real happy with where the state of the program is. You lose that game, go 2-4, and then here comes Houston, here comes Texas coming in as a more than a 3-touchdown favorite. We hired you to be ready for the Big 12.
Yeah.
We hired you to get us in, to hire a big name coach to get us ready for the Big 12 competition. We can't be 2-4. That was a huge win. Because now they're 3-3, and it doesn't. I know it was a Hail Mary. Same time, your record is your record, and now here comes Houston. Here comes Texas into Houston. Can you find a way? We'll talk about that game and get you. I don't think Houston has much on the defensive side of the ball that's going to slow Texas down, but at the same time, can they replicate a little bit of what Oklahoma did 2 weeks ago up there in Dallas?
To your point, because I agree with you, by the way, 100%. If Dana Holgorsen's job is, and he knows it, right, is on the line, it's essentially game to game. Because I'm with you about the way that game looked and it worked out. It's like the football gods were shining upon him. You can expect him to empty, all the ideas out. You can expect him to throw the kitchen sink, the bathroom sink, and everything else at Texas in this game. Just to try. He's already said it, by the way. His quote was basically that he's been told. Remember, David Randa also had a quote similar to this. But he said, here's the quote, that basically he's been told by boosters and donors, just win this one.
Yeah,
here's
that's
the
right.
quote. He said, quote, I've got a lot of comments. Just beat Texas. Don't care if you win any of them, but if you've got to win that one, you can go 1-11, and it's okay if you beat Texas. So that is a quote from Dana Holgorsen from Cron.com. He knows this can save his job. That's what trap game. I know that's what trap games are. Trap games when a team can save its season by ruining your season.
I don't even think it's that.
Yeah,
This has got to be a cupcake game for Texas.
it should be.
It's got to be a 3-score victory.
It should. I totally agree with you. But for Dana Holgorsen, the desperation factor for him, like he was mentioning, he knows he's got nothing to lose. He might lose his job this year anyway if he doesn't need to make a bowl game or look really good. And he knows he didn't have to make a bowl game if he can beat Texas. Like if you beat Texas, you're gonna get it. They might get a contract extension.
Yeah, you're right about that. Well, because but Dave Aranda said the same thing, and he couldn't do anything about it either.
No, he's got whipped like he stole
players
something.
play.
Yes,
coaches
totally
coach.
agree. Totally agree.
And Texas has the players right now, and off a bye week, should be healthy. We'll get an update today from Sark. He does his weekly Thursday Zoom. We'll get an update on the injured Longhorns on the offensive line. Ryan Watts at corner. JT Sanders will hopefully get an update we'll be able to give you later today or tomorrow on the show. Coming back, Rod goes behind the BOC. We'll talk Texas and Houston, the Astros and Rangers. Also some What the Facts before the end of the first hour of our 5-hour sports conversation this morning and every morning right here on 1019 AM 1260. Stream it on the Horn app and always at hornfm.com. Hook 'em up Thursday. Football weekend starts tonight. Got the Saints and Jaguars from New Orleans. Trevor Lawrence says he's going to play, even though he's got a bit of a knee sprain. Jaguars went to London and got right. They were 1-2 to start the year, but went to London, won back-to-back games, and beat the Colts last week, so they're down 4-2. Saints are 3-3 coming off that loss to the Texans on Saturday. That game will kick off after 7 tonight. We'll preview it, get some What the Facts for the top of the hour. Congratulations. I don't know if there's congrats, but of note, Longhorn running back Jonathan Brooks, a member of the Athletic.com's first half All-American team in college football.
I saw that.
Yeah, first half. Of course, 6 games in. Jonathan Brooks, your lead running back, with Michael Penix at quarterback and Malik Neighbors, the wide receiver from LSU, on that list. Brock Bowers at tight end. And member of the Houston Cougars, by the way, Patrick Paul, their left tackle, who's probably the best player on the Houston Cougars team. He is the first-team All-American tackle there.
Yeah, he's a good player.
A really good player at left tackle. That's one guy that you need to watch this weekend. But who would have predicted that when the season began? That's what's great about football. Jonathan Brooks, he says here, arguably the nation's best running back through the first 6 games of the year.
It's crazy.
Is he going to go to the draft?
He might.
He might
have to consider it.
You have to as a running back.
Yeah, if he's the top running back on the board,
yeah,
if he's the best running back coming out, he's got to consider it. It'd be foolhardy not to.
And, it says, written here in the Athletic.com, says the Longhorns lost arguably the nation's best running back in Bijan Robinson a year ago, yet they might have the nation's best back again in Jonathan Brooks. And that, to me, is the key to this game this weekend. Just saddle it up. And, you now know you've got a more than capable running back. Make that your engine, and then build off of that in your offense, Rod. Makes things pretty simple when you can line it up with the big humans up front and run the ball.
Sark doesn't like simple though. But I think people like that about him. But Sark, he likes to pass to open up the run. I'm not saying he's pass happy. He wants to run the football, but he doesn't necessarily always choose the simplest route. All right. Or the simplest solution. He likes the more extravagant, the more exotic sometimes, and he likes his offense to be aesthetically pleasing. I've even said this. Sark wants to get the crowd hype. He has said that. He has said, I want my offense to get people excited about the game.
He likes
watching
the
the
U's
game.
and the O's.
He wants you guys to be on your feet when you guys are sitting down for the first quarter because he hasn't stimulated the audience in some way. He feels bad. He's in his bag thinking, damn it, man.
It's boring.
I got to get I got to get the crowd hype here. All right. And he could just run the football down their throat. They are really bad. I think they're 99th or I think they're 96th in rush defense. They're really bad. But Sark is not going to go that route. I think he's gonna be balanced, and he might pass to open up the run. But they're really bad in pass defense too. I mean, they're really bad. They're like 117th in pass defense, so you can choose whatever you want against.
Pick your poison, yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, Tavondre Sweat, first team All-American halfway through the year on the defensive side for the Longhorns too.
For the Athletic?
Yeah. Athletic.com. Tavondre Sweat. All right. We'll get to all that. We got football on the brain. Astros beat the Rangers last night, 8-5. They've gotten back into the series now, 2-1 Rangers. We'll preview Game 4 tonight. This text says, "Hey, not sure if the Astros have the pitching advantage. Astros had to use their better bullpen guys last night, while the Rangers saved theirs." Well, I would say this: the Astros can use those same bullpen guys again tonight. They do that a lot. It's not uncommon for Dusty Baker to go back to Hector Neris tonight and Jose Abreu and Ryan Presley. That's what makes the Astros really good. They don't shut down after one appearance last night. They also know they'll go several games in a row. Those guys have. I mean, if you go back to last year when the Astros won the World Series, those 3 guys were a huge part of why they won the World Series. Rafael Montero was a part of that too. Their bullpen ERA last year in the run of the World Series was, I think, the lowest ever in postseason history. I mean, those guys were awesome, and that's where if Houston can play with a lead, it becomes daunting for any other team because you've got to face Neris, whose ERA is like 1.4. You got to face Abreu and then Presley. So that's. But the Rangers have played with the lead in series so far. Last night, finally, the Astros got to play with the lead, and you saw that outcome. Hey, let's go behind the burnt orange curtain, though. It's all about Texas football. Longhorns getting ready for the Houston Cougars on Saturday.
Just to continue the conversation about the accolades that the Longhorns have been given, the kind of mid-season accolades and awards. UT actually posted this on their website, on their social media, I should say. They posted this. The AP gave out their mid-season All-American team honors, and T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy a second team.
Oh,
AP
AP
All-Americans, which is pretty damn good. I mean, I don't know how many D tackles they put on there, but it couldn't be many. And then Jonathan Brooks' first team, AP All-American right now, to go along with what you were talking about the athletics. So Jonathan Brooks, it is an amazing story. He's now AP, ESPN, CBS Sports, Athletic, Fox, and USA Today all have him as a first-team midseason All-American. 4 straight 100-plus yard games. 121 rushing yards per game, first among Power 5 running backs, and he's the Big 12 leader in rushing yards per game, all-purpose yards, rushing TDs, and total TDs. He is easily the biggest surprise of the season for Texas. He may be the biggest surprise in college football. When you think about how following up Bijan Robinson, nobody thought Texas has the best running back room in the country with Bijan Robinson and Rojo, and they'll have it again the next season.
Well, and
with Jonathan Brooks.
Well, he wasn't even the starter, and he's a first-team
Yeah,
All-American.
he started the first 2 games.
Yeah.
Cedric Baxter started the first 2 games.
Yeah. The freshman was the starter, and here he is, his first-team All-American. Because
I have a feeling there was a promise to C.J. Baxter that he would start.
He's like, hey, if I failed my promise.
Yeah.
You technically did start. So, hey, no man of my word. Those things are, I don't know if that happened, but those types of things are promised in recruiting at times. Yeah.
Number 1 running back in the country.
Yeah.
But I would also say that, it's on C.J. Baxter. He's the one that keeps getting banged up.
Can't finish a game.
It's one of those.
He's soft.
Oh, see,
Wow,
he's
no,
a freshman.
Every
He's a freshman.
every time he gets hit, he limps off the field. I'm not exaggerating.
Not every time. But he can't finish the game.
Maybe
right.
he doesn't limp off the field, but he gets up acting like something's wrong with
He's
him.
got to, I think he's got to figure out the difference between him being hurt and when he's injured. And young players sometimes struggle with that. Am I hurt? Am I injured? And pain, it's like, well, no, if you can play through it, that usually means that you're hurt and not injured. If you can't play through it, then you're injured. So I just think he's probably making that determination. Probably hadn't figured that out yet. At the high school level, guys like that don't figure that out because you don't get hit hard enough consistently. You get hit hard. The higher you get up in the levels of football. So I think maybe that's it. I hope that's it. I hope you're not right. But like I said, he hasn't finished the game yet.
No,
and Jonathan Brooks has taken advantage of every opportunity. That's his spot now.
And that dude, Jonathan Brooks, has finished games.
Oh, he is a finisher.
Yeah.
He's a closer. Yeah.
Alabama?
I know. I don't disagree with that at all. And I think he took it personal. I took that personal. When Sark wouldn't name him as the start, he's like, "What? I'm the vet here, and I've shown it on the field." So I think honestly, maybe Sark did it on purpose. His competitive sickness kind of took over. I think in some respect where he wanted to prove that was his spot, and hell, in that not only proving that it was his spot, now he's proving that he might be the best running back in the country. That's crazy.
You know what?
When's the last time a program did that? I know it's happened where they've had the best running back in the country in back-to-back years.
Different player, too.
Yes, I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying.
Back.
I'm talking about back-to-back years with a different player, with a different.
Alabama.
Yeah,
Alabama's probably done it. Yeah.
Well, and it's interesting. Houston doesn't have a lot of great players, U of H, but on this same list, Patrick Paul, the left tackle.
Yeah, he's a real deal.
6'7", 315. He's from Jersey Village down there, kind of near where I grew up.
Yeah.
Northwest. And how about this? According to Pro Football Focus, Paul has not only not allowed a sack this year, he hasn't allowed a single pressure, according to PFF.
Nice.
Not a pressure. That is pretty incredible through 6 games of football. They're 3-3, but he hasn't allowed a pressure. You would think Texas, again, that's one guy you got to deal with, but just keep an eye on Patrick Paul. He'd probably be a first-round draft pick when we get to the draft in April.
Yeah, he's the highest graded pass blocking offensive lineman in the Power 5 according to PFF. So he's the real deal. And they had like a top 75. This is where I saw Jonathan Brooks actually. He was ranked as the top back in Pro Football Focus, top 75 draftable prospects overall. They had him as the number 1 running back there too. So you say the Athletic had him as the top back, and Pro Football Focus has him as the top back coming off the board. I mean, he may have to make a decision. That's which is crazy to think. But yeah, Jonathan Brooks, because he has excelled to this extent, he may have a decision to make at the end of the year. That's a great thing for him. Congrats to that young man. I think he had his number retired at Hallettsville too. Recently, we played that sound, that audio.
Yeah, at high school.
So he's, man.
He was a hell of a player at Hallett. He's a two-way player, 3A school, so you kind of do everything there. He's clearly their best player by a mile. He was Mr. Texas football.
Yes, he was. You're right about that. And he's about to play the worst defense in the Big 12. So this could be a Heisman put. If Sark wants to run the football, if Sark decides, you know what, man, I'm going to just take the path of least resistance here. I'm not going to allow this thing to be a shootout. I'm just going to run the damn football down their throat and force them to submit. And defensively, we'll put our defense in good positions, play complementary football, that kind of thing. If he decides to do it, and then Jonathan Brooks is the focus of the game plan, this could be a Heisman-type game for him. I mean, he could go – he's already been going off, but he can go off even more. We can talk about 200-something yards rushing.
Well, and I agree with you that Sark does like to –
That's a showcase.
X and O, but
he's
I'm not even saying go 6-0
line
line and two tight ends. Just you can run out of
Oh yeah, you can run
11
spread
personnel.
sets.
You can spread it out and run it. He's good in whatever capacity, and I think you can pick your poison here. This says Wisconsin had a good run of running backs a few years ago. That's true.
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
Wisconsin did.
But right now, Texas is kind of running back you because Bijan was the best running back for 2 years in college football, and now it looks like Jonathan Brooks is. That's 3 years in a row. You've had the best running back in the country, arguably.
All right, behind the burnt orange curtain, we'll talk about the Houston Cougars. Donovan Smith is a quarterback the Longhorns have seen, obviously. Won the game at Texas Tech last year.
He's having his best stretch, his best 3-game stretch of his career, arguably.
And he's a streaky player, right? How about against West Virginia last Thursday? Donovan Smith, the big quarterback, transferred in from Texas Tech. He was 0 for his first 6, but then he finished 21 of 27. So he went 21 in a row, Rod.
Yeah.
Including the Hail Mary.
I'm telling you. He's completed over 73% of his passes the last three games.
Yeah, he's playing good.
He's playing good football, man.
Yeah,
so
and their receivers are the strength of their offense.
I like that group. Matthew Golden, so kind of a Sarky receiver, fast. Manjack.
Joseph Manjack.
But he's a beast. He's probably the best overall receiver, period. And they play him in the slot. And
big guy.
He breaks tackles too after the catch, some things. He's a good player. And we haven't even talked about the leading receiver in the Big 12, which is Sam Brown. He doesn't even get the most love because it's not flashy. The other guys kind of do it with flash. He's just steady.
Yeah.
Sam Brown, he's another one.
Well,
so,
as you've said, I agree with you on this game. It's either a blowout for Texas or a shootout. One of the two. Because I don't think Houston has the horses to stop Texas much. But at the same time, they'd like to make it a shootout and see if they can score. Kind of like the Texas Tech game a year ago out in Lubbock.
Exactly right, brother.
Where you go for it on fourth down, you throw caution to the wind, and try to get a huge win with a sellout crowd down at in the third ward. Hey, we come back. We'll get the What the Facts. Also back to the Astros and Rangers and the busy Thursday, previewing the football weekend. A couple of must-see games. You got 2 huge games, one in college, one in pros, that you absolutely have to watch this weekend. We'll tell you what those are. Coming back in What the Facts. What the facts on Hook 'em Up? Facts from the night. Christian Javier has now held opponents to a .71 batting average through his 4 career postseason starts. That's the lowest opponent batting average in any 4-start span in Major League Baseball postseason history. El Reptil, Christian Javier, bringing it.
Love that.
Hard to hit.
It's a great nickname.
.71. Christian,
Man shows
26-year-old
up.
right-hander. That's
Got
big
that,
time.
Got that clutch gene.
Yeah, and
Jimmy
really,
Verlander again.
his only blemish was the home run to Josh Young, the former Texas Tech Red Raider, touched up the Astros twice last night, but the Astros win at 8-5. We'll review that coming up and look forward to Game 4. But, Christian Javier has become a go-to guy for the Astros in the postseason.
What the facts? How about this one for you? This season in conference games in college football, teams who win the first quarter and score first, 69% win percentage.
Ooh.
Be good.
Give me that again. Be good early. Be good
early. Conference games, teams that score first and win the first quarter are 94-43, 69%. So
Nice.
Yeah, no. But be good early. And Texas
Did you
actually
say
has
69?
Yeah, 69.
Nice.
Texas actually hasn't been good early, actually. They've been better. They've been really good late. As a top 10 scoring team in the second half and in the fourth quarter. But once they get good early and in the red zone, damn, watch out. That's when they'll look like one of the best teams in the country. They already are, but like the best team in the country potentially.
Yeah, that's been Sark's MO and focus is score more points on, not kicking field goals, putting the ball in the end zone. And by the way, Jonathan Brooks can help with that, by the way. He can run the football. He should be able to run the ball.
Yes, he can. Yes,
Yeah.
he can. I agree with that. No doubt. Run the rock, baby.
All right. What the facts, Rod? What the facts? This is not my opinion. This is a fact. There are a lot of good games this weekend, but the 2 games you absolutely have to watch this weekend.
Give it to me.
Have to. You've got to be near a television early in the day on Saturday to watch Ohio State and Penn State. That is an 11 o'clock kick. It's the big noon game. You can watch it and still watch Texas and Houston.
That's going to be big.
That is a huge game. I mean, 3 straight Saturdays. You've had Texas OU. Oregon, Washington was the must-see game last week, and neither disappointed. Longhorn fans were disappointed in the outcome of the Cotton Bowl game, but it was a great football game. I think Penn State, Ohio State is going to be, similar. Might be a little lower scoring than those two with the over-under at 45, but Penn State, Ohio State, that is a massive game nationally. Then the NFL, you've got to be by your television on Sunday night to watch the Dolphins play the Eagles.
Oh, yeah.
But a pair of 5-1 football teams.
And the Dolphins. Ooh. Yeah, we got to preview that one tomorrow. I'm going to break that one down.
Dolphins got that one in the bag.
I'm with you. I think the Dolphins do. You guys know I was hounding the Dolphins, but the Eagles' pass rush is good, but their secondary is shaky and questionable.
Well, look, the Dolphins have beaten, some would argue 5 average to below average to bad teams. They played Buffalo, and they scored 20 points and got beat by 28.
That's true.
So that becomes the question. Their wins are over the Chargers, the Patriots, the Broncos, the Giants, and the Panthers. Those are not good teams. Cowboys just beat a sloppy Chargers team on Monday night. New England has got 1 win. Denver's got 1 win. The Giants have 1 win. Carolina has 0 wins. So the Dolphins have played a pretty easy schedule to this point, and the one good team they played beat them by 28 points. This is a big statement game for Buffalo. For Miami. Are they ready to measure up with a Philadelphia Eagles team who is 5-1, but are coming off a down week where they lost to the Jets and Jalen Hurts played a bad game and they're playing in Philadelphia?
They haven't played anybody either. Think about it. They played the Rams, won by 9 points. They played the Commanders, won by a field goal in overtime. They beat the Bucks.
Yep.
Winning record. The only team with a winning record. They beat the Vikings by 6 points, and then they beat the Patriots by 5. They played close games with pretty bad teams. Now that we look back on it, that Patriot, a few of those games in the moment were like, oh, Patriots, Mac Jones, Bill Belichick. Of course it was close, but now that we know how bad those teams are, I think the Eagles should be getting more hate than they are right now. I agree with Micah Parsons in the sound we played yesterday, where Jalen Hurts hasn't been good this year, and the Eagles, like you said, especially in the secondary and defense, it hasn't been the same as last year.
Yeah, no, I think they're missing those coordinators a little bit more.
And Darius Slay.
No doubt. I think they're missing a lot of that.
Or Gardner Johnson, sorry.
C.J. Gardner Johnson. Yeah, who's talking some trash these days. Anyway, what the facts? Getting back to how about this one? We talked about the Aggie offense and their struggles. As much as the Aggies
have an offense?
Yeah, exactly. Right? You Texas A&M Aggies. Yeah, exactly. The struggles on offensive line and the lack of development. We've gone over those numbers. As much as the offense is struggling, though, the defense is balling. Man, we have not given them enough credit. In the 5 games since that Miami lost, 76% stop rate, 12th best in FBS, and they're 5th in points per drive allowed, which is pretty damn good. Their defense isn't really the problem. They had a bad game. We've seen that before. But man, it's the offense that is just dreadful for the Aggies. So Aggie, your defense is playing well. So I just want to throw that
Hey,
out
what's
there.
Jimbo Fisher's side of the ball?
It's offense. That's what. Yeah, it's offense. Yeah, that's him. Yeah,
Isn't he an
man.
offensive guy?
Yeah.
What about Bobby Petrino? What does he do?
They hired him to be an offensive coach. Yeah,
Yeah, it's not very good, is
It's
it?
not very good at all. No.
That could be a problem for him. Just saying.
We'll see. I mean, right now that we'll see if they're willing to pay the price to move on from Jimbo. They should.
Well, and
If it's inevitable, make it immediate. Just do it.
yeah, and that's what we said yesterday. And it was my
Let's do
buddy
it.
Mike Craven from Eyes on Texas and Dave Campbell's who said this on Twitter. But if you're an Aggie fan and you're saying, "Well, we can't afford the $70 million," well, it's going to be $60 next year. Like, what are you doing? You're not talking about a $70 million problem. You're talking about a $10 million problem.
Pretty much.
Every year you put it off, it's into just $10 million you're saving. It's not like it's ever going to go way down. You're going to have to pay off that contract. It's guaranteed.
Yep.
But whether you do it now, it's just a $10 million deal at this point. It's going to be, just $10 million down as they go. And by the way, this past Tuesday was the 2-year anniversary of the last time the Aggies won a road SEC game.
Come on, man. That's
Road game in the SEC
that's a definitive indictment. Like
that was at Missouri.
come on.
At Missouri, they won 35-14. That's the last time they won a road conference game.
Something ain't working. Something ain't working.
That ain't good.
If it's been that long since you've run a road conference game.
2 years.
2
2 years
years?
Tuesday.
Yeah.
That's a fact, Rod.
It's hard to justify keeping a coach around when you can't win a road game in conference.
One other what the fact on the way to the top of the hour, Jose Altuve, the second player in MLB history to hit 25 career postseason home runs, joining one other, Manny Ramirez.
Hey, what the facts?
Man Ram and Jose Altuve, the only 2 players with 25 career MLB home runs in the postseason. Altuve's got 10 in the LCS. That ties Kyle Schwarber, Albert Pujols for the second most all-time, trailing only Manny Ramirez. So big time. Astros back in this series. It's 2-1. We'll recap it coming back. Congratulations to the WNBA's Vegas Aces, Rod, back-to-back.
Back-to-back. Did you see Mark Davis?
Nope. With the bad
Partying?
haircut?
Yeah, he was like dancing. They got a video of him dancing,
Yeah,
celebrating.
please don't. I don't need to see that.
He's excited, man. Isn't Tom Brady a part owner of the
I think so.
the Vegas Aces now too? Yeah. Was he there? No, Tom? Tom
He
didn't show
probably
up?
was
They were
hanging.
talking trash on him a few weeks ago for showing up for the first time.
Oh, well,
They're
what?
like, "Oh, he finally showed up." Huh?
Oh, okay. Well, he should have showed up for this one. This is the one to show up for.
Yeah, the
Come on, man.
back-to-back championship WNBA.
Title Town, baby.
Because I know all of you knew that there was a WNBA championship game last night.
I bet on it.
See, Ty knew.
Were
Ty
you
knew.
in jail?
Me and my guy Rashid got those picks.
Did you get your one phone call?
I need to check those DMs, by the way, and see if he responded.
Hey, we'll be
Oh,
back.
man.
When we do,
That's
we'll
good.
reset the headlines. Rod will have his first rant of the day. We've got our Bullish and BS next hour as well. It's Thursday. For weekends here. Got baseball, football, got it all. Looking forward to it. And looking forward to you rejoining us right after a quick time out at the top. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. It was announced yesterday, Rod Babers, that that gentleman right there playing that guitar will be the entertainment at Longhorn City Limits the next time the Longhorns play a home game. Gary Clark Jr.
Oh, nice. Okay, big time.
Yeah, big time. Our
That
man
is
Gary
big
Clark
time. Yeah, it's legit right there.
will be the
Mhm.
gracing the Longhorn City Limits stage on 1 week from Saturday.
Like that.
That's pretty good. Pretty good,
That's
Gary
dang
Clark
good.
Jr.
It's legit right there, man. Okay, so I said that too, man. The Longhorn City Limits, and then nothing. I mean, I know they try to get a lot of the up and coming bands too, but every now and then they gotta make splashes, man. That's a
That's big.
splash.
That's
Gary
big.
Clark Jr.'s a splash.
That's a big
Now,
one.
I like the up and coming thing too, though. Trust me, I want to get the next big thing. That's I think what Longhorn City Limits tries to do too, which is good. But every now and then, just go ahead and break out the big dogs.
Yeah, Jerry Clark will be
Yeah.
the performer. Anybody get out to that killer show last night at Emo's?
Got to call Nick.
Going to
Nick
Black
Huber.
Pumas on Saturday.
You going to Black Puma? Oh, you are
Ooh.
going to that?
Mhm.
Nice. Well, yeah, man. I would if you're going out this weekend, and I'm going out of town this weekend, so I won't be in town. Going down to Galveston, Ron.
Hey,
my-
Galveston.
My younger sister, my only sister, turns 40 coming up next week, so we're gonna have a
Nice.
little big 40th birthday party for her.
That's cool.
But so I won't. But boy, this weekend it's gonna be either mayhem for people or it's gonna be unbelievable because with the U.S. Grand Prix and COTA cranking up, you know what happens, Rod? You had 2 weekends of Austin City Limits Festival with great music. But man, this weekend it's amazing. We had Nick Shuley in with the set list yesterday. I mean, Chris Stapleton's playing 2 shows at the Moody Center Friday and Saturday.
That's wild.
That's going to be packed. But then there's so much money coming to Austin. Billionaires from all over the world that follow the Formula One.
Mhm.
There are huge shows, and you're going to the Black Pumas show is like an industry show,
It's like
That's
a
legit.
private party.
private party deal.
Ooh, gotta know somebody.
Yeah, they got that new album, Black Pumas, is coming out next the 27th. 27th. So maybe you'll hear a couple of those tracks there, Ty.
I was listening to him on the way this morning.
How'd you get in? How'd you get a ticket to that industry
Hey,
party? You know
gotta
people.
people.
Nick Shuley.
How about this guy's broke, Rod, but he's got a ticket to if Game 6 happens down in Houston,
Going to that.
he's got a ticket.
Mm-hmm.
He went to ACL last weekend without a
Yeah.
ticket. Now you're going to the Black Pumas industry show put on by Universal or something.
I'm going to try to get to F1 too on Sunday.
Hey man, it's not what you know, it's who you know. Ty knows the right people. Got to
Yeah.
know the right people.
And if you pregame adequately, you don't have to spend that much money when you're there.
Damn. Boom. There you go. It's true.
Got
Got to
figure it
ball
out.
on the budget. You got to learn how to ball on the budget.
You were talking about like going out with $20 yesterday.
Oh man,
I'm the king of that. I once went to New Orleans with literally $20 for a whole weekend, and I had a tremendous time.
Exactly.
I don't know how, but it worked out.
There you go. You don't know how. It's like, you know what? No, it works out because you have to use your wits. You had to put your, you know what I mean?
Mind over matter.
Yeah, man. Use your street sense. You know what I mean? Use your street smarts to go out there like, how am I going to eat today? And
Let's
I
just
don't
be
wanna
honest,
really
Rod.
pay
That's right.
for it.
You
Okay, how's
literally
this gonna
kinda-
happen?
You kind of have to be a schmoozer and a scammer. That's how
No.
you. Let's be fair about that. Come on,
That's
come on.
not
To
true.
go to Vegas with 20 or to go to New Orleans with $20 and pull it off.
Just gotta have good friends. Yeah,
Or
good
meet
friends.
people. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not that hard. Like I can be like a girl and get free drinks. It can happen.
Scammer again. Come on
But
now. Let's not
also-
beat around the
It's
bush.
called charisma.
Like I said last hour, when I do have money, I'm balling out for everybody. I'm the guy that comes to the table with 10 shots.
He's one of
for no
those
reason.
dudes. Yeah, I agree.
Well, let's
Yeah,
see, 'cause that's where we're opposite again. I don't take shots.
What comes around goes.
Not anymore, but in
Never
your
been a
20s, you were taking shots.
No,
When you were at Ty's age, you were taking shots?
I've never been a shot taker.
I hate taking shots at bars, but I do it.
Really?
I
This is
hate it
necessary.
and I don't do it.
I
No,
don't, really?
no, I've never
You've
been a shot
never
taker.
done it. You don't have
No,
to.
I'm not saying I've never done it, but
Okay.
it's very infrequent in the history of my life.
Oh, wow. You don't have to like it to do it a lot. You know what I mean?
I mean, I prefer like
if you party.
I'm
prefer
disagreeing
over-
with you on that.
over a mixed drink. I prefer just taking a handle of Tito's with a chaser and just drinking it that way.
That's
you go.
kind of how I am.
That's-
I'd rather sometimes instead of drinking like a cocktail, I just want to take the
I
shot
just
and
wanna
get it
get it
out of
over
the
with.
way, and then
Yeah.
I drink a bottle of water or whatever, and then I got my buzz, but I'm kicking it. You know what I mean?
I got you.
I agree with you
got
there.
you.
Yeah. So I feel you on that, but Nate, you know what?
Hey,
Do
to
you
each his own.
exactly?
To each his
You
own.
know what? Whatever floats your boat. Ty is financially savvy, says Chan. Yeah, there you go. Someone says, catch me if you
Ty's
can.
a scammer.
I do love that movie.
Ty is Leonardo
Catch me if you can.
He's just like jet setting all over the country with like $20 in his
He's going to be an airline pilot by Monday.
Oh, that's what, you know what? He did pretend to be a student at multiple universities. And it worked. He was like in classes, hanging out, hitting on chicks. They're like, so what, are you going to class today? He's like, girl, I don't go here. I'm just kicking it.
I went to class. I
Couple
legitimately went to class a few times at UT
A couple times.
with girls.
Can we
I walk you to class. Go worry, sweetheart.
Can we get to the headlines, please? Trending topics to start your
that's great.
Thursday morning. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the top stories. We start with baseball. Houston Astros put an end to that Texas Rangers postseason winning streak last night and got themselves right back into the All-Texas American League Championship Series with an 8-5 win in Arlington. Houston jumped out to a 3-0 lead in the second, finally got a lead in the series thanks to a walk, a hit bat, and a wild pitch from Ranger starter Max Scherzer. Then with 2 outs in that frame, huge hit for Houston catcher Martin Maldonado at the bottom of the order. He delivered a 2-run single through the left side. Jose Altuve then led off the third inning with his 25th career postseason home run. Mauricio Dubon drove in a run in the fourth. Yordan Alvarez added 2 more in the seventh, and the Astros get the 8-5 win. Houston right-hander Christian Javier, meanwhile, posted another strong October start, held the Rangers to 2 runs on 3 hits over 5 2/3, lowered his career playoff ERA to 2.08. Only blemish was a 2-run homer by the Texas third baseman Josh Young. In the 5th inning, the former Red Raider also hit a second 2-run bomb in the 7th to keep the Rangers in that ball game. Texas still leads the series 2-1. Game 4 is tonight. Globe Life Field. Andrew Heaney will start for the Rangers. Left-hander Jose Urquidy. For Houston, 7:03 the first pitch. Phillies and Diamondbacks also play this afternoon out in the desert. It's Game 3 of that series. Phillies currently lead it 2-0. Texas football now T-minus 2 days till the 8th-ranked Longhorns face Houston Cougars for the first time in 22 years. Last time Texas and Houston played down in Houston, it was a junior named Rod Babers shutting down his side of the ball, and DBU. Chris Sims threw for 311 yards and 3 touchdowns. Texas beat the Cougars at Robertson Stadium 53-26. Saturday, Longhorns will face a 3-3 Houston team that won their first ever game as a member of the Big 12 on the final play, Hail Mary, to beat West Virginia last Thursday night. Texas currently a 23.5-point favorite. College football last night, New Mexico State ripped UTEP 28-7 out in El Paso. In Huntsville, Florida International took down Sam Houston in overtime, and a good one, 33-27. Week 7 of the NFL kicks off tonight in New Orleans. The 3-3 Saints hosting the 4-2 Jags of Jacksonville. Jacksonville quarterback Trevor Lawrence listed as questionable, suffered a knee sprain in their win over the Colts this past Sunday. He says he plans to play, though, in that game. It starts just after 7 o'clock tonight. Trade in the NFL. Word that Mecole Hardman is headed back to Kansas City. The speedy wide receiver signed in free agency with the Jets last March, but now the Jets have sent him back to KC in exchange of late-round draft picks. Basketball led Las Vegas Aces are the first WNBA team to ever repeat as champions in the league's 21-year history. They held on for a 70-69 win over the New York Liberty last night. Asia Wilson led the way with 24 points and 16 rebounds. All right,
Once
Rod.
again, the Astros prove they're road warriors, man. Best road record now in all of baseball if you combine their playoff wins. And they've won 17 of the last 20 on the road, 6 of the last 7 at the Gilf in the regular season. And they seem to be at their best when they're on the road. My theory is they've been told now for the last 2 years, 2-3 years, they're villains and everybody hates them. And they have psychologically kind of programmed themselves to respond to it. And at home, obviously they're not villains, they're loved and beloved. So that psychological programming doesn't help them at home. As a matter of fact, you can argue it hurts them because now they've almost gotten themselves in a certain mindset where they are at their best when they are villains, and they're villains when they're away from home on the road, and people hate the Astros these days. You should listen to some national sports talk radio shows when the Astros are on. Oh man, they just pound them. And by the way, Astros deserve it. Not saying they don't deserve it, but my point is that's how they had to deal with that. They had to build up their armor. And their armor now so they can deal with it on social media and constantly getting battered with it, with commentary from analysts, is that, you know what? We're going to embrace the villainy. And now when people hate us, that will actually fuel us. And I think that's what it is. It's the only way I can explain it.
Well, Dusty Baker explained it this way last night after the ball game. He was asked why they're so good on the road and so bad at home.
I asked the team in spring training to be the best road team. Maybe I should have asked them to be the best road and home team.
See, there you go. Thanks, Dustin. Keep
Simple
it simple.
solution is always the best.
Well, I'd say this for the whole cheating thing. Look, I mentioned this though, but two Tuesdays ago, Frontline on PBS did a full hour and a half documentary on the Astros and the cheating scandal and the success that they've had. I think everybody should go watch it. I mean, it's the truth, but it's the unvarnished truth. It's not the cheating scandal was 6 years ago.
Yeah,
They've been to 3 World Series and won another one since then. That's not the reason that they won the World Series in 2017.
no.
It was part of it, but they own it, and it's fine to be the villain. But at the same time, people need to be rational about it's a great, it's a championship DNA organization.
Fans be rational. What you
I
say?
understand. I get it. I get it.
It's fair to say that nobody will ever respect any of those players ever again.
Well,
In the
believe it.
MLB. I mean, I have some sound.
No,
you don't-
Cody
I-
Bellinger.
there are a lot. No,
how
I
could
agree.
you ever?
They are, like I said, I listen to a lot of players and fans and analysts comment. The Astros are truly hated. They are. And it's good. It's a good thing. I like it. They confuse them. But I agree with E. That just because they cheated, they did cheat, by the way. Just because they cheated, that's not the reason for the success.
No.
They
It
are.
helped.
They're like
They
the
won games.
They're like the Patriots. They had they're a dynastic and cheated. They're not dynastic because they cheated.
Correct. That's the
You know what I mean?
Okay, but they don't make those world or win those first World Series without cheating.
first one.
Yeah, and then that starts. Then everybody was like, "Oh, people want to come play there." You get people in the bullpen
Just go-
and that want to be play
Ty,
for
go
a
watch
winner.
the Frontline special, and then let's talk
Okay.
about it.
All right.
Because
It's like I said, it's good to
It's not about a hate thing for me. It's about
Sure
a
it is.
respect thing.
okay.
well,
Like, I can't respect that. I can't.
So
AJ
people
Hinch, can't
in the
respect
game
him,
don't
like,
respect Justin Verlander, or don't respect Jose Altuve. Really, they don't respect the player that he is.
I don't respect Jose Altuve in the slightest. He's
All
a
right,
cheater. He's a little cheater.
Well, then that would be you. He's going to go
He's a
straight to the Hall of
little
Fame when
cheater.
he's 5 years
And he
retired
can-
from
he
Major
can
League Baseball.
Keep
Oh.
hitting balls to the warning track all he wants.
That is
Cheater.
great. It's like the
I don't think he'll go to the Hall of Fame for that.
Oh, he will.
Oh, you
Oh.
don't think you think he's gonna go to the Hall of Fame? He's gonna go to the Hall
He's
of
gonna
Fame.
go
You
Hall of
can't
Fame.
have a buzzer on your
He
groin.
did,
And
that's been proven.
Yeah.
has it been disproven?
It's more like
okay. So you can-
it's a conspiracy theory. So because of that, I think he's okay. It's a conspiracy
All right.
theory.
Well, everybody in the Astros clubhouse,
But
once
that's-
Mike Fiers confirmed what was going on, it confirmed that Jose Altuve wasn't a part of it. Jose Altuve didn't want the advice, the trash can stuff. I mean, again, Jose Altuve was not one that wanted the bangs. There were certain players that were. It was run by Carlos Beltran, and now the Red Sox manager, Alex Cora, were the orchestrators of the scandal. And they're not even with the organization, haven't been for years and years. But either way, everyone has a right to their opinion. Can we go to Rod's rant of the day?
Hey, that was a good rant.
Rod's rant of the day is brought to you by Apple Leasing, the easiest and safest way to get a new car. Any make, any model. AppleLeasing.com and experience how easy it is.
Yeah, see, pretty much the the text line is split. So like half people agree with Ty and half
Well,
agree
it
with
says
E.
if cheating didn't help them win, then why would they do it? It's the reason they won games. In 2017, 6 years ago,
Yes.
how have they kept winning? Are they still
Yeah,
cheating?
Exactly. It's like the Patriots. It's like, come on, man. You can't say the Patriots were winning because of Deflategate and Spygate.
They've been in three
for all
World
those
Series
years.
since then.
Take-
And
yeah.
7 consecutive American League Championship Series.
Yeah.
They're not cheating right now.
Yeah.
Not that you, I mean, come on.
They're
Not that we know
cheating.
of.
Oh, you
All right,
didn't
so
think-
the Rangers are cheating too. Okay, the Rangers are absolutely cheating. Corey Seager is absolutely cheating. He's got a buzzer on his groin, and that's why he might be the MVP of the American
Hey,
League this year.
if they were cheating and they won the World Series, I would hope that they would vacate that World Series.
Okay, thank you, Ty.
That's all I'm saying.
Well, you can't just say things
How
without.
sanctimonious
Well, you can't
that
just
is.
cheat and then still have the World Series.
Well,
They
that's
need to
on
take
Rob
that
Manfred.
away.
That's on
Well,
Manfred.
yeah,
man. That's on Manfred.
we had those discussions. It's
Yeah.
6 years later, y'all,
I know. He's still,
and they're still winning.
But look how, I know. But look how passionate people are still about it, though.
That's fine.
I think that's why people.
All I'm asking is to be fair and rational.
Yes, no, I'm with you. Hey, I'm an Astros fan. I can see, like I said, they they're great and cheated. They're not great because they cheated.
Thank you, Rod.
I think that's where I'm willing to draw the line. But I get it. I don't disrespect or I don't necessarily discount anybody else's opinions on that because I get it. The cheating thing, it hits people in a very sentimental place. All right. Let's talk about the Texans for a little while. I know nobody gives a damn about the Texans, but I want to every now and then I like to chart the progress of the Texans because they're playing so well. And obviously we got a bye week for the Texans and the Cowboys, so we'll be doing some deep dive into Texans and the Cowboys in the next week or so. But have you been paying attention to the drastic improvements on offense and defense for the Texans? It's amazing. You realize the Texans they're the 7th most explosive offense in the NFL if you're looking at explosive plays. 10-plus yard rushes, 20-plus yard passes. It's unbelievable. Like right now, they are, and you could make the argument they are more explosive than the Dallas Cowboys offense, which I don't think nobody would have predicted that at the beginning of the season. But yeah, they're really good. Or they're just as explosive, maybe you can say, as the Dallas Cowboys offense. Cowboys, I think, have 35 explosives. Texans have 40. Which is pretty damn good. The Texans it's tracking from last season. They were 27th in scoring defense last season. They're 9th. They're top 10 this year. They were 29th in yards per carry allowed last season, which was really bad. It was 5.1 yards per carry. So basically, you get a first down running every 2 times you ran the ball against the Texans. They're 13th in 2023. Less than 4 yards per carry allowed. Texans defense allowed 7 points on average in the fourth quarter in 2022. That was 23rd in the NFL. Now they allow 4 points in the fourth quarter. That's top 5. Offensively, 27th in pass defense in 2022. Pass offense, in 2022. 7th in 2023. 31st in third down conversion rates in 2022 at 30%. They are 6th in 2023 in third down conversion rate. They were 11th in total points. They are 11th in total points, 14th in points per game, 8th in total offense, 9th in yards per game, and they actually lead the league in rookie snaps on offense with 1,071. Pretty damn good. Remember yesterday we said they're second in the league in most snaps by non-rookie quarterbacks. Only the Rams have more snaps by non-rookie quarterbacks. And you look at the leap by the defense, Texans defense, 11th in total defense, 9th in scoring defense. The Texans have scored also, if we go offensively, 34 first quarter points. That is tied with Kansas City and Buffalo for the 6th most. I mean, the turnaround has been remarkable. Now, they're not done, and I don't know if they're going to, well, maybe now that Anthony Richardson's out, they got a chance to.
Well, think about this, Rod.
When the Texans compete in the division.
When the Texans come out of their bye week, which the Cowboys and Texans share the bye week this weekend, they'll be at Carolina, an 0-6 football team. That's a winnable game coming off your bye week, right?
Oh, yeah.
Even on the road. If they win that, they come back home to play Tampa and Baker Mayfield. That's a winnable game at home. And Houston's already beaten New Orleans, a winning team, and Pittsburgh at home.
Yeah.
Then they go to Cincinnati in a big game. Then they come home for Arizona.
It's a winnable game.
They could be playing a game on November the 26th, right around Thanksgiving, hosting Jacksonville, in a game that might be in the conversation for playing within the division. That could be a huge game.
You're right, because they already got one win at Jacksonville.
Yeah, they beat Jacksonville.
Yeah,
and that what you're saying is pretty staggering. How bad the Texans have been, and how quickly DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud have turned things. They're a capable team, and they're 3-3. But again, with Carolina, Tampa, Cincinnati, and Arizona, their next 4,
I know
they could come out of the bye and go 3-1 and be sitting at 6-4.
I know, and they got Denver after that Jacksonville game.
Yeah, and then the Jets.
Damn, you're right. I mean, it's crazy. Look, they could be looking at
we're talking about
8-9 wins.
All the numbers you're saying are and they should, as a young team, get better and get more capable. That's pretty encouraging if you're a Houston fan, that you're playing a last place schedule. And so it stacks up for you. The fact that you've already beaten a Pittsburgh team that is perennially a playoff team. You beat Jacksonville in Jacksonville.
Man, should have had that Atlanta game. Should have had it.
Yeah, that Atlanta game, you had the lead with a minute to play and you couldn't finish it. They played one really bad game this year. That was against Indianapolis. So it won't get a lot of national conversation about Houston, but obviously in the state of Texas, it shouldn't be unnoticed that the improvement of the Houston Texans and what they can, if they have a good month coming out of the bye week, they could be in the mix to fight Jacksonville for the division. That's crazy.
That is crazy because with Anthony Richardson out with the Colts, and we don't know what Gardner Minshew is going to do, but I'm with you. I didn't expect that to be the case. And not only do they have a rookie quarterback who's playing at a really high level, rookie head coach, rookie OC. I mean, it's just so many kind of first year, players and coaches who are just still learning on the job pretty much. And you're starting to see them excel. So a lot of optimism down in H-Town. Hey, let me ask you this, because you got Ohio roots, right?
Mm-hmm. First 8 years of my life.
There's a stigma
Rust
about
Belt, baby.
Yeah, right. There's a stigma about Ohio State quarterbacks. Is C.J. Stroud the best Ohio State quarterback since when to go into the NFL? Because when they get to the NFL, they have a reputation that they don't perform at the NFL level.
Well, there's also
it doesn't
the
translate
fact,
as well.
I'll say this: having watched Ohio State football my whole life, my father is a dyed-in-the-wool, passionate Ohio State fan, so I've grown up with it.
Yeah,
he's the best passer of the football that Ohio State's ever had.
Period.
I mean that.
Unless you're talking Joe Burrow transferring.
Yeah, Joe Burrow never got to play.
Yeah,
Joe Burrow would have been. But no, I mean, if you watched Ohio State, I mean, there's a reason. I mean, Justin Fields was not a great thrower of the football. He's a great athlete playing quarterback.
Yeah.
Braxton Miller?
Dwayne Haskins
was a pretty good player.
Yeah.
But, C.J. Stroud was at a different level as a passer and just a quarterback. He was really good at Ohio State. Set a lot of records. So, yeah, I mean, there are myths that are factual, and then there's, the Ohio State's always had, a lot of great athletes play quarterback and just great players. But C.J. Stroud was the most accomplished thrower and passer that the program's ever had.
Looks like it.
So, you don't know once these guys get to the NFL how they're going to flourish. But I guess what I'd say is it's not surprising Justin Fields is struggling, right? Terrell Pryor was never a quarterback. He was going to move to wide receiver. The quarterbacks have been more great athletes than great quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I think C.J. Stroud was a high-level quarterback at Ohio State.
It seems like it. He is, he has blown all the Texans fans away. He is way ahead of schedule. I mean, this guy, we played the sound, the audio last week of that potential game-winning touchdown, but it was a go-ahead touchdown against the Falcons. He suggested and diagrammed and drew up the play. Didn't necessarily draw it up literally, but he came up with the go-ahead touchdown play to Dalton Schultz as a rookie. That's pretty impressive. Told the offensive coordinator, Slowick, hey, man, we should run this. And Slowick said, I agree. It's a good play. They got something special brewing down there in H-Town. Hopefully.
Well, we'll see. Next month is big, right? And D'Amico Ryan's got to keep improving that football team. By the way, Cowboys come out of their bye. We can play the Rams and the Eagles. So two pretty tough games coming out of their bye. Houston's got a couple winnable games coming out of theirs. We'll come back. When we do, we'll pick up these conversations. The Ty E debate will continue. Also, some bullish or BS.
Text line is lit.
Hook 'em up with Ian Rodby. Astros back in the ALCS. Bats came alive last night, took an early lead. Christian Javier made it stand. That's 2-1 Rangers. Game 4 tonight. Right on the cheating scandal debate that Ty and I had.
Oh, yeah, man.
Number of Astros players who are still on the roster who are on the team in 2017.
How many?
3.
3?
One of them, Justin Verlander, who got there in the month of September. Played a month there and won a World Series. So 2, actually, on the roster right now. So fair enough. If you don't want to respect Jose Altuve, that's fine. You can always help Alex Bregman. That's fine. But I want to respect Yordan Alvarez and Kyle Tucker and Michael Brantley and the other Astros that have continued to win.
Oh, I like Jordan.
Okay. Well,
I would walk him literally every time. I don't know why he
but
pitched
all
him,
evidence shows that Jose Altuve didn't participate in the trash can stuff.
So why didn't they let him take off his jersey?
Okay, but that's such a. He said why, but that
because what did he say?
He said his wife, because they took his jersey off earlier in the season and he doesn't wear an undershirt, and his wife got mad at him. Is what he said. So
Come on.
All right, well that's definitive proof, Ty.
That's definitive proof. Him just coming up with that excuse.
It does sound like a weird excuse.
Come on.
Well,
I've always thought that. I was like, that's a weird excuse, but it's his reason. Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't if I was that small.
So is he wearing a buzzer still? He batted .315 this year. He's still hit 30 home runs.
Exactly.
I mean, like, come on. The proof is in the continued success.
I'm not. I know. Yeah, they're good. They're all good players, but I'm just saying, like, once you cheat, it's like Barry Bonds. The texter said earlier, like he took steroids 30 years ago, and people are still talking about it, calling him a cheater. And he's not in the Hall of Fame, and even though he technically is the all-time home run leader.
The slut at your high school reunion, people still think she's a slut. She's a mother of 3. She's working a corporate job. It's like, oh yeah, she was a slut. It's like that was 30 years ago.
And it's not like I don't have the same feelings towards the Yankees and the Red Sox who were caught for doing the same exact thing.
It's hard to
once you're a cheater, you're always a cheater in my mind.
Yeah.
If the Rangers got caught, yeah,
it's hard to change people's opinions.
I would feel the same exact way. It's not about the Astros. It's about the principle.
Okay.
Take away that World Series. Y'all got the other one. Just take that one away. Vacate it.
And I wouldn't have been against that, and I argued for that when it happened.
There you go.
Same time, why didn't baseball investigate further beyond the Astros?
Because it's a bad look for baseball.
Because the entire league would have been under investigation, and they would have had to vacate the entire league because everyone was doing it.
Yeah, definitely more than more teams than the Astros.
Everyone was. Baseball was slow to react to technology and how baseball clubhouses were using technology ahead of baseball getting behind it. So, yes, the Astros did it, but so were the Dodgers, so were the Yankees, so were the Red Sox. It was all proven. So why didn't they vacate? Why didn't they go further? Because it would indict the entire league. Doesn't minimize what the Astros were caught doing and were proven. Mike Fiers blew the whistle, and that's fair. But at the same time, you can't say one thing without saying the other. It's like saying Barry Bonds was using steroids. Well, 85 to 90% of the league were using steroids at the time.
Yeah, and before he took steroids, he was really good before that.
Yes, he was. I think Barry Bonds should be in the Hall of Fame. I've said that many times. I think Roger Clemens should be in the Hall of Fame. I think all the players from the steroid era should be in the Hall of Fame. And I think the Hall of Fame should have a huge display and a wing that talks about the steroid era to tell the story of baseball. You can't tell the story of baseball without telling that. You can call it a blight. You can call it an asterisk. You can call it what you want, but it happened. And baseball allowed it to happen and encouraged it to happen. So you can't then pretend it didn't happen. You have to tell the story. But if you're going to tell the Astros story and make them the villains, that's fine. But tell the whole story. Tell the entirety of it. Yankees were doing the exact same thing, and the Yankees got punished before the Astros did. So again, that's all. But it doesn't minimize that they've kept winning. Yankees haven't kept winning, Rod.
That's the big thing.
Red Sox haven't kept winning.
Yeah, like
I will say it. The Astros are a very well-run organization, and they've had sustained success. But that has nothing to do with my point.
It's fine, fair enough. Long
like
as
I'll admit it.
Two players,
good organization. Yeah, and I'm not saying they're cheating now. I don't even know how we started this conversation.
We started the conversation because I said that they're a road team. They're good on the road because they've embraced their villainy.
Yes.
And
that's true.
They're villains and they're hated. And this proves my point. They're still really hated across the country.
And I will admit that typically I don't get caught up in emotional arguments, but I do get emotional about the Astros because that's my favorite team.
Yeah,
it's not fair to the players who weren't on that team. It's not.
Yeah,
but if you're going to embrace that identity, like Rod's saying,
exactly,
and I'm fine with it. But
it's not fair, but it is the reality.
Well, okay, because Ty says emotional things too. Well, I don't respect any of those players. We don't respect Yordan Alvarez. Yordan Alvarez has nothing to do with this. Kyle Tucker has nothing to do with it. 2 players on the roster were on the team in 2017. 2.
Mhm.
You can, but so don't. I understand they shouldn't all be. That's all I'm saying
Yeah.
is you should respect Dusty Baker and the winning and the
That's
organization.
fair.
And that's why I said you go watch the Frontline episode on PBS. You can watch it online if you want. It tells what I think is the pretty unvarnished truth. It doesn't paint Astros in a good light, but at the same time, it tells the entire story about what was going on in baseball at the time, how the Astros were a part of the bigger machine, all of that. And that's the fair part of it. But at the same time, I understand how fans are, Rod. You said it earlier. Expect fans not to be emotional and irrational. That's not going to happen. Same time, let's be fair and tell the whole story and give credit where credit is due when it's due. And I mean, I sit there every morning, Ty, and you hear me. I give the Rangers a ton of credit for what they've done with their organization to get it turned. They were a 100-loss team 2 years ago, and now they're 2 wins from the World Series. That's pretty damn impressive. I don't think they're cheating. I think they're doing a hell of a job. That's where credit is due, and that's why this is a great series. And now the Astros are back in it. Thank you, Christian Javier. Thank you, Max Scherzer.
Yeah, and no, I
saw that one coming.
I see both sides. I do. I see both sides. That's why the Astros got to keep winning. Because as soon as they stop winning, that narrative that
I do think that has been fuel. I do think for guys like Altuve and Bregman,
you got to keep winning, man.
That has been absolute fuel, and it's a big part of it. That they wanted, they can never run away from it. They can never hide it. There's always a scarlet letter, without a doubt.
No question.
Same time, the more you win on top of it, the more people respect
It's like
it.
the Patriots. They're like, you know what? Forget about it. Yeah, they cheated, but that's not the reason they were that dominant.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You know, I mean, the Patriots absolutely cheated, without a doubt, just like the Astros did.
Yep.
Absolutely. They were stealing signs. They were videoing signs. Same thing, using technology to gain an edge.
Nobody's throwing it on Brady's legacy right
Tom
now.
Brady
though.
does.
Nobody's hating on Brady right now because of that, because they kept winning.
I mean, people hate on Brady all the time.
Well, not because of that,
playing,
though. Not because of the cheating stuff,
time.
though. No, they don't.
Deflategate.
Not really.
There was always something.
Because he went to the Bucks and won one without Belichick, without them. So people have pretty much, just from what I've listened to, maybe you listen to different stuff, they don't bring up that hating on Brady.
Well, when he was with the Patriots, it was kind of like the Astros, where he was the heel, and then the Bucks, it was like it's kind of like when LeBron went back to Cleveland for Miami. It was like, not that he was ever cheating, but that move kind of changed the perception of the player in people's minds, or at least in my mind. Like I hated Tom Brady when he was on the Patriots. With the Bucks, I was like, you know what? Like I'm kind of rooting for him. Like, rooting for the old man. I like the story.
But you either die a hero or you live long enough to become a villain. That's just the truth.
Steph Curry.
I mean, a great quote from
Steph
Dark
Curry
Knight.
is a great example of that
too. Exactly. It's a matter of time. Look at Mac Brown. It's only a matter of time when people start vilifying you. And it's like, what did I do? It's like, well, honestly, like what Lou Holtz already said, every year that you're around, you lose like 10% of your following and your support. Sometimes you stay around too long. Team and people, and you stay at the top too long, and most people start to hate you more than they support you.
Yeah, I remember when the Astros were like the first good. Everybody loved them.
They're the darlings of baseball. Yeah, I remember that.
That's sports.
Yep.
It says find someone that defends you like E defends the Astros. There you go. It says Hogan is part of the reason I hate the Astros. Their fans are so arrogant. I grew up with this whole lot of Houston people. They drive me nuts with arrogance. I'm not arrogant. I'm just saying the winning has continued.
How'd the Astros grow up arrogant? They weren't good. They weren't that good. They weren't that good.
Especially if you lived through 600 loss seasons.
I was gonna say, they were really bad when I was coming up. But it wasn't great anyway.
Terrible. This said shouldn't let homers host radio shows. Love that. 25 years now, Rod.
Oh man, yeah. Homers.
Astros just found another way to cheat. See, exactly.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Like I said, they keep winning, and then this narrative I think it'll shift, or you could share. But Ty's right. Some people will always just consider them cheaters. That's it. It's the way it goes.
Understood.
That's the price.
But I will still make the argument to defend it. I mean, that's within my purview too.
Tom Shady and Belichick.
It's all right. You'll have a lot of time to think about it in 54 outs.
Ooh.
You know the series is going 7, right?
It's okay. I mean, y'all are comfortable. I wanted to go 6. I want to go to that game.
Yeah, he wants to go 6.
I'm not. Obviously, I want the Rangers to win the next 2 games, but if they lose one, I will not be.
Game 4 is tonight, 7:03. It's going to be Jose Urquidy facing Andrew Heaney.
If it ends up tied up 2-2, though, woo, man, that would be dangerous for the Rangers.
Tonight's a big ball game
if they end up tying it up.
All right, we'll get back to the must-see games of the weekend. There are some big ones. Top 6 matchup in college football. 5-1 versus 5-1 in the NFL. Will we find out on Sunday night how good are the Dolphins? How good are the Eagles? I think that's a big debate we can get to because neither team has beaten anybody really good yet in their schedule. So we'll talk about that and get to the other big stories. Coming back, though, bullish or BS on a Thursday morning. It took them up with Ian Rodby. Coming up next hour, we'll get back into Texas and Houston Big 12 football. Houston headed to the third ward. The third ward, Rod.
H-Town, baby. Mm-hmm.
You grew up not far from there.
Yeah, South Park.
South Park?
Vegas. About 5-10 minutes right down Scott. To go down the third ward.
I'll continue to tell you, folks, if you're going to Houston for the game, get there early. Get there early. That's going to be a mess parking. That area of Houston not built for big crowds, and it'll have their biggest crowd of the year. 40,000 will be on hand. It's going to be a mess, and they really don't handle that very well down to Houston. Just going to tell you that.
Some of that French's fried chicken, too, is pretty good.
Ooh. Get there early. Maybe Uber over, one of those kind of things.
Oh, yeah.
Stay downtown and Uber down there. Get on the train. You can take a train down there, too, right?
I know. I've seen that, and I've never been on that damn train, but I've seen the train. Been there for a while, too. I just never rode it.
You can do that.
Yeah.
You could do it. Hey, Rod, bullish or BS time, and brought to you by friends from the Austin Gamblers. Remember, JJ Gotch was with us. Good luck to the Gamblers. They're going to be in Vegas this weekend for the PBR Team Series playoffs and championship. As JJ told us yesterday, they because they won the regular season crown, the Austin Gamblers, they'll be off on Friday to get the bye.
Mm-hmm.
They'll go be competing on Saturday and Sunday for the championship. You can watch all of that on CBS Sports Net.
Nice. I like that.
Saturday and Sunday. Good luck to the Gamblers.
You think he's still got some open spots on that plane?
He did. He said that.
You missed the plane. You missed the plane yesterday. It was yesterday.
Oh, he had the invite out there. Oh, yeah, because Ty, see, this is how Ty ends up jet setting around the country. He doesn't turn down. He doesn't turn down an invitation, even if it's like an empty one. You're like, you know what? You're invited, even though you don't mean it. Ty will take that invitation.
I'll hit you up, Dave.
Yeah, exactly. Don't be like, hey, Ty, you're invited to come. Ty will come. He will be there.
Really intriguing games this weekend, Rod. So bullish or BS? Are you more bullish on Penn State or more bullish on Ohio State? And the reason I say it that way is that neither team has really played anybody. Penn State's best wins over West Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
To start the season, they've beaten Delaware, Illinois, Iowa, Northwestern, and UMass. So not exactly a murderer's row.
I know. Can we trust James Franklin in a big game? That's what it comes down to, because James Franklin has not proven to be a big game coach. He's proven to be a damn good coach, but big game coach, no. And this is a big game. He usually loses.
Ohio State, hard to be bullish on them either, because they've played Indiana, Youngstown State, Western Kentucky. They did beat Notre Dame in that game when Notre Dame had 10 men on the field. Maryland and Purdue are their victories. So are you leaning Buckeyes because James Franklin's not a big game coach? Is that kind of what I'm hearing here?
That's kind of where I'm leaning. I'm kind of leaning Ohio State just because I don't trust James Franklin in big games yet. What's the last big game he won?
Fair point.
All right.
Drew Aller, though, I like this quarterback. The Penn State Nittany Lions do sport the number one defense in the country now.
They seem like right now they're the better team.
Yep.
But I said my only thing is I can't remember the last big game.
Until you see it, you can't buy it.
Yeah.
I would also say for the biggest game in the NFL this weekend, same kind of thing. Miami plays at Philadelphia. That feels like kind of must-see TV.
Oh, yeah, it's nice.
But when you look into the numbers, the Dolphins have beaten the 1-win Patriots, the 1-win Broncos, the 1-win Giants, and the 0-win Carolina Panthers.
And I just beat them.
But they're running up big numbers on those teams.
Big numbers.
Their one loss was at Buffalo, and they lost by 28. They also beat the Chargers. Philadelphia, though, as Ty pointed out, hasn't beaten much of anybody either. Their wins have come against bad teams. I'm intrigued by that game because it feels like a playoff game to me. I mean, it's not, but at the same time, it just feels like, are the Dolphins ready for the physicality of what the Eagles do on the lines of scrimmage? Are they ready for the physicality of their offense and their defensive line? And is Tua ready to step up on a primetime game? Got to see that. That's 7:20 on Sunday night. That's a heck of a ball game.
Yeah, listen, the Philadelphia Eagles are going to be a really good matchup and a really bad matchup defensively against Miami for two different reasons. Their pass rush, still one of the best in the NFL, and they're deep, so they can get after Tua. But remember, Mike McDaniel came in and designed that offense specifically to keep Tua clean. Their big issue was they want to get the ball vertically downfield and take shots down the field, but that takes time, and time is going to endanger their quarterback, who is fragile. So how did he solve it? Lots and lots and lots of motion to get his really fast guys on the move, so when the ball is already snapped, they got a running start. And it actually has helped him a little bit. It helps him with leverage and angles. And imagine Tyreek Hill with a 3-yard running start, what they call that cheat motion. That's been one of his secrets, and it's worked out really well for them. That'll be the key in this game. Can the Philadelphia Eagles get to him? Because nobody's been able to really get to him consistently this year before the ball's out.
All right, those are your two biggest games of the college and pro football
weekend.
weekend.
By the way, Jalen Ramsey, I believe, is
he coming back?
He's practicing. I don't know if he's going to play.
Of course, they traded from the
But Jalen
Rams to
Ramsey
get
is
their-
back practicing
help.
with the Miami Dolphins. Yeah.
That would help. There are other big games in college football, Rod. The top 25 matchups include USC, Utah. Didn't Utah punk them twice last year?
Yeah, and it's Cameron Rising's still not back with Utah, is he?
No, he's not.
Man, when he comes back, Utah's going to be – they're going to spoil it for somebody. I don't know. Maybe they can kind of finagle their way into the Pac-12 title game. Not sure, but –
Tennessee and Alabama is a big game on Saturday. Duke, Florida State is a top 16 matchup. Duke, that one loss was a heartbreaker to Notre Dame, where they'd be 6-0. That'd be a top 10 matchup if they hadn't given up that 4th and 16 to the Irish in that one. So big games. Bullish or BS, Rob? What do you have?
bullish or BS? The Chiefs, which I told you they were going to make a trade for a wide receiver.
Mecole Hardman.
Traded for Mecole Hardman. Bullish or BS? This is going to make an impact. The Jets, actually, they traded, you mentioned this in your update, traded Mecole Hardman and a 2025 7th-round pick in exchange for a 2025 6th-round pick. Bullish or BS? This will move the needle for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Sad part is it's how bad their receiving core is. It's an upgrade for them.
It's terrible. Their receiving core is bad.
It's
really
someone,
bad.
but that's the commentary on how bad their receiving core is. That getting Mecole Hardman away from the Jets is an upgrade.
It is.
But he knows the offense. Patrick Mahomes knows him. I think that's the biggest thing right now, right? You have a Hall of Fame quarterback who right now doesn't trust his receivers. He doesn't know who's going to run the route right. He doesn't know who's going to catch the ball when he throws it to him. Outside of Travis Kelce, he doesn't really trust anybody.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I would think Jerick McKinnon, his running back, would be his second most trusted target when he drops back to throw. He doesn't trust Sky Moore. He doesn't trust Kadarius Toney.
They like some of the young guys they have.
And that's
like
never
Justin
good, Rob, when your
Ross
quarterback is maybe Rasheed, what's his name? The kid?
Rashee
Rice.
Rasheed Rice from SMU
Yeah.
might be the guy, but he drops the
He
ball more
drops
than
a
anybody.
lot. Yeah, he's got a high drop rate.
I think it's funny going back to I think it was Salah's comments in the offseason when they got Hardman. He said we're gonna use him a lot more than just a jet sweep guy. And I don't think he ever suited up in a regular season game for the Jets.
So I guess he was just a jet sweep guy in the end. They couldn't find a role
I
for him.
guess, yeah.
Wow. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the Kansas City offense, if Andy Reid can't maximize you, I don't know if anybody can.
NFL Week 7 does kick off tonight in New Orleans. Jacksonville at the New Orleans Saints.
Nolans.
We'll see. Saints have the 5th-ranked defense in the league against maybe an iffy Trevor Lawrence in that game. Big issue for big jump forward for Jacksonville, Rod. The last couple games have been Travis Etienne,
Yes.
the running back. He's
looked
got
good.
over 260 yards from scrimmage and 4 touchdowns in his last 2 games. He's the guy to watch tonight. But do have NFL football. Got some college football tonight as well. High school football tonight, and certainly baseball. Astros Rangers Game 4. We're coming back. We'll recap Game 3. Astros get a win, get back in the series, get our headlines. Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain. We got a lot to do on a Thursday into the weekend on Hook 'em Up. Hook 'em up on a Thursday. Rod Babers, E. Hogan, Ty Henderson as well. Good conversations this morning for sure. Astros back in it in the ALCS. How about statistically, Rod? You're a big stats guy.
Love it.
Martin Maldonado is the worst hitter in baseball
Martin.
against four-seam fastballs.
Uh-oh.
That's a robust 117.
Damn. That's bad.
And Max Scherzer threw him a 94-mile-an-hour four-seam fastball last night in a big moment, and he ripped it down the line, and Josh Young couldn't make the play, scored 2 runs.
Even a broken clock's right twice a day.
Yeah, man. That's
That's
Astro
bad.
fans were
That's
happy
clutch,
to see
then.
that. Big clutch.
That's
Big clutch.
then. That makes that moment even bigger.
It was huge.
Wow.
Yeah, he doesn't hit fastball. He doesn't have the bat speed. He never has been a great hitter, and now he's his bat speed is down further as
So
he's
the
aged.
the scouting report work it actually blew up in the Rangers' face a little bit.
Yes.
Sometimes it does that, man. Sometimes you trust me. I'm a stats guy. I look at trends and patterns, and I'm always like, "Hey, do that more because that works more. Do that less because that's ineffective." And then sometimes you go into the damn game, and that's why they play the game. That's how baseball goes.
Didn't he strike out with the bases loaded in game 2?
I mean, that's typically what he does.
Exactly. That's
Because he doesn't catch up to that fastball very often.
Last night was the
surprising
exception.
moment. Yeah.
that was the exception, not the
huge.
rule.
Gave the Astros their first lead of the series. Now, there had already been a run scored on a pass ball, or wild pitch, or whatever, or the jump, bounced off of Jonah Heim's catcher's gear. Because look, Max Scherzer, we talked about it. What is Max Scherzer going to be after 5 weeks off and really just a simulated start to get ready for that game? He wasn't sharp. Got through the first inning, but then a walk, a hit batter, wild pitch, all those things led to a run, and then he left one up over the zone. Because even Martin Maldonado, who doesn't hit fastballs very well, it needs to be a well-located fastball, and that was not. It was up, and Maldonado
Shaky Scherzer.
macheted it down the line there, and that was big for sure in that moment. So, yes, a lot to like if you're an Astros fan, at least out of that game, to get it back to 2-1. Let's get you caught up on the news, how the Astros got back in the ALCS, also the other stories of the morning. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the top stories. And, yeah, the Astros put an end to that Rangers win streak last night, got themselves back into the ALCS with an 8-5 win. We mentioned Houston jumped out 3-0 in that second inning with the walk, hit batter, wild pitch, and then Martin Maldonado, the 2-run single. Jose Altuve belted his 25th career postseason home run to lead off the third. Mauricio Dubon drove in another run in the fourth, and then Yordan Alvarez drove in 2 more in the seventh to extend the lead. Right-hander Christian Javier posted another strong October start. He held the Red Hot Rangers to 2 runs and 3 hits over 5 2/3. His career playoff ERA now is 2.08. It was Texas third baseman Josh Young doing the only damage last night for the Rangers. Hit a 2-run homer in the fifth and another 2-run homer in the seventh to keep the Rangers close. Texas still leads the best of 7 2-1 Game 4 tonight. Andrew Heaney facing Jose Urquidy. Texas football, Longhorns now T-minus 2 days to the showdown with Houston, the Cougars. First time the Longhorns have traveled to South Houston in 22 years. Last time Texas played at Houston, a junior named Rod Babers was shutting down his side of the field at DBU. Chris Sims threw for 311 yards, 3 TDs to lead Texas to a win at Robertson Stadium, 53-26. Saturday, the Horns will face a 3-3 Houston team that won their first ever game as a member of the Big 12 on that Hail Mary play last Thursday to beat West Virginia. Texas currently a 23.5-point favorite. NFL Week 7 kicks off tonight in New Orleans. 3-3 Saints hosting the 4-2 Jacksonville Jaguars. Keep an eye on Jacksonville quarterback Trevor Lawrence. He's listed as questionable. Suffered a knee sprain in their win over the Colts this past Sunday. Says he's going to try to play. We'll see. Trade in the NFL. Word that Mecole Hardman's been traded back to Kansas City. The speedy wideout signed in free agency with the Jets last March. Jets have sent him back to KC in an exchange of late-round draft picks. In basketball, Vegas Aces, the first ever WNBA team to repeat as champions in the league's 21-year history. They beat the New York Liberty last night 70-69. Asia Wilson led the way with 24 points and 16 rebounds. And Texas volleyball team, big win last night. They beat TCU 3-2 in Big 12 play.
Yep. We'll get into some Texas football discussion here when we go behind the Burns curtain and talk about Texas and U of H. But the Longhorns who have gotten some love here with the mid-season awards, because you brought this up yesterday. You had a lot of I think it was the Lombardi Award. Wasn't it
5
Lombardi?
Longhorns on
It's
the
the
watch
Lombardi?
list for Lombardi. You've got the Joe Moore Award, which goes to the best offensive line unit. Longhorns are on the midseason honor roll there.
And they published, or at least Texas. They posted another one, another mid-season award watch list, or at least a mid-season All-American award watch list, and it was from the AP. And the AP has Jonathan Brooks as their number one running back, as the top running back, first team, and Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy as the second team Associated Press mid-season All-Americans.
Well, look, the Longhorns have...
Which is not really a thing.
Well,
It just became a thing.
It's
And
clicks.
well, it just show. I like it because it shows you who's on track.
Yeah, it
That's
does.
because we usually would have this discussion anyway, except now you actually have the publications themselves doing it. So I'm not hating on it. I'm just saying it's not you can't claim that.
I don't think-
at the end of the season you can't go, hey, mid-season All-American. You can't claim that.
No,
You
no,
know what I mean?
you don't get it. It's not
You
a-
don't-
well, but that's really what it's
Yeah.
about for me. For Texas, you're at the midway point. You know, the schedule was, nice to set up where you have 6 games and then a bye and then 6 more. But what you've thrown through 6 games is you're really good. I mean, you're one of the top 10 best teams in the country, in my opinion. You didn't play great against another top 10 team in Oklahoma, and you lost that game. Really, a lot by your own doing, right? Your turnover. And give Oklahoma credit for bringing the energy and bringing the intensity in that game. But
Good game plan too.
yeah, I mean, Oklahoma checked every box in that game. Can they do that 6 more times? We'll see. But for Texas, all the offseason conversation, is this the year that Texas is back? Is this the year that Texas, gets back into the conversation, big picture? I think through 6 games, it's fair to say, yeah, they are. They're back into that conversation. And they've put some guys have earned what you're saying, right? Those honors. Earned. Who would have picked Jonathan Brooks to be midseason All-American at running back?
The first team.
Wasn't even starting when
He's
the
a-
season began.
Doak Walker Award front runner.
Right.
He might be the biggest surprise story in college football right now.
One of them.
Considering you followed up Bijan and Rojo, the best running back room in the country is still the best running back room in the country.
Well, look, I mean,
Without Bijan and Rojo.
at the start of the season, we called it the all gas, no excuses season. And I still think that's what it is. And now you're all gas the rest of the way. And if you improve on the things that you now have been exposed on that you still need to work on, well, those are all fixable, Rod. Everything we saw in the Oklahoma game to me is fixable and are fixable. If you do, this has a chance to be a pretty special year that could end with a Big 12 championship, or at least in the championship game. And then beyond that, you'll see. But you're right. I mean, how do you win a championship? You have really good players playing at
Really high level.
high levels.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing with the Longhorns. You have guys doing that at pretty much every position on your team. Kelvin Banks is playing well at left tackle and offensive line. Both of those guys are up for the Lombardi Award. Christian Jones and your quarterback is playing a pretty high level. Quinn Ewers hadn't been
Quinn Ewers
perfect, but
playing
he's
at a
been
high
pretty
level.
strong. Jonathan
Yeah.
Brooks is preseason All-American, midseason All-American. I think Xavier Worthy at wide receiver has played a pretty strong brand of football in the first half of the year. J.T. Sanders is going to be in the conversation for the Mackey Award. Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy on the D-line. Jalen Ford didn't have his best game against Oklahoma. He needs a bounce back. But Jahdae Barron has played a great brand of football for the first half of the year.
Yeah.
So there's a lot to like about this team. I know Longhorn fans still get nervous. Can they keep it up? I think Sark has a good team right now, and they've got a chance to do something special with 6 to go.
Yeah, Jonathan Brooks. Here's all the mid-season accolades that he's racked up. AP, ESPN, CBS Sports, The Athletic, Fox, and USA Today have him as the first team mid-season All-American running back. First, so he's considered their top back. 4 straight 100-yard games he's got. As E mentioned, he didn't start the season as a starting running back. That was C.J. Baxter. 121 rushing yards per game. That's tops among Power 5 running backs. And he is the Big 12 leader in all-purpose yards, rushing TDs, total TDs, and in rushing yards per game. He's actually got a decision to make. If he stays on this pace, and hopefully he does, knock on wood, nothing happens. He stays on this pace, he's going to have a decision to make considering the value of the running back position overall, his aspirations to play at the next level, which we know all the players want to play at the NFL level, and the shelf life of the running back position. If he's the top running back on the board, I think that they all say you go.
Yeah.
Did not expect that to be a conversation we're having middle season about Jonathan Brooks either. That's way down the line, but that just because he's accomplished and excelled to this extent, that's why he is in that conversation, able to have that conversation.
Well, and I
Good for
think, again, going back to the preseason questions for Texas, how did they replace Bijan and Roschon? Well, they've replaced them.
They did.
And they've got – I said all summer I felt like if Texas could run the football and find that run game generator, and then have play action, they're going to be really hard to stop. So I think that's, to me, I know you like, Sark likes to throw to set up the run. Now you have the ability to do both, I think, if you're Texas. And this is where the improvement should come. I mean, it's pretty clear Sark didn't even know what he had in Jonathan Brooks. Right?
No,
he wasn't sure.
Started C.J. Baxter twice.
Right. C.J. Baxter was the starting running back.
Versus Bama.
Yeah, exactly. And against Rice. So, now you've got a back that's not just good. He's a chance to be the best back in the country.
Mm-hmm.
Well, feed him. Feed him the rock and continue to build on this offensive line. You've recruited the big humans. Well, now you should be the favored team in every game the rest of the year. We'll run the ball and then create play action opportunities, RPO opportunities for your quarterback. This is gonna be a hard offense to stop, especially if you can shore up your red zone issues. If you can, I think the defense will continue to play at a high level as well. But this is a pretty good test for the defense against Houston because that's the one thing they do pretty well.
Yeah, they can
receivers and quarterback.
They got some weapons offensively. They still the sum of its parts is not to me as lethal as it should be because I like the wide receivers and I think Donovan Smith is improving. But it all could come together versus Texas. We've seen that before. Remember, Donovan Smith did that before he beat Texas at Tech. Remember, he had like 2 games prior to that where he had turned the football over like 3 times, had thrown multiple pick sixes, and then he has a great game versus Texas because they had a great game plan. So we'll get into that a little bit when we go behind the burnt orange curtain. But I think U of H is going to try to throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at Texas because Dana Holgorsen's got nothing to lose. I mean, a lot of people, including yourself, E, thought that if he lost that game versus West Virginia, that he'd be gone.
Yeah, there are folks in Houston that was a $20 million Hail Mary.
So
saved him.
Exactly.
Because they would have been buying him out and trying to hire a new coach potentially.
Yeah, so you want to save your job? This is a great way to do it. We'll play the audio because we found it of basically Dana Holgorsen saying, hey, my people are telling me I just got to win one. And Texas is that one. If he can do
How about
it.
this?
It's a tall task.
Guys, as a Cougar alum, anything the Horns can do to hasten the departure of Dana Holgorsen will be appreciated. It's going to be a 3-flask game for Dana. One more year of Holgo. Holgo must go.
He'll have something ready for Texas. I think, like I said this yesterday, I think they're going to single white female that Oklahoma game plan. They're going to copy and replicate as much as they can from it because it was a really good game plan, and it's a great test for Texas. If Texas in the bye week was able to solve the issues and solve the problems that cost them that Oklahoma game defensively, then Texas, this will be a blowout.
Yeah.
Potentially be a blowout. If Texas didn't solve those problems, then Texas will win and probably win comfortably, but we'll still have anxiety about this defense versus a pass-first starting quarterback, a pass-first offense with a true starting quarterback. Remember, you've only faced 3 of those. Half of your game has been versus offenses that are not pass-first but don't even have starting quarterbacks. Half the quarterbacks you face have been backup quarterbacks. So just so you know, we'll get into this in behind the burners curtain. I've taken that out of my sample size, actually. I've stopped watching those games with the backup quarterbacks. It's not worth it. They changed the offenses too much.
Well, so if we're talking about mid-season, the questions questions going into the season are one thing. Now you have mid-season questions. Biggest question going into the second half of the year is the secondary.
It is.
Was that exposed? Is that a problem? And that's because you're going to play some teams with good quarterbacks the rest of the way. We talked yesterday a lot about the young freshman quarterbacks that are taking over in certain spots that are still on this Longhorn schedule. Tackling, secondary, coverage ability. Jalen Milroe really didn't threaten your secondary that much, and he still hit a couple of big ones,
yes,
right? Over the top.
Yes, he did. Yep.
Obviously Dylan Gabriel had a heck of a game, and your secondary.
Those are starting quarterbacks, those are the starting QBs you faced.
Well, and
life is easy versus backups.
Well, and you know what? I mean, I know you can't take
easier.
If you go back and rewatch the Oklahoma game for Texas, the defense didn't play terrible. Except for the end of the first half and the end of the second half.
The last 2 drives of the half. Your 2-minute defense.
The 2-minute defense was terrible. They got off to a horrible start because of 2 quick interceptions, and then, the defense kind of bowed up at times there. The defense actually played pretty well, but the 3 drives that were killers were the 2 at the end of the first half and the end of the game, and then the start of the third quarter. Those were the drives where your defense was not good, and that's the defense gave you a chance and an opportunity, but it has to improve, and that's what I wonder, because Houston can challenge you with 3 really good receivers and a good quarterback who's already beaten Texas once in his career, who's playing pretty well right now, So eager to see how this secondary responds, because we know the safeties have been an issue. The rotation of the defensive backs have been questioned by Texas fans a lot. Why are we playing so many guys? Sark believes in it. Same time, you got to play at a higher level in clutch moments, right? Key moments, critical moments of games. Longhorns weren't able to do that in the Cotton Bowl.
Well, they weren't able to apply pressure. I can tell you as a guy who used to play in the secondary, you're a whole lot more effective as a secondary defender when there's pressure being applied to the opposing quarterback, because Oklahoma's game plan was so effective with the up-tempo offense and using Dylan Gabriel as a runner, as a dual threat in the running game. It neutralized a lot of Texas pressure, which was allowed them to expose the secondary, but specifically exposed them in 2-minute situations, 2-minute defense. If you are an opposing team going up against Texas, you probably want to try to replicate that in game if you can. I mean, essentially just go hyper speed in game at one point, not the whole game, that would wear you out, but at one point during the game, because it seems like that Texas defense struggles in that crisis situation, playing 2-minute style defense, which is what kind of the veer and shoot. Remember, they're 15th in the country in plays per game, Oklahoma is. I believe Houston is 35th. In plays per game. So they don't go as fast as Oklahoma. They might in this game after watching that Oklahoma film, but Oklahoma's veer and shoot offense almost has that kind of 2-minute speed, up-tempo speed baked in to the offense, and the air raid has it as a part of its DNA. I guarantee you Dana Holgorsen situationally may decide, you know what, let's go hyper speed versus Texas in the middle of the first quarter or middle of the third quarter to try to replicate the 2-minute defense and see if they still have issues with it, because they certainly had issues with it versus Oklahoma and actually had issues with it versus Bama. Don't forget, end of the first half versus Bama, Bama goes down the field in a very similar way that Oklahoma was doing. Big chunk yardage plays, missed tackles by the defense, and then they get down into the red zone really easy, and then they end up kicking a field goal. So that might be something to watch if you're, a Texas fan in this U of H game.
Yep, red zone offense, 2-minute drill defense, and tackling. And I would also add that to that, as Sark has mentioned, the rush lanes, right? I mean, it's one of the. I understand the defensive line. They've been told all offseason, we got to sack the quarterback, rush the quarterback, pressure, force turnovers, right? Well, you still have to maintain the integrity of your defense, and that led to a lot of yards for Dylan Gabriel running the ball, and Donovan Smith will take advantage of that in this game. It's not a good Houston defense. They're terrible at every level. Texas should be able to score a lot of points, but the defense will be challenged by this Houston team. And Three Flask Dana, as they call him down in Houston, apparently. Hey,
he does look like
we'll go behind the burnt orange curtain. Rod will take you there. Also, we'll tell you why, if you're an Astro fan, you got to feel pretty good about last night. A couple of good things you saw. That it's going to be a long series, I believe. I said that in the beginning. Even the Astros fell behind 2-0. Felt like it's going to be a long series. I think the Astros made that clear last night. We'll get to that. Also, preview Phillies Diamondbacks Game 3, ALCS and NLCS doubleheader coming today. Plus the NFL. We'll get a thought on this Jacksonville game tonight in New Orleans against the Saints. Rod takes us behind the BOC, plus off the record before the end of the hour on a busy Thursday into the weekend on Hook 'em Up. Going behind the burnt orange curtain coming up, Rod Babers with the deep dive on Texas Houston. Big 12 football. First time ever. Longhorns, first and last time. Longhorns will face the Houston Cougars, a member of the Big 12 Conference. The first and the last, Rod. The first and the last. Coming up on Saturday at 3 o'clock down in South Houston. TD ECU Stadium, I believe is what they call that down there.
That's right. You got it right.
Down in the 3rd Ward. Get there early, as we said. Parking will be a mess. The traffic will be a mess. It's just Houston. You know what I'm saying? It's a
Tillman Fertitta, the Sugar Daddy, will probably be there.
I bet you
Probably
Tillman.
some local stars from the H-Town area.
I would
down there.
guess. I would guess.
Yeah. Powwow's going to show up like my man Ty just played not too long ago. Powwow will show up.
Maybe some
Some others.
Astros or Rangers will show up, because if the Astros are able to win one more game, it'll force this thing back to Houston for Game 6 on Sunday.
Could.
Hopefully.
They'll be off on Saturday.
Hopefully, but not hopefully.
I wonder if Mattress Max going to show up. But he's a lifetime Longhorn.
I
What
bet
does
he'll
he
be
do?
there. I bet he'll be there.
Is he going to wait? What was he going to root
He'll
for?
be for Texas.
He wait for okay.
Just like half the stands.
I'm about to say, well, exactly. That's true. Yeah, because people don't know it because Mattress Mac doesn't really throw it out there
By the way,
often. But this is a lifetime Longhorn, baby.
Not unnoticed by
Shout
these
out.
eyes on the Thursday night game last week when they played West Virginia. Thursday night primetime game, won it with a Hail Mary. There was
Hail
nobody
Mary.
there. There was nobody there. There was maybe 50.
I don't think there'll be anybody there this weekend.
It'll be
No, it'd be
40,000.
packed with Longhorn. But
It's a sellout.
mostly with Longhorn. But Longhorn fans will be like half the. They'll be like half the stands. If
But it was
probably more.
That was pretty. I mean, if you were, whenever they would show an over the head shot, you're like, oh my gosh, the Big 12 can't be happy with that. That's just,
Yeah.
two Big 12 teams, prime time Thursday night, and there's nobody there.
Yeah.
In a city of 5 million people, there's no one at the game.
Longhorn fans will pack it to come see their team, and it's in that city. That city at one point I remember it being an Aggie town. It has switched now into a Longhorn town since
Pretty
Mac
split.
Mac did that. When I was growing up, it was an Aggie town. I'm not joking. Like it was a strong Aggie presence in H Town when I was younger, and I was like the first one to Houston Lamar to start the pipeline to the University of Texas.
Attaboy.
You didn't have a lot of guys doing that, but Mac Brown came and he really changed that. I mean, think about all the guys he got from Houston, VY and Corey Redden, and I mean, he really did make a huge
And Rod
impact
B.
in H-Town. Rod B, myself, but that Mac
And you-
changed that, and now it may be, I don't know, split, but I think it was a Texas town once Mac got there, and she changed.
I still
everything.
think it's flipped back to the Aggies, maybe.
It could be.
I don't live there anymore, but
Yeah,
it
me
does
neither,
feel like there's
exactly.
more Aggie.
There's a big Aggie alumni base. in
There
Houston.
is.
Oh no, it's huge.
there
That's right.
is.
It's always been, but Mac changed it for a while.
He did.
He changed it for a minute.
And the Aggies stink, so what are you gonna
That
do?
that doesn't help things. Yeah.
They're off this week, so we
Yeah.
don't have to worry about them. So if you're an Astros fan, the reason to be optimistic. If you're a Ranger fan, I don't think you can be too surprised that Max Scherzer wasn't sharp. I think you could, question Bruce Bochy for going there. I think they should have brought him out of the bullpen. That would have been my opinion. But either way, they needed a starting pitcher, and now the Astros have. Here's why you're optimistic. I think the Astros have turned it to a pitching advantage for them because they have a reliable, really good postseason starter many times in Jose Urquidy tonight. Andrew Heaney, as you said, Rod, the Astros in their historically have roughed him up.
You want the numbers?
I do want the numbers.
Okay, he's a career batting averages against Andrew Heaney for the Astros. Pena 429, Dubon 333, Altuve 324, Bregman 314, Alvarez 286, McCormick 286, Abreu 263, and Brantley 250.
Yes. It is.
Ooh.
That's the opportunity, and it might be a short start for him because I think he's going to have a quick leash, and the Rangers are going to have to try to get to because they're going you're playing 3 games in a row here in Arlington. Houston is now 7-1 in that building this year. They like hitting there. They like playing
do.
there. And if you're an Astro fan, the other thing I was encouraged by last night, not just that Jose Altuve hit a home run and had 2 hits in the game. Remember, he'd been pretty much 0 for the series until that. He may be getting going a little bit. And Kyle Tucker, remember they moved him down to the lineup in this game to put Michael Brantley into the 2-hole. And Kyle Tucker took 2 walks, and then he had a big double when the game was already decided. Had a great at-bat. I'll be looking for Kyle Tucker because if he gets going, that's what extends this lineup because Yordan Alvarez has just been unbelievable. Your guy, Leody Taveras made one of the best plays you'll ever see in center field last night to rob him of his 7th postseason home run. He also, though, had 2 other hits and drove in 2 runs, so he's batting .407 in the postseason right now. He's been unbelievable. Rangers need to get Marcus Semien going. He's batting .170 in this series. He's the top of the order. He's their igniter. He hasn't done much yet, so that needs a change if you're a Ranger fan. But, the series is on now. The Astros got the win they needed. Tonight becomes really critical, and if they can,
Oh, no doubt.
if you get this back to 2-2, obviously anybody's series, But, the Astros are still going to have to win a game at home, right? They're still going to have to win a game in Minute Maid Park.
Like you said, they should stay in a hotel.
Yes.
They stay at hotels and have the fans boo them, and then
Mercilessly.
fans wear Rangers stuff and
Cheaters.
Be the Astros, call them cheaters. Bring out trash cans and bang them, whatever. Give them the middle finger, but treat them like trash. Don't treat them like you love them because they don't respond well to that. That's not their love language anymore. The Astros' love language now is the middle finger because they're used to it.
But as we said last hour in our good debate, there's only 2 members of the Astros roster that were on that team in 2017. But
3.
Justin Verlander got there for a month, so it's hard to put him into that conversation for me. Justin Verlander's been unbelievable for Houston. You don't see a Justin Verlander in that light. Are you kidding me?
I just see him as a choke artist.
Oh, great. Going straight to the Hall of Fame.
I would say that.
So what that makes Max Scherzer then?
I mean, he was hurt.
He was hurt. He was hurt.
And
Feel the passion.
Max
inside. He was hurt.
Scherzer had one of the great for the Nationals when he was having those neck spasms in that Game 7 when he came in, won that game. That's probably one of the best pitching postseason performances in a crucial moment that I've ever seen in my life. Justin Verlander, every time I watch him pitch in the postseason, he gets shelled like he did.
Only in the World Series.
And the series.
He got shelled in Game 1.
He didn't get shelled. He lost.
He gave up
took
2
the L.
runs. He gave up 2 runs.
Took the L.
Okay.
Take
But
the L.
Let's be literal. He didn't get shelled. Hey, can we go behind the burnt orange curtain? Ty's about to irritate me again. Let's get to the BOC.
All right, I'll just throw this out there. Down 2-1 on the road. The Astros have been here before and have done pretty damn well. Down 2-1 on the road. Remember
Championship DNA, brother.
Yeah, 2022 World Series. Down 2-1 on the road. Won the next 2 games. Down 2-1 on the road. 2021 LCS. Won the next 2 games. Down 2-1 on the road. 2019 World Series. Won the next 2 games. They haven't always done it, but they got some history here, and like you said, got some championship pedigree.
Were they cheating then?
And you can thank El Reptile. El Reptile last name.
Yeah, I like that, Nick. That's a great nickname, by
It's
the way.
El Reptile.
Fantastic.
Hey, I'll give him his flowers. He's a baller. That fastball is unhittable. I've never seen anything like
The
that.
rise ball he throws is really
Reptile.
good. Christian Javier, 26-year-old right here. El
Showing
Reptile.
up. I like that. Okay, let's speaking of H-Town, let's talk about an H-Town team. Let's talk about the Houston Cougars and what they might try to do to upset Texas. So I started doing, obviously Longhorns had a bye week, so we had some extra time to watch some film and do some deep diving into the Texas defense. I want to try to look at the Texas defense a little bit and see if I missed something, because I think that was maybe an overconfidence in the Texas defense, a false confidence, if you will, in the Texas defense going into that Oklahoma game. And it's not overall. The defense actually is sound overall, and the scheme is sound. It's just situationally, sometimes you can see some cracks in the armor for the Texas defense. And we were just talking about it, the 2-minute defense. Let's jump into that just really quickly, because that was exposed versus Oklahoma. Oklahoma scored 10 points in their 2-minute drills total, the last end of the first half, end of the game, of course, a game-winning touchdown at the end of the game. They also, and so I've taken out, just so you guys know, I've taken out the backup quarterbacks out of the sample size I'm watching, because I was trying to figure out what maybe that we missed or I missed that gave us or myself a false confidence in the Texas defense. And I think it was playing backup quarterbacks, which we talked about how rare that was, that Texas played 3 backup quarterbacks in a row. Like just backup quarterback after backup
Baylor,
quarterback,
Wyoming.
right? And even my theory after the Oklahoma game, even before the Oklahoma game was,
Kansas.
I wish they'd have played Jalen Daniels. Not that Jalen Daniels would have helped Kansas beat Texas, but he would have exposed some of the issues that I think, unfortunately, were exposed on a much bigger stage, bigger platform against a marquee opponent in Oklahoma. And I think that would have been exposed versus Kansas, some of it. And Texas would have went to that game with a better game plan. I think they would have solved some of the problems that they had they were presented in the Oklahoma game. They'd have solved those the week before with a dual threat quarterback. With an offense that can be pass first if they need to. That kind of
Jalen
stuff.
Daniels, the preseason Big 12
Yes.
Player of the Year offensively.
Right? Yeah.
This
So
is
if
a
you-
really good player.
Yeah.
And not only is a backup quarterback, Rod, coaches typically will scale back the offense for a backup quarterback,
no
so
doubt.
it's very conservative.
And that was the first. Remember, they learned about this the week of sometimes.
Yes.
Like
Day
the
of.
starting quarterback was practicing all week, and then like, oh, you know what? This guy's a back injury. He can't play. So they were learning about it kind of real time as it happened. Yeah. So I took that out of the sample size. That's what I did. I just
That's
took it
fair.
out of the sample size. And here's what I ended up looking at. So if you take that out, and look at we're taking that 2-minute defense here. So that gives you 6 opportunities to defend a 2-minute drill at the end of the first half, end of the second half, with those 3 starting quarterbacks you face in the Bama, Rice, and Oklahoma games. So only 3 times has Texas had to defend a 2-minute drill against a starting quarterback, not a backup. And 26 total plays, either I counted. I included penalties, all right, and I included the field goals. All right, so that's 26 total plays on those 3 drives where you were defending a 2-minute drill. Do you want to know what I found?
What'd you find?
I found 10 missed tackles total on those 26 plays.
10 out of 26 plays?
Yeah. All right. Now, some plays you had 3 missed tackles on 1 play. But so, I mean, still the number is the number,
okay.
Right? It wasn't just 10, 1 on every play. Sometimes you had 2, 3 on the same play. But still, 26 plays, 10 missed tackles, 3 coverage busts total. 2 of those were on the game-winning drive for Oklahoma. We knew that because Sark admitted one. Then we saw one on the game-winning drive by Benda. And then there was another one in the Alabama game on their first half drive at the end of the first half, their 2-minute drill drive. Texas had a coverage bust there. There was a gap integrity breakdown on one of those plays. There was a penalty, a PI. And you end up allowing 13 points on those 3 drives, 2 field goals and 1 touchdown, which means they scored on every time you had the opportunity to defend a 2-minute drill against a starting quarterback.
Got to get better.
Got to get better. There's panic in that crisis situation. It's a crisis situation, but still the defense shouldn't be panicking, and that's what they're doing. So I wonder if some team is noticing that, maybe U of H, if they'll try to replicate a 2-minute drill in the middle of the quarter. Right? We're talking about like 10 minutes left in the first quarter, and they'll go, all right, you know what? Let's go. Hyperspeed, 2-minute drill. Let's just see if Texas responds well to it. Now, in addition to the actual 2-minute drill defense. So that's something I looked at just when you taking out the backup quarterbacks, and now we're just kind of looking at the meat of the data. All right. And I think that's what I kind of found. Also, the deep ball, Texas has done a really good job defending the deep ball. But when I take the backup quarterbacks out of it. And by the way, Baylor had a backup quarterback. He threw some deep balls against Texas and completed them. So I'm not saying backup quarterbacks can't do it, but for my sake of this sample size, I'm just looking at the starting quarterbacks that Texas faced. Texas has allowed starting quarterbacks to complete 50% of their deep balls, 20 yards or more down the field, against starting quarterbacks. By the way, Dylan Gabriel didn't even threaten Texas deep that much. He was just 1 of 2 on those deep passes down the field. But Jalen Miro, as my man E mentioned earlier, he had a lot of deep shots down the field. Mm-hmm. And he wasn't even necessarily a great pocket passing quarterback. He just, and I got another nice little nugget for you coming up. I'm going to tell you what gave him a nice advantage completing those deep balls downfield. But he completed a lot of deep balls down the field against the Texas secondary. So I'm just looking at starting quarterback. JT Daniels didn't complete any. And I don't think Rice had the personnel to really do it either. But there you go. And I think U of H, they got speedy wide receivers like, Man Jack and Sam Brown's a really good wide receiver. Matthew Cullen, these are good wide receivers who have speed. They will try to test Texas deep. And Texas likes to play man-to-man coverage. And if they end up playing some man-to-man coverage or match quarters, which deteriorates into man-to-man coverage, they could end up in some situations where Donovan Smith could take a shot if they have the pass protection, and they can take some shots downfield. And Texas, against starting quarterbacks, allowing a 50% completion rate on those deep balls. The 3 starting quarterbacks they faced this year. And when they're throwing deep balls, and I got this little nugget, and we'll end it on this. When they're throwing deep balls, if they've been watching enough film, and this is, like I said, this is me really diving deep and rabbit holing, Texas DBs have struggled defending targets to bunch formations. Bunch formations are clustered groups of receivers. Could be tight ends, could be running backs, could be wide receivers. Anytime you cluster them close together, Tom Herman used to call it snug. It's a tight twins. It could be trips together in a bunch with a triangle trips or a tripod trips. It can even be quads. Anytime you have a clustered group of really close receivers together, I was taught that was called a bunch formation. So anytime Texas defending targets to a bunch, meaning a quarterback throwing to a receiver who was in a bunch formation of any kind, Oklahoma, 80% completion percentage. Alabama, 87% completion percentage. Rice, 60% completion percentage. Targeting players out of bunch formations. I'll even give you this. If you look at third down conversions, Looking at the starting quarterbacks Texas faced, just 3 of them. All right. And when they are targeting players in bunch formations on 3rd down on money, say money down, 3rd and 4th downs. How about this? Conversion rate of 72%.
Yeah, not good. That's got to get better.
72%, 45% explosive play rate, almost over 15 yards per attempt. Like I said, nobody's really, because nobody watches as much Texas as I do other than the coaches over there. But if somebody's trying to figure out how you attack the Texas secondary, you make them read and react to those bunch formations and those releases of receivers rather than redirect and reroute. Creates a lot of space for the receivers, and it creates windows for the quarterback. So that's something to watch versus U of H2, who's Donovan Smith. I think he can actually accomplish it. He's got his best 3-game stretch of his career right now. Texas got to make sure they derail that.
We'll come back when we do. It's Off the Record. Got some off the record, including a story. Is there anything more tired than James Harden drama? Anything more tired than James Harden drama in the entire sports world?
Seriously.
I think not.
So predictable.
Also, how we bring Austin, Texas, and Patrick Mahomes together this weekend. And took them up with Ian Robney. Off the record never sucks. It's going to be short today because we're up against the top of the hour. But,
Hey.
hey, Rod, did you know that the F1 race is in town this weekend?
Yes,
We're giving
sir.
away our tickets today. I believe the deadline to get signed up with that text of the word race to our text line. I think the tickets will be given away. The Wear Spans today.
Do it. Do it.
Congratulations to whoever picks those up. But do you know that F1 is the fastest growing sport in the United States right now?
I can believe that.
And did you know that Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce are leading a group of investors is pouring money into Alpine F1, one of 10 teams that's based in the United States is trying to grow into becoming an F1 power. How about that? Patrick Mahomes
I'm not
and
shocked.
Travis Kelce
I'm not shocked at all.
getting involved. Mahomes says, I think everybody can see the appeal. I've been able to get to a couple races now, seeing the environment, and then obviously watching Drive to Survive on Netflix. You see how competitive it is. Anytime you get an opportunity to get into that, as competitive as I am, hopefully it can create some great opportunities. So there you go, Patrick Mahomes.
Travis Kelce's everywhere too.
He's kind of doing everything,
He's
isn't he?
everywhere right now, man. You can't avoid him. He's also apparently upgrading his living situation
Sweet.
because he's dating one of the biggest pop stars in the world. So got to update your living situation. Sources familiar with the situation tell us Chiefs tight end just bought a new home in Kansas City. With the sale closing Tuesday, we're told he snapped it up for just under $6 million.
Is that all?
Yeah, well, it's Kansas City. No,
Just
nothing
kidding.
against Kansas City, but like, you can get a good, we get a lot of square footage
More
there.
affordable there.
6 bedrooms, 6 baths, over 16,000 square feet. There you go. He's upgrading. And he also admitted now he is a little self-conscious about his outfits because everybody's watching what he wears pregame and postgame. So he admitted now it takes him a couple of hours to get the outfit right.
And he smells like a dream.
And he
Ron.
smells like a dream.
Smells like a dream.
Gotta get that outfit right,
According
man.
to
Because now
Aaron Andrews.
he's got all the Swifties.
By the way, that same interview I played, the "Smells Like a Dream" cut for. It was on the Today Show with Aaron Andrews was on there with Hoda. What's her name? Hoda
Hoda.
Codby. And she said she kind of takes a little credit that she set up Travis Kelce with Taylor Swift. That she was kind of
Who
the.
says that?
That's what Aaron Andrews says. That she was.
What do you mean? He was the one trying to get the bracelet. How did she set it up?
She get the word out. Apparently, I don't know. She's taking a little bit of credit for it. Do
You
you know
taking
that
credit for
according to Forbes magazine, Taylor Swift did take the crown for the most profitable summer concert tours.
Oh yeah, I think that thing's supposed to bring in like $4 billion
Worldwide, yeah.
That's something ridiculous.
But just-
and the movie is like killing it now too. The movie about the concert.
From March to August, Swift played 56 stadium shows across 20 cities, grossed more than $780 million. 780 just in those few months.
Yeah.
56 shows. That's pretty damn good. Beyonce was number 2 at 460 mil. Ed Sheeran. Ed Sheeran's the smartest of all. He doesn't share any of that money. It's just him. He doesn't have like roadies or anything. He just
There's no
puts-
show, no
he doesn't.
performance. He's just sitting there with he's got a stool.
You go to the Eras tour and see Taylor Swift. There's like 70 semi trucks.
Beyonce's like that too. She's got dancers and all this
Yes.
kind of stuff. Yeah.
Ed Sheeran's just him and his guitar and that little music maker thing.
Give me my money.
Yeah, Coldplay number 4, Pink number 5.
Pink is still up there doing it like that?
Pink had 37
Damn,
shows
Pink.
and earned over $300 million. in
Pink is still
2023.
performing like that? Good for you,
Acrobatics,
girl.
Harry Styles 6, Elton John. How about Elton John at his age?
Why is Pink still up there? Good for
People
her.
love her shows, man.
I think Pink is awesome, but
I do too.
don't you agree Pink is like one of these things is not like the other when you start looking at all these
Yeah, Harry
artists?
Styles, Beyonce,
Elton John. Yeah, exactly. It's like, hold up, Pink's in there too?
Morgan Wallen was 8, Luke
okay.
Combs was
Yeah.
9, and The Weeknd was
The
10.
Weeknd was 10. Good for you, Pink. I'm happy for you. Still doing it big.
Speaking of big concerts, we mentioned our set list yesterday. Our buddy Nick Shuley had the 2 Chris Stapleton shows Friday and Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
Moody Center.
Man, I know. That's one of the on Craig Wade's music survey. That was one of the artists I mentioned that I want to see live in person.
Go see him.
Some Chris Stapleton.
You ask Ty, he'll scam you in. Ty can get you tickets, I'm sure.
Man, Ty knows everybody.
Hook it up.
He'll get
Hook it
it
up.
up. I'll hook him up. Yeah.
Oh, man. We will continue the conversations. We've got 2 hours to go in our 5-hour extravaganza. Oh, look, people are now texting race. I think we're done. I don't know. I think it's over.
It's over.
It's over.
Ooh.
We've been doing it all since last week.
I'm pretty sure it's it. I'm 99% sure.
Well, I'm sure Christina Killingsworth, our marketing director, will let me know
KK.
when
Still
and if we have
appreciate
a
your text,
winner.
though.
Yeah, we
man.
appreciate all the
The
texts.
new text line has been a great success.
Great job. Great job.
Well done.
447-3776. Appreciate you doing that and letting us know what you think. Astros, Rangers conversation. Cowboys off this week. Texans off. Aggies off. But we do have the Longhorns playing the Houston Cougars and some big games we're previewing this weekend, including the game tonight. Jacksonville and New Orleans. We'll make picks before we get out of here. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Hook 'em up for sure on a Thursday. Astros get game 3 last night. Good start. Took the lead for the first time in the series. Huge defensive play by Michael Brantley when it was 5-2 after Josh Young had hit that home run in the 5th inning. Makes a huge play into the gap and saved runs off the board. And then Christian Javier and the Astro bullpen did it from there. Astros get a 8-5. They'll play again tonight. Part of a doubleheader of Major League Baseball, ALCS and NLCS today. Afternoon game will be the Diamondbacks and the Phillies from Arizona. I think that's 3 o'clock this afternoon out west. Then Astros Rangers tonight. Should be good. Then you got the NFL game, Jacksonville and New Orleans. This has a chance to be a pretty ugly game, Rod. Pretty ugly game.
Well, Thursday games.
I know. Short
Thursday,
week.
First of all, Thursday games are always kind of ugly.
Yeah, Jacksonville's in a weird. Remember, they played back-to-back London games. They, were over across the pond there for a couple weeks, and then came home, beat the Colts last weekend, and played probably their most complete game last week on Sunday. But Trevor Lawrence got hurt in that game. He's got a knee injury. We'll see if he plays tonight. He listed as questionable. He says he's going to try to give it a go. Houston just beat New Orleans to drop the Saints to 3-3, and Houston. They gained like 430 yards in that game offensively, but Houston bowed up in the red zone. And a lot of teams having these red zone issues, Rod.
Well, it's
Saints
an
was one of them.
NFL thing.
Yeah. Saints one of them.
Red zone touchdown percentage in the NFL's down to the lowest it's been since 2011. Only 53% of red zone trips have resulted in scoring touchdowns in the NFL. So they're struggling with it in the NFL. Miami is not. Miami actually has the best, I want to say they have the best red zone touchdown percentage since 2000. They're at 80. They're over 80%. So I know Sark likes us to take plays and steal plays from that Shanahan coaching tree. Mike McDaniel is from that tree. Right now, he's got the best red zone offense in football in terms of scoring touchdowns in the red zone. Sark already admits he steals plays, and Sark should be stealing plays from that guy who's on that Shanahan coaching tree, especially in the red zone. And Sark might have done that already in the bye week. Maybe that's what he was doing.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm already ahead of Sark on that one.
Yeah. And that's the question in Miami. Is it play calling or personnel? I mean, they just have really good players.
Both, yeah.
It is a combination of the two, and Tua has been a good red zone quarterback.
Personnel shouldn't be an issue for Texas.
No, it should not.
Yeah.
If Trevor Lawrence can't play tonight, it's going to be the always famous C.J. Beathard. C.J. Beathard for Jacksonville.
So how many backups have we already seen so far this year? Zach Wilson, P.J. Walken, Dorian Thompson Robinson, right? Yeah, both of those guys have played,
And
right?
Deshaun Watson's not sure when he's coming back. He's got a rotator cuff
So that's got
issue.
to continue to play. Anthony Richardson
Needs
is
a
not out.
massage on that thing.
So Gardner Minshew's already
Andy
started the
Dalton.
game. Andy Dalton, you're right. Andy Dalton for Bryce Young. Tyrod Taylor.
Tyrod for Daniel Jones.
Then he played for Daniel Jones. Oh, we just heard Justin Fields may miss.
Yeah, he's
this
got a
week.
wrist or thumb injury. Thumb injury.
Derek Carr is supposed to be out tonight, right?
Derek Carr is. I think he's going to play. I haven't
kinda
seen him
hope-
listed.
I want Jabu to play.
Who's
Who?
Jabu? Jameis Winston?
Yeah.
Oh,
Why do we call him that?
Yeah,
That's his nickname.
J-A-B-O.
Jabu.
Yeah, I've seen that. I mean, where does it come from? I've seen it. but
I think that's just like a childhood nickname.
Okay.
Derek
I love
Carr-
it. He's one of my favorite players ever.
And Jimmy G has missed time too, guys. So you're talking about 7 quarterbacks so far that have already missed time.
Derek Carr is not listed on the Saints injury report.
Oh man.
Okay.
Not on it. Trevor Lawrence is with a knee, but he's listed as questionable.
Yeah, so we'll see.
So yeah, I
Might be
mean,
him.
it's important to have that backup quarterback,
Gotta
but
get
it's
it
a lot
right.
of times it'll lead to bad football. A lot of times, but that'll be your game tonight in New Orleans. It'll be a hyped environment, great crowd there at the Caesars Superdome. How many different names has that place had?
Yeah,
I just call it the Superdome.
hey,
It's-
whoever will sponsor it, it's yours.
Hey, Jamal Williams is going to play tonight, coming off the IR. I just broke him a few minutes ago.
Oh, nice. The
So,
Saints running back who they signed away from Detroit. And Detroit hasn't missed him because they've had David Montgomery. But David Montgomery's now hurt in Detroit. They're down. Jahmyr Gibbs is limited. David Montgomery's not participating right now. Craig Reynolds has been their running back, but he's hurt too. I don't know who's going to be the Lions running back. They play a big game. We mentioned the Philadelphia Eagles playing the Dolphins, 2 5-1 teams on Sunday night. Middle of the day, you have the Lions and the Ravens at Baltimore. That's a good game.
That is a good game.
But the Lions are banged up, man. Their running back room is a mess right now. It's kind of like the Rams. The Rams running back room is a mess right now with all the injuries they have. So when they play the Steelers this weekend in L.A., Kyron Williams, remember they traded Cam Akers because this kid Kyron Williams came on big time. Well, he hurt his ankle. He's not expected. He's going to miss multiple weeks. You know who's in line to play for the Rams this weekend? The former TCU Horned Frog, former Ole Miss Rebel Zach Evans.
Wow.
Zach Evans,
Forgot
right?
all about Zach Evans.
He's
There
with
you
the
go.
Rams and Sean McVay.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know Zach Evans is a good player. I mean, we know that.
Well,
he
he's-
can ball out. This may be a nice opportunity for him.
This could be, and that offense, which is really
Exactly.
for my Sean McVay, based on the run game, and based on be able to give Matthew Stafford play action with the receivers Cooper Kupp and Puka Nakua.
Puka Nakua. And Matt Stafford actually quietly is playing some of his best football he's ever played. Nobody really cares because the Rams aren't that good, but he's killing it right now. He's a big reason why they're competitive.
Well, nobody cares about the Rams when they are good.
Well,
yeah.
LA does.
Yeah.
Do they?
Craig Way does.
Oh, yeah, that's the only person I
Craig
can
does.
think of that cares.
Hey, I'll say this for the NFC right now. You know who the best quarterback in the NFC is right now?
Jared Goff. Yeah.
Jared Goff.
That's what I'm saying. Jared Goff.
Jared Goff's the best quarterback in the NFC.
Conversation. That's not. I mean, it's crazy to think about that, but if you go look at it, he's been one. His story is so strange and so unconventional because he was considered a bust. Everybody gave up on
Yeah,
him.
he's the second pick of the draft, the first pick of the draft.
Right? A Jeff Fisher project. Anytime Jeff Fisher tried to make you a project as a coach, a head coach, then as a quarterback, you probably were doomed. But then Sean McVay comes in, resuscitates his skill set, rehabilitates skill set. He's a Super Bowl quarterback. And then they give up on him again because they figure he's not good enough to win a Super Bowl, but good enough to get you to a Super Bowl. They trade him away. He's considered, oh, man, that's just a throwaway part of the trade. Jared Goff, you can have that. We don't want him in one man's trash, another man's treasure. And he becomes a great quarterback again in this Ben Johnson system with the Detroit Lions. It's unbelievable.
Well, if you combine the end, remember they went on that 8-game winning streak at the end of last year after getting off to a terrible start
Yep.
with Dan Campbell. If you combine the 8 games last year and these games this year, he's 40 touchdowns, 10 picks. 40 touchdowns, 10 picks.
It's unbelievable.
And that's a good team, man. That Denver team or that Detroit team is that's not a cute story anymore. That's a real deal. And they play Baltimore this weekend. That's a AFC NFC kind of showdown game for teams I don't think anybody really talks about as being real contenders, but I think they both are. I think Detroit can play with anybody in the NFC, and I think Baltimore.
If they catch the ball. And
But if they catch the balls that Lamar Jackson throws,
and they're healthy on defense,
yeah,
they could be a contender. I agree with you.
because Kansas City's having red zone issues, and they're not as dynamic as we've seen them. Buffalo is beatable. There's a lot of parity in this league right now, Rod.
It's exactly what the NFL wants.
And then Miami and Philadelphia will square off on Sunday night. So pretty good football games there. Yeah, that Detroit game is what time's that thing kick? That is noon. Noon kick Sunday. Lions, Ravens.
Yeah, Lamar Jackson actually has looked really good throwing the football this year. It hasn't really materialized in the big time stats because his skill position guys are struggling. Hey,
you're a professional receiver. Catch the damn ball.
They had like 7 drops last game. Was it like 7 or 8 drops?
2 games ago, they had
2 games
7
ago?
drops.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Last week they won in London, beat the terrible Tennessee Titans. And we mentioned this before we get into Rod's rant. If Cowboys and Texans are both off this weekend, so they're enjoying their bye week. It is interesting and not lost on Rod and I because we're Houston fans. When the Texans come out of their bye week, if they continue to improve, Rod, with C.J. Stroud, they come out of the bye week with Carolina. And they had a chance to go over 500. And then they got like 4 winnable games in the month of end of October into November.
They're going to play Denver, too.
Yeah, they got Denver. They have Carolina. They have Arizona. The one team in there that's good is Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers, and they're coming to Houston. And the Houston's been good at home this year. Been really good at home. So, yeah, I mean, if you're Houston, you come out of the bye, you take advantage. You could be sitting there in the middle of the division race with the Jacksonville Jaguars right now because Indianapolis doesn't have a quarterback with Anthony Richardson's injury, and they're going to be with Gardner Minshew. And then we know Tennessee with Ryan Tannehill, they're not very good.
Is there a better turnaround right now than the Texans, considering how bad they were?
You and I are fans of the team. I'm shocked. I'm shocked they're this good.
I'm with you too. I mean, you look at it,
and this solid as a team. They really do a lot well, and they don't beat themselves. That's the one thing you can say about a DeMeco Ryans team. They don't give up a lot of sacks. C.J. Stroud doesn't turn the football over. They don't run the ball for squat. I mean, they run. They got to get that going. That's probably their biggest focus in the off week is to try to get that offensive line healthy and can really work on that running game with Dameon Pierce if they can. They're going to be a handful because they're really solid on defense. All right, let's get Rod's rant in the 9 o'clock hour. Good stuff from Rod Babers.
Rod's rant of the day is brought to you by Apple Leasing, the easiest and safest way to get a new car. Any model, click AppleLeasing.com and experience how easy it is.
All right, since we were talking about the Texans, I did an earlier rant about the Texans, so I'll just give you these numbers. We were talking about how remarkable the turnaround is. The Texans right now, 7th most explosive offense in the NFL.
7th most explosive.
In terms of 10-plus yard rushes and 20-plus yard receptions. They have 40 of those. They have the, if you go look at it right now, the offensively, let's just go back to stats from last year compared to this year. They were 27th in scoring defense last year in 2022, 9th this year. They were 29th in yards per carry allowed last year, 5.1. They're 13th this year, 3.9. The Texans defense allowed 7 points in the fourth quarter on average in 2022. That was bad, 23rd overall. But in 2023, they're only allowing 4 points in the fourth quarter. Offensively, 27th in pass offense in 2022, 7th now in 2023, 31st in third down conversions in 2022 at 30.2. Now they're 6th in 2023 on third down conversions at 44.3. Still just halfway through the season. Texans 11th in total points right now, 14th in points per game, 8th in total offense. The Texans lead the league in, how about this? They lead the league in rookie snaps on offense too. Remember yesterday I gave you that stat, most snaps by non-rookie quarterbacks if you look at most snaps by non-rookie quarterbacks in the league so far, the Texans are second behind the Rams. Rams at 14.53, Texans at 14.15. Defensively, Texans defense, 11th in total defense, 9th in scoring defense. And going back to the Texans offense, they've scored 34 first quarter points so far this season. That is 6th most in the NFL, tied with the Buffalo Bills and the Kansas City Chiefs. It has been an extraordinary turnaround for the Texans. And they're all doing it with a rookie starting quarterback, a rookie head coach, and a rookie OC. And they had the worst O-line in the NFL, or the most banged up, injured O-line in the NFL for the first month. It has truly been amazing. We won't just sit there and talk about the Texans. We know they're not championship contenders yet. But I don't know if I can see I don't know if I've seen a better turnaround in the NFL. I'm seeing teams that have gone from being, average teams to now competing for division and now potentially even being in a conversation for contending to win the conference. But the Texans were arguably the worst team in the NFL. And now you got them in several categories competing as a top 10 unit offensively and defensively in La Lace. That's really remarkable. Okay. So I had this rant maybe not a couple of weeks ago, maybe a week or so ago, about the NFL's candy cigarette strategy. My theory on the NFL's candy cigarette strategy is the NFL has now kind of a two-pronged approach. They're trying to kill two birds with one stone. They're worried about moms, future mothers, letting their sons,
mothers of children,
yes, moms letting their sons play football. All right, and because moms, even though moms like watching football, in terms of them endorsing football and endorsing their kids to play the sport, that's a different discussion altogether. And after last year, the Damar Hamlin thing and having Tua be carted off the field, there were a couple of guys carted off the field this past weekend. The NFL does not like guys being carted off the field because they believe it has a real negative impact on moms. All right, moms watching the sport. The studies they've done is like, man, when moms see that, it is just traumatizing for moms because they think about, oh, my baby being carted off the field. Hell, remember during the preseason this year, you had 2 games that were suspended because of player injuries and players being carted off the field. The NFL hates that picture. That look scares the hell out of mothers, and mothers are the ones that get their sons, or at least approve of their sons, playing the sport earlier. I didn't play the sport till I got to 7th grade, mostly because mom thought it was too dangerous. So that's one of their issues. They was looking at that from an existential standpoint. And they also want to expand their revenue base, right? The NFL, that's their big thing about Roger Goodell. That's why he's being signed to an extension. He's been able to expand their revenue base year by year. And they're running out of ways to expand the revenue pie in the continental United States. So they want to go international with the NFL brand. Their biggest conundrum is figuring out how the number one television entertainment product in America, how to how to basically get that to be a passionate appeal to international fans of sports. They don't really have international football fans just yet. They have some from NFL Europe back in the day, and they've played some games in Munich and played some games in London, but they're trying to build a passionate fan base for football on an international scale. And somebody in the NFL offices, I don't know who it was, had a brilliant idea to kill two birds with one stone. How you can deal with the future mothers of football players and also grow the game internationally. Flag football. And it was simplistically brilliant. The way flag football is going to help the NFL on both. And by the way, the NFL was a big supporter of getting the IOC to approve flag football being played at the international Olympic competition, which is going to be the case. They approved it last week, and now the NFL, I just read this story in
Gronk wants to play.
Front Office Sports. It said the players are really interested. The player interest is real, says NFL Executive Vice President Peter O'Reilly. The NFL is encouraging active players to participate in flag football's newly approved inclusion in the 2028 LA Olympics, calling it, quote, the pinnacle of the sport on the global stage. And this has been years in the making for the NFL. Remember, I talked about this last week. The NFL spent $1 billion annually to grow the game internationally. They're projecting 50 million new international consumers in the next 10 years. Straight cash, homie. And flag football is the candy cigarette. All right. They want flag. Basically, and flag football is already expanding. The IOC recognized flag of the Federation for American Football. They did that in 2013. As a governing body, they officially recognized that was a big step for American football. And the Super Bowl recently, they had a USA versus Mexico flag football exhibition. They've been doing that recently in recent years. And countries like Japan, Mexico, France, Germany, Brazil have all participated. NFL, now they're playing games in Europe. And one of the things that while they're over there, what they're doing, some of these projects is to try to expand the flag football, all right, presence over in these countries. So if you go look at the NBA has been big on this for years. The NBA is already making like $5 billion in China, $1 billion in Africa. And the NFL is thinking, hey, man, I want some of that revenue. So the IFAF, the International Federation for American Football, says now 20 million players in flag football leagues are in 100 different countries around the world. Japan has 500,000, 500,000 elementary school students playing flag football right now. Mexico has 100,000 students and young youth kids playing flag football right now. And flag football has overtaken tackle football in international participation. And California, and this is even bigger, California has already approved a plan to allow flag football to become an officially sanctioned high school sport. The reason that's big is because that means women can play it, or girls can play flag football. And if you go look at it, Nevada and New York are also joining Alabama, too. They are also in the process of approving legislation to make flag football an officially sanctioned high school sport. This is what the NFL wants badly because they want all the young ladies, all right, to engage and to become passionate football fans early before they become mothers. And then by the time they're mothers, they'll be a lot more willing to endorse the sport and let their young boys play the sport of football at an earlier age. Girls are playing flag football right now. It has doubled. The amount of girls playing flag football has doubled since 2018. That's exactly what the NFL wants. So even though they're encouraging all of their players to go play flag football, it isn't about them. It's actually about the future mothers, right, of football players who are going to be participants in these flag football leagues and flag football contests around the country at a young age, which is going to provide them with the candy cigarette they need to become a true, passionate football fan of the NFL. And it grows the game internationally, killing two birds with one stone. That's what the NFL is trying to do. And that's why the Taylor Swift thing, I know some people say it's a PR marketing campaign, a public relations move. It may very well be, or it could just be the genuine article that her and Kelsey are dating. But the reason the NFL is focusing so much on it is because a lot of those Swifties are future moms of football players, right? And they need them watching football no matter what the reason, because they need them to fall in love with the game and feel more comfortable around the game. And that's why you've had these spikes, a 53% spike in viewership from young girls 12 to 17. The Cowboys had a spike like that in their game with the Jets, girls 12 to 24. The viewership was up nearly 20% in that game. The NFL is paying attention to that because their candy cigarette strategy right now is working like a charm. Working like a charm.
They plant a fake Asian actress at the Monday Night Football
she wasn't
game.
fake.
Fake.
She wasn't fake.
Fake.
She wasn't fake. But that's why
It would go right along with your strategy.
the Nickelodeon broadcast, the Toy Story theme broadcast, all those guys are a part of the candy cigarette strategy. And Taylor Swift may be a part of it. I think that was serendipitous. I just think they looked out and went, damn, dude, it's actually, we can milk this Taylor Swift thing too. All part of their candy cigarette strategy to get
Erin
women
Andrews.
involved in football.
Erin Andrews, who works in the industry, she says it's real. She said that
It's real.
and she hooked it up. She was she lit the fuse
Ooh,
on Taylor
she's the
Swift, Travis
matchmaker?
Kelce.
Matchmaker.
She told Taylor that he smells like a dream.
That's about as real as the Astros' chances to win the series.
Get
Here we
out of
go.
here.
Here we go. We'll be back. There's your Rod's Rant, brought to you by Apple Leasing. We pick it up on the other side. We have another Wheel of Fortune
Uh-oh.
nightmare,
Uh-oh.
and it involves a former NFL player, Rod.
Come on.
We got another Wheel of Fortune blunder. Plus, before the end of the hour, we got to get you some Who Said That
Who said that?
on a Thursday. Hook 'em up indeed on a Thursday for the top of the hour. Play around Who Said That, including a couple I think Rod's going to get that I'll play for him, but
Who
think
said
they
that?
kind of apply to him, too. I'm eager to ask you a question
We
based
might
on
need-
both pieces of audio.
We might
Yeah.
need some extra time for Who Said That. I got a lot of clips, too.
Let's do it. I got a clip for you, though. You a Wheel of Fortune fan, Rod?
Yeah, actually, when I was after I got done with the live stream from On Texas last night, I went into the house and saw this episode live. My mother-in-law and my wife were watching it,
Oh,
and I saw this live. Not this one, but I saw the episode live, like the end of it, because Marcellus Wiley was on it.
yeah, it's like
And-
it's football week or something.
Yes. I want to
Well,
say
let's
Jared.
first take a walk down memory lane
Yeah.
to one of the worst game show mishaps of all time. This was on Wheel of Fortune years ago, and it was College Week, Rod. It's
Mhm.
College Week, so college kids come in, and they got a chance to win some big money, get their tuition paid for. Remember this? Let's fire this one up, TY. This is from years ago.
Down there, if you would, you got that and $2,800 cash opportunity.
Let's spin, Pat.
Let's go, Pat.
L.
Yeah, 4 L's. Pick that up, turn it over, lay it down right over that London trip down there. 650.
Y.
There's a Y.
Thank you, Pat. Thank you, Pat.
500.
G.
1G. 700.
C.
Yeah, there are 2 C's. Wow. Okay.
I solve.
Oh, that'd be a good idea, yeah.
Mythological hero Achilles.
You can't accept that.
Oh, come on, man.
Shelby.
I'll solve.
Yeah.
College Week.
Mythological hero Achilles.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh.
Yeah.
My man.
Achilles.
I've always said that guy was. His parents were watching that, and he's not allowed to come home now. We're paying for what? What are we paying for at Indiana University?
Achilles.
Achilles.
He tried to sound it out.
Who says Achilles? Now, yesterday, as Rod said, he saw this.
Oh man, yeah, it's like Jared Allen, right?
Jared Allen, the sack artist,
Marcellus Wiley was on it.
and this is Rashad Jennings,
yes,
former running back in the NFL.
Oh man,
And so you gotta picture this because again, this is a radio program and this is a TV show.
yeah, give it to him. Give him the visual.
So there's this is a short clip, but
Rhyme
he's
time.
down to the end. He's got like $4,000 in his bank. He's about to solve this thing, and when you look at the screen, it needs one letter.
One letter. It's rhyme time is the clue. He needs one letter. Read it to me.
Driving to Reno with Quentin Tarantino is what all you need is the cue.
They're missing the cue.
All you need is the cue to solve Driving to Reno with Quentin Tarantino.
He's missing the cue. That's it.
Let's hear my guy, former NFL running back Rashad Jennings.
Wish I could help. I really do. But if why you can buy some time by spinning the wheel. I'm gonna spin it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, there it is.
So first of all, he had to spin.
Check Aussie. 600.
P.
No, I'm sorry.
He guessed B.
Quentin Tarantino.
Who is Quentin?
Quentin Tarantino.
Putin.
Nope. Wrong.
Come on, Rashad. Wow, that's terrible.
Yeah, that was bad. That was all time bad. Yeah. And they, by the way, they were all easy.
Do you think he doesn't know Quentin Tarantino? Really?
Yeah, that was actually one of the more difficult ones. They were so it was like the
They watered it down for the NFL
it
guys.
was the Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader version of Wheel of Fortune. It really was. It was so bad. And some of them struggled, yeah, and that was
I will
one of the
say,
examples. It's
my
bad.
wife is very good at Wheel of Fortune. She figures she's good at those like jumble games and stuff.
Yeah, she figures
she's
it out
very
like
visual.
They
with
got
her
she got
lettering.
like 4 letters, and it's like 8 words and 4 letters. She's like, I got it. He's like, what the?
Well, I'll tell you this: when I first met my wife, when I started dating her, she would watch that show in the afternoons, and her mom in Houston would be watching the same, but it would be like 30 seconds behind on the station in Houston than it was here. And so she kept screwing with her mom. She kept getting it like real early. She was ahead of her. She was like, "Oh,
Just pissing off mom off.
yeah, big time." She'd have the answer. I don't know. That's funny. Wheel of Fortune.
That is great.
Big Wheel of Fortune. What's your favorite game show, Rod Babers?
My favorite, I want to go on Family Feud at one point.
Oh,
Love me some Family Feud. I also love Cash Cab randomly. I'm a big Cash Cab fan. I don't know if they even still do Cash Cab.
you want to go on Family Feud? Would you have 5 people? Who would you take? You'd
yeah.
be the lead, right, with
You know
Steve
what?
Harvey?
I gotta take my wife. I mean, if I don't take her, she's gonna be
That'd be
looking
trouble.
at me crazy, and she's good at it, by the way. She's great at Family Feud. Yeah, that's interesting because now I got her family to choose from and my family.
Who you'd have to pick 5.
I got to pick 5, so she would
The
be there,
Babers
but
family
then
coming out of the wall.
Then the other 3, I gotta do some due diligence on my family to see if my brother's worthy. You gotta see which one of them
Oh,
can
you gotta have
compete at a high
tryouts.
level. Yeah, because I'm serious about my Family Feud, man. I don't mess around. I'm great at that game. I'm really damn good at Family Feud. It's my thing. It's one of my go-to game shows.
I think,
Okay.
and ever since Steve Harvey's taken over, it's very funny.
Oh, it's been yeah, you're right. It's actually hit another level of funny with Steve Harvey taking over. It's always been a quality program though.
Very funny.
Family Feud always been a quality.
Steve Harvey
program.
does a good job.
And I
on
can't
that
do
show.
Jeopardy. I mean, I imagine Craig Way likes
I
Jeopardy.
do like Jeopardy.
Jeopardy's my favorite.
I like it, but I don't do great on it.
There's
so.
no better feeling than getting it before they do on Jeopardy.
Yeah, but how often does that happen? Unless you're Craig Way.
I don't know. During COVID, we would just pause it and play, and we had a sheet of paper and we just play in the living room.
Oh, that's actually
a good
fun.
idea.
That's actually not bad. That's a fun way to play. That's not bad. I do that with Family Feud. I like pause a little bit, like, hello, hey babe, you got this, boom. And we'll
I
play
do
along.
remember
Yeah.
getting pretty into Who Wants to Be a Millionaire with Regis Philbin.
Oh,
back
that
in the
was
day.
good drama.
Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Did you ever see the show? What was the movie that was based in India about that? Remember that?
Oh yeah,
Slumdog
Slumdog Millionaire.
Slumdog.
Yeah,
Slumdog
Slumdog
Millionaire.
Millionaire.
That was a great film.
Yeah,
Deal or No Deal?
Deal or No Deal. Yeah, you're right. That was
Mm,
kind of like
The Gambler and Me, like that one, and
Well,
the ladies.
I
Oh,
still
the ladies, turned over the
pretty
suitcases.
disappointed in Rob Babers that I have not gotten an update on Naked Attraction yet. I'm supposed to be getting
I
a
know.
Naked Attraction.
I'm
thing.
sorry, man. I just haven't been able to get it in. Like, with wifey there, and if he walks in the room and I'm watching Naked Attraction, and then
That'd be a problem.
she's gonna
You're
be
gonna have
like,
to watch that with her.
She's gonna be like, you know what? I'm sure there's something else around this house that you could do with this brand new baby instead of watching Naked Attraction.
Well, right now, Naked Attraction, the British reality dating series that shows full frontal the whole bit, is currently the #1 streamer on Netflix or on Max. On Max,
Oh yeah, it's on it's on
#1
Max.
in their top 10 series list.
It's on my queue.
Numero uno.
I got it queued up, ready to go. But I wonder if are this everybody or are these all attractive people they're putting up here? Are these unattractive
I'm
people
sure
too?
they tried to skew.
Have you not seen it,
More
Ian?
attractive.
I haven't seen it.
I thought you've been talking about it like you've seen it.
No, we just been reading all the press.
I've been looking at
clippings.
pictures.
This show started in 2016.
Well, it's been
Yeah.
around. It's been a hit already in Britain forever. Like it's been a runaway hit. Now they're seeing if Americans will also be, enticed by it as well.
All right, I'm gonna have to watch this.
Are their teeth all nasty over in the UK? Is that the deal?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Not all of them.
They
Come
don't
on.
look like my Dr. Eckert smile. I know that.
No,
Yeah.
you ain't look that good. Got to go Dr. U for that.
Got to Dr.
Gotta
You.
go Dr. U for that. I just got 2 women just standing in front of him with his junk out. Yeah, this might be too wild. Pretty wild, man.
Yeah, well, this is a New York Post story saying it's become very controversial that people are, because the United States is much more prude when it comes to this than
People being naked?
people in Europe. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, people are like you choose. It's on a streaming service. You have to choose to watch it. You have to find it.
Yeah, don't
and
be-
it's a subscriber thing. So don't be.
Don't be offended by all the all the steps you got to go through to watch it. Then you get offended when you see it. It's like that's on you.
Don't be like the old lady over on number 12 hole at Onion Creek used to come out yelling at us when she'd get a golf ball in her backyard. It's like, you moved in on a golf course. You really mad about a golf ball in your backyard? Are you kidding me?
That's why I don't
You
golf.
can't buy a house on a golf course and then complain about the golf.
Because I'm so bad at golf. I do shank into people's backyards, homes, pools.
That's okay. They bought the house.
I know. That's why I feel bad. Such nice houses. End up shanking it into a pool.
She'd come out shaking her fist. Like, come on, lady. We're not trying to hit it there. I promise you.
Oh, no, you ain't trying. We're just that bad.
So you
It's
can't
terrible.
you can't like seek and find Naked Attraction. It's called Naked Attraction.
Shankopotamus. No,
Most of these people don't look very attractive.
they're not ugly.
They're normal people.
Yeah, most
bet.
most people are average looking. The minorities are really attractive people and really ugly people or unattractive people. So they're just probably just
Well,
average
it's kind of
looking
like
people.
naked and afraid. Like super hot people probably aren't going on that show.
They've had a couple though. E. I'm telling you.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, man. They've had a few like just super
Smoke shows?
smoking hot, and it's like, why is this smoking hot lady on Naked and Afraid? And yeah, they've had Naked and Afraid dating too, the dating version where they bring on hot people, hot single people.
No kidding.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You can go. I think it's on. It might be on Max too. Actually. Naked
Get
and
this
Afraid.
Max thing. I don't know if I had that.
Well,
All right,
Max has a lot of different apps, a lot of different stations like Discovery Channel and stuff like that on Max.
well, it's just all their channels. I get
Yeah,
you. They're
yeah.
conglomerate.
Yes, pretty much.
We'll come back. When we do, we'll put a little extended version of Who Said That,
Who Said
including a
That?
couple that I think Rod will guess, but they're going to apply to him, and I'm going to ask him about it. We'll hit it. Coming back. Who said that? It's fun audio that we have compiled and put together, and we play it for you and for one another and try to figure out who it is. Rod, I'm going to start with this one, and you'll know who this is because they identify him, but I thought this was pretty interesting, and I'm going to ask you a question about it right afterwards. Let's hear this from our friends at CBS Sports.
We quizzed J.J. Watt to see how well he remembers who he sacked in his career.
My babies, man. You remember them all.
Aaron Rodgers.
Absolutely. I got him twice in Houston. We lost big.
Josh Freeman.
I think I might have a half against Josh Freeman.
Matt Ryan.
Yes, I did. I got Matt Ryan once in Atlanta and once in Houston, I believe.
Jared Goff.
Ooh, Jared Goff. No, I don't believe I've gotten Jared Goff.
Tom Brady.
Yeah, this one's a touchy subject for me because I got one in the playoffs, but they only counted it as a half, but it was a solo and it wasn't the playoffs. So he likes to say it doesn't count. But I mean, it's the playoffs.
Peyton Manning.
Absolutely. Multiple times. At least 3.
We got you down 2.5.
2.5. It means I got him on the ground 3 times. The same thing.
John Wolford.
Yes, John Wolford. I got him this past season against the Rams.
Dan Orlovsky.
Dan Orlovsky, no. I don't think I got Dan Orlovsky.
Early in your career, you got Dan Orlovsky.
Did I really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Josh Rosen.
No, I don't know if I ever played Josh Rosen.
Nathan Peterman.
All right, there we go. There's J.J. Watt. So he had 114 and a half sacks, and it seems like he remembers all of them, Rod.
That's wild. Yeah.
Do you remember your interceptions like that?
No.
No?
No.
Like JJ's got he said they're my babies.
Well, you gotta actually tackle that guy and sack him.
Oh yeah,
right?
you get
Think
to see
about
his
it.
number.
Yeah, you been tackle that guy, sack him. You going after him. Interceptions, a lot less intimate. I mean, he's throwing the football.
What is it? Sean McVay's the one that can remember what play he called in pretty much any drive he's ever called plays in.
Yeah, that's like a Craig Way freaky recall of a memory. But more as a DB, I'm more worried about the receivers. But that is still impressive, though. You can remember everybody you sacked, and you got 114 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's still next level.
Yeah, 100. He had 20 and a half twice. He had 16 in a season. He had 12 and a half in his last year with Arizona, as he was just mentioning. He sacked John Wofford.
I remember all my varsity sacks.
How many?
2.
2.
Easy to remember.
Easy.
Yeah.
A lot more missed ones, too.
I mean.
It was the all-time leader of
How do you
Westlake in missed
remember
sacks.
any of your interceptions when you were at Texas? Did you have an NFL interception?
No, I did not. I don't remember.
Well, you remember the Oklahoma one. I remember that.
I remember the Oklahoma. I don't remember the quarterbacks of most of them, though. That's not something that really concerned me. It's a good point, though. I didn't think about whether a defensive lineman would recall that. Good for him.
J.J. Watt's kind of a weirdo.
That's kind of a weird thing.
But it's still impressive.
It is.
And weird, but
great guy. Recall.
Great guy, weirdo, though.
He is a great dude.
What do you have for me, Rod?
All right, Ty, I sent you a bunch of them, so just fire some up. Who said that?
My wife's doing great. I think there was a lot made about me missing a game. I'm not going to miss a game. My son knows better than to come during a game.
Oh, I saw that. It's Sean McVay. He's about to have a baby.
He's not missing a game for that damn baby. My baby knows better than to come during the game. It's my baby. It's his dad's a football coach, so you know. It'll be interesting to see because hey, I know babies, they come when they want to. Mine was 2 weeks early.
Yeah,
can't control that.
And it was supposed to be due on the Texas-Oklahoma day.
It's supposed to be due, and she knows.
She knew better.
She's like, "Nah, Dad got to work on that day. I need to come a little bit early," and she did. She came early. She came for the Kansas game.
Yeah,
beautiful.
right on time.
Hell yeah, she's awesome.
How about this? Speaking of dads, this is interesting. I think you'll know who this is too, but it's also a question with an answer.
Father made you a better head coach?
I think, ironically, they're similar in that it's a servitude role. I'm so proud of you. I mean, you are everything you wanted to be and more. Being a dad is very much like being a head coach in that you're constantly concerned about the well-being of other people.
Yeah.
And I know for a fact I couldn't be any of the things that are the most important things to me. Father, husband, man, and then head coach. All of those are a consequence of wanting to be something for someone.
Pretty deep stuff right there, Rod.
That's deep. That's Mike McDaniel.
Yeah.
He's impressive, actually. Pretty genuine guy.
You ever heard? I mean, that's a great attitude. Now, how has having being a father now changed you, Rod? Because you kind of have a football coach's mindset as being because you serve your wife, of course, whenever she needs something. Your servitude. I like that word.
Yeah. No, you gotta. I've learned I gotta make more time. You gotta make time for the family and still be able to devote yourself to your craft, but you gotta make time for the
What are we,
family.
3 weeks old now?
3 weeks old, but I find myself like, oh man, did I make enough time today for the family?
There you go.
You know what I mean? Or was I just focused on work? So I got to put the stuff down, put the notes down, go over there,
Watch some Wheel of Fortune,
go hang out with baby girl, go play with her. So I'm like, I haven't had to do that before. So now I'm just learning, like, okay, gotta spend my time wisely.
There you go.
Especially when it comes to the family. All right, who said that? Ty, hook us up.
We obviously got the news that James wasn't here today. Just how does that impact you, like just moving forward as a team? Just how do you sort of compartmentalize and keep moving forward?
I don't know. Maybe it has something to do. I'm not sure. But we had a good practice. We completed, went up and down a little bit. It's great for me because I'm still, coming back. I'm feeling myself, but I thought today was great.
All right, there's Joel Embiid, correct?
Is it? Joel Embiid.
And as I said earlier, is there anything more tired than James Harden drama stories? And ESPN, because they're a big partner with the NBA, they cover it like anybody cares. Does anybody care about James Harden at this point?
No one cares about the NBA till the playoffs start.
That's all it is.
That's fair.
If you're not talking about drama and James Harden, what are you talking about?
Now it's always drama. It used to be drama plus, his
scoring,
great play, on the court, but now it's just all drama.
Do you think part of the reason why ESPN has kind of gone downhill is because of their hyper focus on the NBA and WNBA?
There's a different, theories on that, but I don't think it's
Can't be just that one thing.
But they're always going to focus on things that their partners, right? If they're carrying it, they're going to talk about it more. That just stands to reason. It's bad business to carry something and not talk about it.
But why do I get
Self-promotion.
25 WNBA ESPN updates during the week?
Because they know you care about the NFL already and you care about other stuff. So they're just sending you stuff that you don't care as much about.
But they invest in.
Exactly.
They invest heavily in hockey. And actually, I guess I do get.
They do.
As I say, whatever
yeah.
the algorithm, trust me, is working. It's working for you, particularly, not just as an entity. ESPN sending that to everybody. I think everybody's now got their own algorithms in terms of what you're seeing on your phone is for you.
Definitely on Instagram.
Yeah, for Instagram. I think for everybody.
Twitter, yeah.
It's all based on the algorithm of what Ty likes and what Ty looks at, and the data, what the data tells him about Ty.
I can't say I've liked the NBA, WNBA. Or really the NBA.
Yeah, which is why they keep sending you stuff, because they know we don't have to work to get tied to baseball and the football. You're already there. You're based on the clicks. You go there a ton. They're trying to get you to. They're trying to get a real sports fan like you to now expand your horizons, because they know you're a sports fan. The data tells them you stick to sports most of the day.
Basketball is my second favorite sport. I just don't care about anything besides the Mavericks.
And that's why they're trying to get you to go to more NBA and WNBA, because they know you're a basketball fan. The data tells them you are.
And I'll be honest, I don't watch a lot of ESPN. I never really have. Remember, I told you I grew up without cable, so I never was a hooked on ESPN guy. I've never really been that. But
the height of ESPN was like my childhood. I would sit there and watch SportsCenter reruns all day. The same SportsCenter.
See, that was never me. That was never me. I never had it. As a kid, I never had ESPN. I didn't have cable.
I would TiVo SportsCenter.
Wow,
that's a lot.
Yeah, I got guys that used to DVR SportsCenter though. It was so weird.
Or First Take when it first started.
Yeah, I'm like, it repeats. You can
watch it again.
It just keeps repeating.
Yeah, exactly. I don't. Yeah.
All right, there you go. Good stuff right there.
Yeah. I got a couple of more.
Give them to me.
Ty, just dial one up, man.
Dial one.
Go ahead.
Fighting with everybody. What's going on there? What do I need to know?
What's so crazy? I ain't know a bro, I have no idea where that even came from. He probably was just thinking about me or something. So I don't even know where that came from.
Did you see the IG Live?
Yeah, that was comedy.
Can we play it? Will you get mad if we play it? Oh.
No. It looked like you about to cry.
Bro, listen, don't be friendly when you see me. Cause you be so flashy. You better hope, bro. You better hope all that talking you be doing when we see y'all, whatever round it may be. Cause I can guard you. You can't run routes. You're a running back. You're a running back. I ain't gonna sit here and play with you, little boy. Just cause you got a little bag, people gave you a little clout, man. You ain't nothing, bro. Stop playing.
It just sounds like he mad I got a little bag and a lot of money and nobody knows who he is.
I don't have any idea who that is, Ron.
That is Deebo Samuel with his baby. and commenting on I believe it was C.J. Gardner-Johnson, the trash talk of C.J. Gardner-Johnson on Instagram Live, saying that Deebo Samuel was just a running back and he could guard him. I don't know why he dislikes Deebo Samuel so much, but they getting petty. The trash talk.
I've been doing this job a long time, Rod. I'm not sure what to make of all this, where every athlete has their own podcast now. It was one thing when they could get on Twitter and talk and say things, and which is fine. I understand an athlete wanting to go outside of the media reporting on them, right? I get that. Have your own say. I don't know what to do. Everybody's got their own podcast now.
That was Kay Adams' podcast, The Love of My Life.
Oh,
I do like Kay Adams
she is great.
from NFL Network. Where is she now?
She's
I miss her on
fantastic.
NFL Network.
I think she's at ESPN.
No, she's not.
She's fantastic.
Kay
Well,
Adams
she has a
is great.
podcast.
It's like Mike,
maybe
it's like,
Action Network. I don't know where she is now. I gotta look that up. I'll check that
it's
out.
like I understand, but I just can't get over Micah Parsons going on his Monday night show and complaining.
I like that one.
Oh, this is our YouTube show.
It's
Up
just
and
so
Adams.
different.
Yeah, she's got her own YouTube show. That's what it is.
Like, I like that they have their own open forum and people can choose to listen or not, but like Micah Parsons saying, I'm not going to talk to anybody in the media this week. I'll just talk on my own podcast.
Hey, control the narrative.
And then complain that the Cowboys, you know why the Cowboys get covered more than any other team? Because they get covered more than any other team, because of America's team. And they, to your point of the algorithm, Rod, the Cowboys bring eyeballs.
Oh, yes, they do.
And they bring clicks.
But these young people grew up being their own brand, something we were never.
I was
you
never.
grow
No.
up with social media, you got to be your own brand. NIL,
That
be your
makes
own
sense.
brand.
You're right about that.
And that's part of them being their own brand.
You're right about it.
Yeah.
And I'm just the old guy going, man, my day, I didn't even have
Ooh,
ESPN.
get off my yard.
I didn't have cable. And rabbit ears. At our house, Rod, we were the family with the big TV and the other TV stacked on top of it with the rabbit ears.
Oh, yeah.
That didn't work.
I had friends like that.
Yeah, that was we'll be back. Hook 'em up. One more hour to go. Busy Thursday, final hour. It's the fabulous fifth hour of Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. On a Thursday, that'll mean a football conversation with Vandergrift head football coach Drew Sanders coming up in about 20 minutes. Vandergrift
Love
Vipers.
talking to Coach, man.
And you can't accuse us of being front runners because we've talked to Coach all year, but that's one of the best teams in the state right there, my friends.
Yes, it is.
They are 7-0 and have outscored their opponents by 258 points. That's pretty good. 302 to 60.
Yeah.
They have played a pretty decent schedule to this point. They beat Round Rock.
Have they been tested?
Early in the year, they beat Dripping Springs. That's probably the best team. Cedar Park. They beat Waco Midway.
So they haven't really been in the fourth quarter game.
They have not.
They'll be tested soon.
They will.
Left on their schedule, Cedar Ridge, Vista Ridge, and Round Rock Westwood.
I'm talking playoffs.
Playoffs. Like I said, well, that's
playoffs.
Everybody gets tested in the playoffs. That's when you play the best teams.
And then they would likely play their Lake Travis or Westlake.
Well, the last time Vandergrift played Westlake in the playoffs, they lost 70-0 in the quarterfinals. So
this is a better team than that was. Why don't you say that to Drew Sanders?
Exactly. You bring Coach on. You drop that little nugget out there.
It's like you do with all of a sudden your Rangers or your team who you gave up on and you're popping off in there.
See what Coach got to say about that.
I bleed red and blue.
Yeah, finally.
Yeah, you do. I will admit that.
I mean, everybody heard it. You gave up on your team. You quit rooting for your team.
It
you
was
gave up on the Rangers.
It was the first week of football. Come on.
And your team was in a slump, and you showed your fair weatherness.
No,
and now you're back
on the Rangers all year. I had a moment of weakness, and I'm back.
Stretch.
He's back,
Stretch.
baby.
More than
He's
a moment.
back.
More than a moment. Astros Rangers tonight, part of a doubleheader of Major League Baseball. Astros, as I told you, Rod, don't wave the white flag, man. These Astros are resilient. They'll be fine. Good to see Jose Altuve get going. You realize Jose Altuve, how about this for his career, Rod? This is a pretty, I know you're a big fact guy, stat guy. This guy's a big-time performer. How about in the playoffs, Rod? In the regular season, Jose Altuve averages a home run every 32 at-bats. In the postseason, it's one every 18. He cuts it in half. He hit another home run last night, a solo shot in the fourth inning. Really, as we said earlier, the unlikely hero of Martin Maldonado, because we know Max Scherzer was not sharp last night, making his first start in 5 weeks. He walked in the second inning after getting through the first inning pretty unscathed. He walked Yordan Alvarez. Then he hit a batter. He loaded the bases, and then he had a wild pitch, which scored a run, right? To hit Jonah Hyman, the catcher's shin guard. Caromed off. He spiked a slider, and that ended up with a run. But, you're at the bottom of the order. Martin Maldonado's up. You have a chance to get out of this, gets given up one run. And as we said earlier, in all of baseball, no one is worse statistically at hitting a fastball, a four-seam fastball.
Martin.
So he threw him a four-seam fastball, and Maldonado ripped it through the left side, right past Josh Young.
Scouting report.
Scored 2 runs.
Scouting report lied to me, man.
That was a huge 2-out hit. I mean, massive. Astro fans were like, oh, my gosh, Martin. Because remember, in game 2 in Houston, the Astros loaded the bases. Martin Maldonado was up, and Dusty Baker did what a lot of Astro fans wanted to do, and he pinch hit Yainer Diaz. And Yainer Diaz came up and struck out.
Mm-hmm.
So it was Martin Maldonado coming back, getting the big knock. That put the Astros in front for the first time in the series. The first time they played with a lead, and they kept the lead the rest of the way. Christian Javier, what does he got? El Reptil. El Reptil, the crocodile.
That's a damn good nickname.
The crocodile.
That's really cool.
I don't think he dripped one drop of sweat last night.
He was cool, man.
He is a cool customer.
Ice water in his
that's
veins.
why he said that's why that's his nickname because
because it's cold. Oh, yeah, interesting. Cold-blooded. I didn't know that. Interesting.
Well, not cold-blooded. He says crocodiles, they look really calm, but when they get you underwater, they get aggressive. What you can't see below the water is when you see.
Well, that's more complicated. You want the cold-blooded thing. It's way easier, right? I mean,
it's fair too.
They mentioned that too.
Did they? I was like, yeah. The
Martin Maldonado. They also said that he said that the only way to shake Christian Javier is to walk up to him and punch him in the face, and they said that might not even face him.
And you know what? He
sit there and stare you down.
It's pretty amazing too because he's 26 years old, but he looks older than that, right? He's got an old look. He's got an old look to him.
Old soul.
Yeah, and the Astros have already signed him to a long-term deal, but man, he is a big game. If Jose Altuve is a post-game player, postseason player, so is Christian Javier. His opponent's batting average against him in the postseason in his career,
it's
.71.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
With that riding fastball. He wasn't great during the regular season. He works really slow. He's kind of a deliberate guy that kind of wears even his own teammates like, come on. Even with the pitch clock, he's slow. But he was great last night in a big spot. Rangers they're fine. I mean, they're still up 2. They got the 2 games in hand, or at least 1 game now. But tonight becomes a really critical game here. This is you gave the numbers earlier of Astros' career batting average against Andrew Heaney.
Yes, unbelievable.
And Houston typically hits left-handed pitching at a really high rate, one of the best in baseball. Now, they didn't hit Jordan Montgomery in Game 1 because he was really spotting and pitching great, kept the Astros off balance. But we'll see if Andrew Heaney can do the same. Astros trying to get that. They will send Jose Urquidy, who, that's the depth of the Astros staff. Urquidy's made many a postseason start and made good ones, including he closed out the Twin Series.
Oh, yeah.
He's been here many times. So this is the experience of the Astros could show. The other thing, as I mentioned earlier, Rod, that shows me as an Astro fan is encouraging is that Kyle Tucker had a good night. Remember, they moved him down in the lineup.
Yeah, you talked about that.
He admitted that he was, he said he felt fine. His swing's not there. He said, I'm just not. And so Dusty moved Michael Brantley up to the 2-hole and slid Kyle Tucker down to take a little pressure off him. And if you watch, he had 2 at-bats where he took a lot of pitches and walked. And then he ended up in the last inning when it was still pretty much decided. He ripped a double. He went 2 for 2 on the night with a couple of walks. If they get Kyle Tucker going, along with what Yordan Alvarez is doing, look out. I mean, the Astros can get right back in this series. And even after they're down 2-0, right, I said I believe it'll be a long series.
You did say that.
And I still believe it's going 6 or 7 games.
Well, Ty's hoping it goes at least 6 because
now he's got a ticket.
He's going to Game 6. So.
How'd you come up with it? You said you got a buddy that has a ticket or something,
man.
And no charge?
He lives with his parents in Houston and doesn't have a job, and said that his dad bought tickets and that they offered them to me. And I was like, all right, hell yeah, we'll go down there.
See?
One of your highly successful friends.
Yeah.
Hey, that's the only kind to have.
He's my Xbox friend. That's my guy on 2K.
Your ex what?
Xbox.
On NBA 2K.
Xbox.
Oh yeah, we run it.
Does he live in the basement?
No, I think he just
well,
has a room.
If he's highly successful, no, can't be.
Smoking that herb and playing video games.
Okay, well then I take it back.
He's your
Maybe
age.
not
He
highly
smokes a lot of
successful,
herb, plays video games, lives with his parents, and doesn't have a job.
Hold on, is a gamer for professional gamer?
No.
Oh,
he's more
recreational.
Well,
see, we like to
these
think we're
days you
professional.
can do both of those professionally. You can smoke weed professionally and be a game professionally, and you want to do them for free?
I need a
Come
side
on,
hustle.
Man.
I need a side hustle. And I need to get good at video games.
That's what
So
I'm
you can make
saying.
some serious. You just got to be a little funny. You
Yeah.
know? Like it's not that hard.
Well, and there are leagues now. You can join gamer
Oh, yeah.
leagues, and they
Is
will
that
like
right?
draft you and stuff like that.
Esports? You can bet on esports.
Yeah, and you can go somewhere where weed is recreationally legal, and you can get a job in the weed industry if you just want to smoke weed that bad. And you actually, they have people that literally they sample the marijuana. That's their job. I'm not making this up. in places where it's legal, and you have some cannabis company of some kind, they have people that work on payroll to sample the product.
I like that job.
You got to say, if you really want to be into marijuana, he says, and be a weed head, there's no need for you to do it for free in your mom's basement or whatever the hell it is, right? You can go do that, go somewhere now, and you can actually get a real good, high-paying job in that industry because, right, it's one of the fastest-growing industries in America.
Hey, I'll clip this and send it to him. Some
I'm telling
inspiration.
I know friends who have left Texas to go work in the marijuana industry in Colorado.
This was a friend,
and they're killing it right now.
Who was also on UT campus and never went to UT, but he was actually in a fraternity.
What?
How does that happen?
And he lived on campus for 5
And
years.
this is the guy getting you a ticket to the Astros game against the Rangers
You
in
can
Game
do that.
6?
You can just join a fraternity without joining, like old school.
You're
like,
at ACC, like you're going to ACC with plans to transfer in.
I got
And they
you.
let a few kids,
I got you.
get in.
Like exceptions.
Does he have like a time limit from his parents on how long he can live there? Because I certainly would.
I don't think so.
You see, E's kids had a time limit there. It's like, all right, kids, just so y'all know, y'all got to this age and you got to get the hell out or be working.
You guys know Nolan coming out of COVID, and he got screwed up with going off to school coming out of COVID because he graduated right before it, and he was living at the house, Rod, and he got to a point where he tried to tell me he was going to watch all the Sopranos episodes, and I was like, "You are? Like all 7 seasons? That's your plan?" Yeah, that ain't working. We had a sit down, Rod.
Had that man to man, huh? That man to man.
Oh yeah.
I think my dad would make me live under a bridge before he'd let me come live back at his house.
No, he
So
said
that's not even an option.
I was fine with him living there, and he was.
But you gotta be working. You're working. You gotta be working, doing something.
2 things. He got a dog, and then he told me he's going to watch The Sopranos, and I'm like,
hey, Dad,
listen, buddy.
I'm pretty comfortable there. I'm
Love you, my man. You're getting a little too comfortable here. We need to nip this in the bud right about now.
Yeah, my parents believe it kind of like Ty's parents that basically the more uncomfortable I make you at home, the more you'll want to get the hell out of here and not want to live with us.
That's
And
right.
I'm pretty
That's
sure
right.
that's what my parents did. Just started they annoyed me to the point, because I remember when I got done with the league, I remember when I came back home and asked my dad, I was like, Dad, I'm done playing football. I think it's over. And he's like, oh, yeah, nice. I was like, so what should I do? He's like, go get a job.
Go get
That
a
was
job.
like literally his advice. I was like, oh, the emotional, sentimental stuff. I was like, Dad, so what should I do, man? I'm thinking about what I'm going to do with the rest of my life. He's like, get a job. And I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, so every time I complain about money to my dad, he was like, well, when I was your age, I had you and 2 jobs.
Yeah,
So tough it, like, go get
Tough
another
it up.
job.
Tough
Yeah,
it
there's
up.
no sympathy, but I was like,
Side
get a
hustle.
job. And I was like, okay. So I went and got 2 jobs. I actually went and got 2 jobs. And then I went back to school because in the meantime, before school started, before I enrolled, I needed to do something. And I didn't want to spend all my damn money, so I went and got a couple of jobs. It was actually pretty good. Dad was right.
Yeah, and my
'Cause
son came out of it. He did great. He's doing great now.
Yeah, you
Which,
just need a purpose. You need a purpose.
Yeah.
You can't be waking up every day
And
without
I
a
will
purpose.
confirm as against it, but the dog has been good for him. He loves that dog. That dog is like his
The
soulmate.
best, that's getting dogs is probably the best thing that I ever did for myself.
You got to be responsible. You got to
Yeah.
look. You got to be unselfish.
I used to never come home.
Because again,
Yeah, you got to
'cause
look
I'm the
out for
old
something
guy.
else. That's a good point. Yeah, you got to be
I
unselfish.
just didn't get it. I'm like, because I still don't understand kids his age getting their own like animals, because I don't get that. I mean, like you establish yourself, you get a house, you get a job, and then you get a dog. Like the dog comes after you've done, but that was just me, right? That's me.
Yeah, that's old school.
That's old school me.
That's old school, man. You need a companion.
But but you can't even feed yourself.
Yeah, straight up. Yeah.
And now you got a dog?
I would choose to go get a cheap, because I always get good dog food. But when I was struggling, I would go to the convenience store and pay, like I'd have $10 in my bank account and just get a bag of dog food, and I wouldn't eat.
Exactly. But think about how
You
that
needed something. You needed to get something to be
You
bigger
ain't
than
selfish.
you, more
Yeah,
important than
you're
you.
thinking about something else. That
I got
actually
that.
helps you grow as a human being. Honestly,
That's true.
Think about all the unfortunate homeless people you see. They need companionship, right? That's a really lonely life. So they have a dog.
I get it.
Like being lonely can really have detrimental effects on your health.
No question.
Right?
No question.
And put you in a bad mind state, mental health. That's why dogs are great for that, because dogs are always happy.
Dogs are always
Dogs
happy.
love you unconditionally, no matter how much of an a-hole you are.
Man's best
whatever.
friend.
Yeah, so
Are you still allowed to say that?
I get the dog thing. It shows he's got a big heart. That's what Ty. You got a big heart if you have a dog and take care
Nolan
of your
has a
pet,
huge heart.
Pets, period. You just have a big heart.
I don't believe Ty does, but my son does for sure. I'm just kidding.
I love harder than anyone you know.
You love
He
harder
loves
than anyone.
hard. That's a good line with the women. I love hard, man.
That's what they always tell me. They say I love too hard.
You
That's-
love too
that's a-
hard.
That's
But
a true story.
But do you smell like a dream?
Do you smell like a dream?
All
That's what
natural around
Tracy,
here.
Travis Kelce.
Travis Kelce smells like it. You know what? Travis Kelce used to have a dating reality show nobody talks about anymore. But I hear
You
this.
told me that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's called Catching Kelce. And now, how about this? Now it's making a resurgence because of the Swifties. The Swifties are doing research and due diligence on
Travis
Travis
Kelce had a dating reality show?
called Catching Kelce. Yep.
I had no idea.
It was on E. Yeah, they did not
that's
renew
why
the
I don't
second
even know where
season.
that channel is.
You know what E is? E?
Entertainment?
I don't.
Entertainment, man. Yeah, it was on there. Go, I'm telling you. Catching Kelce, reality TV show back in the day.
I think we used to watch that way back when there was a show called Talk Soup or something on there.
Yes, that was Soup with Joe McHale.
Joe McHale.
Good, a quality program.
But I think once I don't even know where the channel is. I really don't.
I do,
don't
because
know
my
it.
wife watches it. It used to be the Kardashians used to come on there. Now the Kardashians are on,
That makes
I think,
sense.
Hulu now, something like that.
I really don't. But yeah, so for me, I mean, for living, I went off to school at 18 and never went home. Never.
I've never been home.
First summer, I
to
went back
live.
for a couple months and then came
Yeah.
right back to school, and that was it.
Yeah.
But it wasn't anything that we could love my family. It was just I was gone.
You went back. You went back to visit for an extended time. You never went back to live.
No.
You never went back to
Mm-mm.
live.
Mm-mm. Weekends.
I lived
Yeah.
on a couch for a whole semester opposed to going home.
Yeah.
And I could have. I was
No,
like, nah.
Well, you're an independent soul too. You prefer to try to do it on your own, even though sometimes you
Well,
can
my
fail
family was
miserably.
helping me, but I was just like, no, I like the couch. It's cool.
Big reason I did, because remember I worked at the ranch, that guest ranch in Wyoming, Rod, every summer. So
Yeah.
I would leave. I would take my final at St. Ed's, and we'd get in the truck, and my buddy and I, we would drive to Wyoming. 26
Yellowstone,
hours.
baby, Yellowstone life.
We'd go straight.
Yeah.
And then we wouldn't come back until the first day of fall classes.
How long is that drive?
26 hours.
Ooh.
26. You just got to get to Denver and then go north.
Mm.
Denver north, about 8
I
hours
bet, it's
up into.
I bet it's beautiful,
Oh,
picturesque,
spectacular.
scenic. Yeah, that's an amazing
Spectacular.
drive. Yeah.
And it's no easy way to get there, though, that's for sure. But yeah, I would work there for the whole summer, come back and go back to school, and then go back to the ranch and go back to school. That was my college years for sure.
But you became independent doing that too, though.
Oh, I always told my kids that. That's the best thing I ever did.
Yeah.
And the thing about working at the guest ranch, it wasn't like I was working horses. I was working with guests, right? It was a People.
Oh,
Yeah, it was guests. I
I
was not
thought
a
you were
cowboy.
doing like a ranch hand.
What about Nunley?
Some. Well, that was an accident. I'll tell you about that one day. I was invited to the mating ritual one time.
Oh,
a couple times. Well, I'll tell you. Rod hasn't heard the Nunley story. That's for another day.
I don't think you've I've heard it, but I don't think
that's for
you've
another
ever
day.
fully
Hold
told the
up.
story.
Hold
Yeah,
up.
another day.
I need to hear that one day.
One of these days.
Okay.
But so the reason it was a good thing for me was because there'd be like 70 guests every week. They'd come Sunday to Sunday, and every week you had to learn a whole new group of people. And you'd get a roster of families and their kids.
You
and
had
their
to
kids'
entertain.
names. Yeah, and this is it's an expensive vacation,
You're
man.
like a
And this is-
consigliere, so like
and the owners of the ranch were a husband and wife, and they were pretty demanding. I mean, it was like, I don't care if you've had a long summer. This is their vacation, right? They're coming and spending their money to be here.
gotcha.
It doesn't matter if last week was tough or whatever. You got to put on a face, and you got to put on make sure they have a great time. It's about,
so
it's not about you.
So it's like service, like basically you're in a service industry then.
That's
too.
right.
Okay.
But it was a new.
It's high class though, like high dollar.
Yes, I mean it was all wealthy folks,
Yeah,
doctors, lawyers,
Still,
whatnot.
it still is. They go out to those ranches like that. Because now Montana's the spot because of Yellowstone.
Yeah, it was like that. It was
the same stuff.
What was the movie back then that people would compete? It was City Slickers. Remember
Yeah,
City Slickers?
with Billy Crystal.
Yeah, but even then, like there was one radio phone on the whole ranch, so you couldn't. There was no information. I always
Yeah.
say that was when the O.J. Simpson thing went down in the early '90s. I had no idea.
That's wild.
That was happening.
That's the biggest story in the world,
Yes.
arguably. You know what's
I
going
went,
on.
and I always say I went because I drove into town, the little town called Buffalo, Wyoming. I drove down to watch the Rockets game because the Rockets were playing the Knicks, and I was a huge sports fan. But I got through with work that day, and I told the boss I'm going down to watch the game, and that's when the O.J. Chase came on.
They went picture in picture.
Yeah, and the O.J. Chase came on during Game 1. I was like, what? Like, I learned everything. So then I went back to the ranch and I told everybody on the crew, like, hey, do you guys know what's going on? The O.J. Simpson killed his wife. And they're like, what? No one knew.
Oh,
Nobody
that's
knew.
Crazy. That's wild. Yeah, before
you were out there, man. And
before the
it's-
internet, yeah, you're right. That stuff traveled slow.
Yeah.
News traveled pretty slow.
Yeah, my mom would send me like week-old Houston Chronicles. Like she'd send me the Sunday Chronicle so I could keep up with the sports world somewhat.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's pretty
that was
cool.
30 years ago now. But that was a great job, great summer job, and then finished school and never lived with my parents, Rod.
Yeah. After I was 18, I never went back to live. I visited for like maybe an extended period, but never lived.
That's a new thing though. I mean, I have a lot of my friends that have really good jobs, and they just
Well, it's because of inflation.
Yeah, it's hard to
and-
buy a house.
well, I
Yeah.
mean, they couldn't buy a house. But
I've
they could
always
easily
told my
rent.
kids if you want to live
Yeah.
at the
Well,
house,
the highest rent in the state is in Austin too.
I
Yeah.
know, yeah. Well,
mean,
trust me, I know.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
it makes fiscal sense to live at home, save money to be able to buy the house instead of paying rent. That makes perfect sense.
Oh yeah.
If you're working and not playing video games and smoking weed in the basement, I mean that's not going to work.
I would love to be doing
not
that.
gonna work.
Hey, we will come back. When we do, we'll switch gears back to some sports. We got football on the brain. Drew Sanders is the head football coach of the undefeated and state-ranked Vandergrift Vipers. We got our weekly visit coming next. Brought to you by Brain Vault. Hey, man, our show historian, Chris Bennett, on the text line has let us know that, Rod B, your 2 interceptions for touchdown, they were pick sixes, while at Texas came against Bobby Pesavento in 2001 and Nate Hibble at the Cotton Bowl in 2002.
The Nate Hibble one, yes. Thank you, CB. I should have known that one. Bobby Pesavento, I don't know if it was against him. Remember, it was a fake punt.
Ooh.
So it was like, I think it was a punter.
Was he
the punter or the
Was he doing
upback?
the whole Danny White punting
It was like
quarterback
remember, it was a terrible call. It was a fake punt. We have no idea
That was against
why.
Colorado.
Yeah, why the hell they make that call? It was a fake punt, and I'm thinking to myself, it was one of the worst throws too. I mean, I don't know what that punter was doing. He should have just kept it, and he threw it, and the ball was in the air forever, and I picked it. So it was the punter, I believe, against Colorado that threw it.
And by the way, that's
shot to Pesavento.
That's on the heels of our hearing J.J. Watt being able to pretty much name off all of his 114 sacks and
That's
how many times he
remarkable.
sacked each quarterback.
That's remarkable.
So they're like my babies. All right, another high-level football mind is with us now. It's
Yes,
brought to you
sir.
by Brain Vault and the Brain Vault technology. His Vandergrift Vipers wear the Brain Vault technology to help be safe and try to avoid as many concussions as possible. He is the head football coach of the Vandergrift Vipers. Our friend Drew Sanders. Coach, good morning. 7-0, feeling pretty good, I have to imagine.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, it was a great victory on. I guess it was Thursday night. I was thinking it was Friday night, but Thursday night.
Yeah, Round Rock 45-3, and you talked about they've gotten you a couple of times. That had to feel good to really take care of business in that number.
Yeah, I mean, one of our goals that we set at the beginning of the year was to be district champs, undisputed district champs, and they have taken that away from us in 20 and 21. So it was, we definitely view them as a threat, and it was nice to get that out of the way. And we know we have some more district games to go, but that was definitely a big one. And so it put us on the path to being district champs again. So we're excited about that.
Hey, Coach, you're really dominant this season. You guys have looked really good. Is this the best Vandergrift team you've had?
Man, coaches aren't going to answer that question. Right? I mean, I don't know. We definitely are. We have the largest margin of victory we've ever had, so you could definitely make a case for that. But, we'll see at the end of this year. Last year, just coming off a state finals run. I mean, it's hard to judge right now. But we had all 3 of our linebackers back. And they definitely made a difference. Since the Cedar Park game, we haven't had all 3 starters, and so that was really big for us. And then I think just Deuce is just getting better and better, understanding the offense and doing what he's supposed to do. And so we're thrilled with him, and we definitely are trending to be a really good team. But as you guys know, I mean, you just got to keep doing it, because all you are is one in 6A football. You're one game away, one bad performance away from losing that momentum you've built.
Yep.
No question about that. And as you said, the scoring margin is outrageous, 302-60. Team has really been on point. And Deuce Adams, your quarterback, continues to play at a very, very high level. Is it fair to say, you talk about great players that elevate everybody around them, is it fair to say that he makes everybody around him on that offense even better, that they know what type of player they have? He's a great leader as well.
Mm-hmm.
What are the intangibles with your quarterback?
Yeah, I mean, he's if y'all knew him, y'all would immediately like him, because he's so humble and very talented, and it's just such a rare combination. And he's so coachable and does a great job. And I think that's one of the ways he motivates kids around him, because they know that he's a talented player. They know he's got a big future in college, but yet he's very coachable. When he makes a mistake, he owns up to it. And that right there is such an influence over your team, because, okay, well, if he's going to be coachable, well, then I guess I need to be coachable, and so that's probably one of the best things, the intangibles, that he brings. I was watching a play, talking about physically what he can do. I was watching a play where a Round Rock defensive lineman just literally has him dead to rights on a bootleg. He turns around and he sees the guy right in his face, and he literally just takes a couple of steps backwards at a very quick rate, and the lineman doesn't know what to do, kind of stands there, and then he bursts to his right and just runs away from him. And it was just such a simple move that so many people would have just gotten sacked there. And he just kind of steps straight back. The guy hesitates, then he goes around. It was almost like a basketball kind of move, and so it's impressive what he can do.
Hey, Coach, you've added another impact transfer, a couple, obviously Deuce Adams being one of them. What about Jacob Hendrick playing the offensive line now? What are your thoughts about how he's been progressing with the program?
Well, first thing that you guys need to know is Jacob is one of the most into it, coachable guys. I'm telling you, every time I'm talking to the team, he is listening to me and taking in every single thing I'm saying, and it's just fun to watch how he truly is listening to his coaches and trying everything within his power to do what we ask. So that's the first thing I think about when I think about Jacob. He is extremely strong. We all know that where he got that from, but he's extremely strong. He's just he's a guy that I avoid high fives from and fist bumps because I never know. We talk about he has no idea his own strength. So a high five you, and it's like one of those things where like, oh my gosh, I'm not going to shake my hand, but I kind of want to because it was that hard of a high five. But he's that strong. But he really has come along as an offensive lineman. He's kind of made his money on the defense in the past, and he's still a good defensive player. We sub him in. Now we're subbing him in probably 5 to 7 defensive plays a game. We're just kind of building him up on that. But offensively, he's really figuring out how to keep his feet in the ground. Offensive linemen have to keep their feet in the ground, while defensive linemen are running. And so offensive linemen have to do that, and he's figuring out how to stomp. He's figuring out how to move and work together with other guys. And, man, he is super athletic too. So I couldn't be more thrilled with his progression as an offensive lineman. My O-line, Coach Mauser, just loves him too, and he's always staying after to learn and make sure he understands. So, yeah, I've been very impressed with Jacob.
Yeah, of course, Mark Henry, good friend of ours, and I'm sure Dad's around sometimes. And talk about guys you have a handshake with, and they swallow your whole hand. But I'm assuming as charismatic as Mark is, he's around a little bit too, watching practice and being a positive influence.
Yeah, for sure he is. I think he works a lot. He's always doing his wrestling thing, and then with you guys and all that other stuff, and so. Yeah, every time I see him, he's always positive, shaking my hand, and just real thankful for us coaching his son, and just a great influence.
No question. Always one of the more positive people. Had never met a stranger, Mark Henry. All right, Coach. What about this week? Cedar Ridge, another district game. They're 2-5, so struggling. You got to feel good, but it's a home game for you guys, and I'm sure it'll be packed house there on top of 22-22.
Yeah, we sold out our home tickets in 30 minutes, so we're really excited. Always excited about that. Cedar Ridge is a proud program. You guys know I don't think they've ever missed the playoffs in their history, and so this is kind of uncharted territory for them where they are, and we definitely don't want them to get on track against us. Coach Robinson's a friend of mine. His guys always play hard. His defense is still strong. Offense has struggled a bit at times, but still have some great players. But I just know I've played Cedar Ridge so much that I know to respect them and be prepared. And so we'll definitely be prepared because they're going to bring their A game, and they're a proud program, so we'll be ready for it.
Looking forward to it. Coach, we'll have the game right here on the Horn tomorrow night, 7 o'clock. You guys will play Cedar Ridge, part of a Friday night football weekend. And it's getting closer and closer to the month of November, which means playoffs around the corner. We got to handle your business week to week. Coach, best of luck. We'll talk next week.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Thanks,
All right,
Coach.
Drew Sanders, there you go. It's brought to you by Brain Vault, the Brain Vault technology. As we tell you, his team wears that Brain Vault technology. We're fitted for it. Rod, you and I are going to get fitted for the Brain Vaults tomorrow.
Oh, I'm excited about that.
Yeah,
that's
Dr.
pretty cool.
Eckert and his crew are going to be rolling in here after our show to get us fitted for that. We'll see if Ty's going to get one, too.
Dr. You.
You might need one for the batting cage when the Astros.
Oh.
Are you threatening some chin music there, Ty?
Wow.
I'm assuming you're going to be throwing. We're going to the batting cage. You're throwing strikes.
I told you I throw heat. I didn't say it was accurate.
Okay. I'll wear my Brain Vault and my helmet. Brain Vault is a revolutionary patented mouth guard that has been proven to help reduce the risk of concussions. And I say that out loud. Proven to help reduce the risk of concussions. It absolutely does. As we've told you, Dr. Greg Eckert, who did my wonderful smile, is one of the best dentists in town. Has been for 30 years, but his partner, Drew Pittman, has been an agent in the NFL for all this time. And over the last 8 years, over 100 of his clients and players in the NFL have been wearing the Brain Vault technology, and they have reported 0 concussions. 0. So now they've created a retail version that your young athlete can be fitted for and wear in their contact sports, whether it's football or lacrosse or soccer, cheerleading. Has become very popular here. You ask, well, how does it work? It's more than just a mouth guard. It optimally aligns the lower jaw in a position that strengthens the neck muscles to minimize concussive forces, aligning that lower jaw in the right position allows it to the almost like shock absorbers for your head to absorb that properly. It really does work. Check it out, BrainVault.com. That's BrainVault.com. It's time to play hard but stay safe with BrainVault. Join the movement today, BrainVault.com.
I'm excited about that, actually. It fitted for the Brain Vault?
Yeah, man.
I'm with it.
Yeah, we should be able to see how it works. I'm excited about that tomorrow. Hey, can we go behind the burnt orange curtain real quick? Talk some Texas football one more time with Rod B. He's been doing the deep dive on the Houston Cougars, the matchup on Saturday.
All right, we've broken down this Texas U of H matchup in almost every way you can. Of course, we'll continue to review it tomorrow. And don't forget about the pregame festivities. Me, with Ty Henderson, Patrick Davis of the Sports Complex. You catch 5 to 7 weekdays right here on the Horn. We'll be at Doc's Backyard 1 to 3. Getting you ready for Texas versus U of H. So we'll have your breakdown there. So if you're looking for somewhere to watch the game, somewhere to hang out, to pregame for all the festivities, you can do that at Doc's Backyard off of Brody from 1 to 3 p.m. Okay, that's Saturday, by the way, just so you know. Okay, let's talk about the Texas offense a little bit, because the only question really we have for the Texas offense going into the U of H game is the red zone. I mean, that's it. How does Texas approach the red zone? Do they have any new ideas? Or is there some added wrinkles that Texas basically decides to deploy after the bye week in the red zone to make them more effective? Right now, touchdown percentage in the red zone, they're at 123rd in the country. That's really the only... that's the only statistical area offensively where I think Texas is dreadfully bad. Everywhere else, they're actually elite and one of the best in the country. But that's one of the worst areas to be that bad at. All right, to be that ineffective and that inefficient is in the red zone. And Sark wants to score more points. Pretty simple. You'll score more points if you cash in touchdowns in the red zone instead of field goals. One of my suggestions was that Sark go steal plays from the best red zone offenses in the country in college football and the best red zone offenses in the NFL. I think Miami is the best place to start. The Miami Dolphins, who are setting a record right now, or on pace to set a record with over an 80% touchdown rate in the red zone. Right now, the NFL average is 53% touchdown rate in the red zone. They're at 80%, just to show you down a different level. So hopefully Sark can steal some ideas from the Miami Dolphins, because I know he likes that Shanahan coaching tree, and that's on the coaching tree. But one other idea that I want to throw out there, in addition to, I think you'll see some personnel changes potentially in the red zone, maybe different personnel groupings. He hints that maybe Savion Red could get some more short yardage usage. Maybe short yardage is in the red zone. Maybe you kind of change your definition of short yardage. So Texas has been getting the ball on like the 8-yard line, like first and goal on like the 8-yard line or the 9, which is it's a long first and goal pretty much. And maybe they start looking at some more power packages. And Sark did hint that Savion Red has a niche in short yardage. He didn't say Red Cat, what I've called the Wildcat with Savion Red in it. He didn't say that. He said short yardage. So maybe personnel changes will also add some juice to the red zone offense as well. Okay, but this is something I've been doing deep dive on. So I look at personnel groupings and break them down based on effectiveness, yards per play, efficiency, try to isolate different subsets of personnel groupings and formations, try to see which one of those analytically, all right, is more effective than the other, which ones are least effective, that kind of thing. And I've been looking at this 6 offensive line package, and I've basically decided based on my data, Sark needs to play more of what they call the Big 11, Big 12 package. That's when Malik Agbo is the extra offensive lineman on the field. And in conference play, so we're talking about just the 3 games you've had in conference play, when you have a 6th offensive lineman on the field, you're averaging over 8 yards per play, over 12 yards per attempt, and damn near 7 yards per rush. So I haven't necessarily isolated that specifically to red zone, because that's different monster altogether, right? The red zone is different. So I haven't necessarily looked at it. I'm probably going to do that tonight. Probably see if I can isolate. I'll probably go back and try to watch every red zone offensive play this season which Sark said he did. He probably should have went back and watched all of his red zone plays, even from 21 and 22, because I think there could be some remnants of some of his play calling philosophy from the Bijan and Rojo days affecting his red zone play calling this season. Because last season, it was pretty obvious in the red zone, you had the easiest solution. Put some Bijan on it with a side of Rojo. Not necessarily the case this year, even though you got a good running back in Jonathan Brooks. He's not the same in the red zone as a Bijan and a Rojo in the red zone, even though he's playing at a much elite level. And maybe Sark decides to turn him into that, deploy him as a red zone weapon because he's been so effective in between the 20s running the football. But I think Sark's a little mixed up about what he wants to be in the red zone. The red zone is about your identity. The red zone is about becoming what your identity is and essentially doubling down on that in the red zone. And even though Sark's offense right now with Texas is a prolific one, a very talented one, I mean, one of the most talented teams in the country offensively, I'm not sure they have a concrete identity offensively. And honestly, Jonathan Brooks is a big part of why they don't, because I think his ascent has really shifted the mindset and the philosophy a little bit for Sark, because I don't know if he assumed that, and I know he didn't because he didn't even start the first 2 games, assumed that Jonathan Brooks would be the best running back in the country right now, or the most productive running back in the country. And that's not a bad thing. This is a first world problem. That has shifted and distorted the identity of the offense just a little bit. And I think in the red zone, Sark's not sure what the identity is. Do they want to be a passing football team? Do they want to go jumbo and shove it down your throat and play bully ball like they tried to do against Oklahoma? What do they want to be in the red zone? Is it based on the matchup week to week, based on their weakness and your strength? Or are you going to be malleable like that? Or are you just going to decide, no, this is who we are, and we are really good at this. This is our identity. We hang our hat on this, and we dare you to stop us. Be effective enough to stop us. I don't think he's decided really what he wants to be. I think the 6-0 line package could help him. It gives him enough girth and size on the line of scrimmage to play bully ball if he wants to, but then you can still take defenders out of the box and spread them out. With that 6-0 line package, you'll still, if you go Big 11, you'll have 3 receivers in there. If you go Big 12, you have JT Sanders and 2 other receivers, usually A.D. Mitchell and X-Men in there. And keep in mind, Sark's offense is one of the most condensed, compressed offenses in college football. Top 10, actually, among, if you look at formational width, and this is in yards. Formational width, he's top 10 most compressed, condensed sets in college football. Sometimes in the red zone, that may hurt you. You may want to spread things out a little bit more and get defenders out of the box. And I think the 6-0 line package would allow you to keep the power philosophy of the bully ball down there, which he wants to do, big humans, right, and push teams around, but also still be able to add the RPO element and the RPO tags and spread teams out a little bit more so that they cannot overload the box. And you can still have some of those isolated one-on-one matchups on the outside. We'll still be able to win the numbers and the girth advantage on the inside. So considering how effective the 6-0 line package has been, I would throw that out there in the red zone more and see if it helps you too. Been really good.
And I want more Jatavion Sanders in the red zone. Give me the big body. Give me the big hands. Best catch, best hands on the team. Make him Travis Kelce. If you want to steal plays, steal the Chiefs and how they use Travis Kelce in the red zone area.
Agreed.
Go back and watch all those films because he could run similar routes and get him freed up. I don't think anybody can cover him.
They tried it in Oklahoma game, remember?
Yeah.
That was him.
Yeah.
And Oklahoma was ready for it.
They were ready for it.
The throw was a little high, but yeah.
Yeah, it was a good play by Peyton Bowen made another big hit. He had a big game in that game.
Yes, he did.
But yeah, I mean, I'd like to see him off the goal line or in the red zone in motion. Get him in motion, get him moving, get him spread out a little bit. That's what they do with Travis Kelce, right? He's going all over the place. I would like to see more of that. If JT's healthy, that may start this weekend. We'll get an update from Sark today, by the way, 11 o'clock, right at the top of the hour. He'll do his weekly Zoom, so we'll have all that audio for tomorrow's show to get an update on the injuries, where they stand, what the game plan looks like, and a final scouting report on Houston. That'll be today with Coach Sark at 11 o'clock. Coming back, we'll hit some What's Poppin', getting you ready for a doubleheader of LCS baseball today and tonight. The NFL game, the Week 7 kicks off tonight in New Orleans. Details coming, plus Ty will have his Sex Panther pick of the night. It's Hook 'em Up. Always popping on Hook 'em Up. That's right. Our final segment of the fabulous fifth quarter is What's Poppin'? What's coming up today and tonight? Rod's going to be watching deep dive game film on bunch formations and girth. I know that's
girth
coming.
of the size of the offensive line, not naked attraction. All right.
Oh, girth on naked. Nice girth.
No, not that. No, not looking for that. No taking notes on that. But I am going to watch Naked Attraction at one point. I mean, it's blowing up.
Need that. Also, Ty will have a Sex Panther pick. We got a lot to choose from. You got a doubleheader of baseball. This is it won't be in raucous Philadelphia, but it'll be out in the desert. That'll be a good crowd at Chase Field. That'll be the Diamondbacks looking to kind of do like the Astros did and kind of get themselves back into this series because they've been dominated so far by the Phillies in Philadelphia. So that game is this afternoon, I think about 3 o'clock, 3:07 our time. Actually, earlier than that, 4:07 I believe is what we're going with.
Okay.
Let me make sure I get this right. My phone, my cool phone app always has the right times. It does.
Yeah, because it actually changed it for you.
It does.
On the website, sometimes they don't change it from Eastern.
I think
to
I'm getting
Central.
Vegas time there.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah, some websites are on West Coast. So I'm like, come on, man. I'm with you.
4:07 and 7:03. There you go.
go.
4:07 this afternoon. Phil's D-backs that will probably leak into the start of the Astros Rangers game. So you got a doubleheader there. That'll be fun.
Can't wait, baby.
Can't wait.
Can't wait. Oh yeah, and the Andrew Heaney on the mound for the Rangers.
Let's light this dude up.
Man, Astros batting averages, career batting averages.
You're not feeling confident there, Ty. I can feel it.
Career batting averages for Astros.
You're not feeling your guy Heaney.
Andrew Heaney. Pena, 429. Dubon, 333. Altuve, 324. Bregman, 314. Alvarez, 286, as well as McCormick. Abreu, 263. And Brantley, 250.
It's because he was on the Yankees.
I'm just throwing the numbers out there.
I'm exuding confidence right now.
Yeah.
I'm feeling it.
Ooh,
no, he was in. Here's the question with Andrew Heaney.
They tied up 2-2 though.
They traded for him in the offseason, and really to be an innings eater, right? They were going to have DeGrom and DeGrom, and they knew what the top of the rotation was going to be. Evaldi, in baseball to get through the rigors of a long season, Rod, you need guys who can
just bodies, arms,
eat up innings. And he's that, right? He's a career 500 pitcher, career ERA of almost 4.5. And he's not a power arm, but neither is I would call him a crafty lefty. The Astros go with Jose Urquidy, who's kind of a crafty righty. The difference is Jose Urquidy has postseason experience. He's made big postseason starts, World Series, LCSs. He's probably the least known of the Astros pitchers, but boy, has he been a really good player in their biggest runs here. So Astros have to feel pretty confident. They also have to feel confident that they like that ballpark. They're 7-1 this year in the Gilf. 7-1.
6 of the last 7.
If we play Dusty Baker one more time, he was asked after the game last night why you guys are so good at home or so bad at home and so good on the road. Dusty Baker with a pretty simplistic reason. This is a classic glib Dusty Baker. Oh, we don't have that. Yeah, we will though.
Dusty.
We got old DB.
Wait for it.
I asked the team in spring training to be the best road team. Maybe I should have asked them to be the best road and home team.
Thank you, Skip.
They won 17 of the last 20 road games.
Yeah. Remember they remember at home during the month of September. You heard me cussing on this show because they got swept by the Royals, they got swept by the A's, and you're like, what are y'all? And then they would go out on the road and beat everybody. So that's where it's unexplainable, but they've been better at home. Now the Rangers, they absolutely can bounce back here. They need to get Marcus Semien going. I think that would be the one thing if you're a Ranger fan you're looking for, because Simeon's at the top of their order. He's one of the best players in baseball, but he's batting like 160 in this series. The Astros are doing a good job against him. Rangers need to get him going at the top of the order. He's their version of Altuve, head of Seager and all the rest of that lumber. So, no secrets between these two teams. Everybody knows everybody very well. They play all the time. They're in the same division. So at this point, it's about execution and who can rise up in this game tonight. So 2 games, Phil's, Diamondbacks, Astros, Rangers. Also college football tonight, Rod. You got James Madison, the undefeated JMU at Marshall to play the Thundering Herd. 4-2. That should be a decent little game.
That might be competitive.
That's an ESPN ball game.
4-2 versus 6-0. Yeah.
And then 2, 3, and 3 seems Rice and Tulsa.
Oh, Rice. Interesting. Rice started out pretty hot. Remember they beat U of H. Did they beat U of H?
Yeah, they beat U of H.
Beat you in the Battle of H. That's big in H-Town for y'all don't know. Rice, when we talk about the parts of Houston, Rice is over there near the richest parts of Houston, West U. U of H is out there in 3rd Ward. Rice is never supposed to play with U of H. Ever.
Well, it's why.
Right? The academic standards to get into Rice are so strict. that they know that they have a ceiling in recruiting. They can only recruit certain types of academic exceptions, and man, that's not supposed to happen. So that's why Dana Holgorsen, that's another reason why he's on the hot seat too, guys. He lost to Rice in H-Town.
Yeah,
that
Hail Mary might have saved his job. Tillman Fertitta is the sugar daddy of that program, and he is not happy right now.
No.
You can't lose to Rice.
Can't lose to Rice, bro.
West Virginia, the team you left, can't all of a sudden be better than you, which they were. And now here comes Texas as a 23-point favorite.
Yeah.
This team has not been ready for the Big 12 yet, and lines of scrimmage are their biggest problem. I think that's kind of the case for all these teams that have joined the Big 12, Rod.
You're right about that. I agree with you.
Because which is why Texas is trying to upgrade their lines of scrimmage before they move on to the Southeastern Conference, right?
You too.
They're well on their way to that. Houston and Cincinnati, BYU. This has not gone well for the new schools. The new schools so far are, I think, 2-8, 2-10 in the Big 12 play so far.
Yeah, Brady Yarmark's not happy about that.
Central Florida will play Houston. Central Florida will play Oklahoma, Rod, on Saturday.
Yeah, Oklahoma. We'll say Oklahoma. I think Oklahoma's going to pulverize
UCF will cover.
What's the line?
What's the line?
19.5.
No, I don't know about that.
Also tonight, Jacksonville hooking it up with the New Orleans Saints.
Dude,
New Orleans Saints.
Have you heard the injuries for the Saints? Starting tackles James Hurst and Ryan Ramczyk both ruled out. Andres Pete is going to replace Hurst, and Cam Irving will be elevated from the practice squad to play right tackle. And the number one pick, Trevor Penning, not starting. How the hell does your number one pick don't start? It's crazy.
Who you got tonight there, Ty? Do you have a pick, the Sex Panther pick of the night?
Give me the Saints at home. I don't care about injuries. Let's go.
Their offensive line against Houston last weekend, their offensive lines are wrecked right now.
And I'm going to take Corey Seager to hit a home run tonight with the Rangers win.
There you go.
It's not bad. But
Seager.
Astros are going to win. Go Astros!
Go Terps! There you go, Rod. Back at it. This says the data doesn't matter to E unless it favors the Astros.
True that.
Damn right. Come on, man. It was just the data. Jose Urquidy's got a lot of postseason success. Andrew Heaney does not. That was all I said.
Facts don't lie.
Facts. All right, go Stros. Hey, Astros Rangers, we'll be talking about it tomorrow. Obviously, all the action this evening, college and pro football, high school football tonight as well. Thank you to Coach Drew Sanders. We'll do it again tomorrow, 6 a.m. every hour podcast. If you missed it, at hornfm.com. Have a great night.